you can outshoot me?
Captain Timo on duty!
Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Welcome back, folks, to the Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Singapore Fall Qualifiers. We are in the second day of Qualifiers number 1. I'm Gaminism. With me is Hungry Cast as we take a look at our top teams playing it out to determine the top 4 that will make their way in the playoffs to meet our previous defending champions, Alliance, already winning there. So we have a couple of exciting games for you guys, but of course this entire broadcast is brought to you guys by 100 Plus, the official beverage sponsor of the Icon Series, organized by Elephant, the official partner of Riot Games Singapore, and our official chair partner, Secretlab, making it all so comfortable for us. I think first up today, we have Pepega versus Blue Motes.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams kind of demonstrating unique strategies. Pepega is the team that's captained by Leroy Walrift. He was streaming the match yesterday when it was going on, and I heard some of my colleagues telling me they were watching him play while the game was going on, and the comms were a bit iffy. I think that was some of the feedback that I got. You know, the comms could have been better. The comms could have been better. Whereas Blue Mote's one of the only teams, in fact, the only team to bring out the fasting center and made very good use of it. But I think we had some kind of feedback regarding how slow it was, and the inability to close out the game was a concerning sign for us.
Of course, but you also mentioned to me earlier that this was as a result of them failing to draft some kind of engage. Let's take a look at the lower brackets today, because we start things off with Blue Mote's team versus versus Team Pepega. And we will also see To The Moon and Team OK play it out back-to-back. So both of these are best of ones.
Yes.
The lower brackets are entirely best of ones. And we also have our upper brackets, right? So the teams that play in the upper brackets, if they lose, they will drop down to the lower brackets where they'll face the winners of this next matches. It will be Renatus and Banana and Noblesse Gaming versus Aphrodite Gaming. So
we haven't seen Banana play at all this tournament. I heard very good things about them. This is a
Sure.
roster like all 5 ex-pros used to play on this League of Legends team called Sovereign. Don't know if you guys know, coached by one of our very own Omo. So I think Banana definitely stands a very good chance. You know, they have the upper hand in this matchup. Renatus, however, will have a second chance if they drop the lower bracket, and it is elimination if you lose in the lower bracket. So it's tough for the teams that are going to be playing early in the day. They might just be sent home packing early. Otherwise, they have to continue on their journey and keep forging forward to hopefully find a spot in the top 4.
And just to quickly mention again, the stakes that everyone's playing for and
Oh,
what they're
yeah.
looking to try and get. It's a $20,000 prize pool. First place gets the lion's share with 12,000 plus 5 Secretlab shares. Second place gets 8,000, and even third place walks away with a tiny 2K.
Yeah.
And the top 6, and you get 5 Secretlab shares if you're first, and all 3 top teams get 3 months of 100 plus. And for the top 16, you get what, 2 million
2
blue
million
motes.
blue motes.
Right.
It's enough for every
Like-
champion until now. From now until you die, I think.
I think that's why we have team blue motes.
Yes.
They want the 2 million. You can buy everything you've ever wanted.
Everything and then some, right?
And then
I think
some.
that's exactly that. When I was talking to Team OK as well, I think during these summer qualifiers, Jolene was telling me how they were playing largely for one, like the competitive experience
Yep.
in Wild Rift, and also like the blue modes, because then that also unlocks a lot of things.
For sure.
You get a choice of champions, and in terms of unlocking everything, you expedite the curve a lot, because it takes a while to really unlock everything.
You know, talking a little bit about that, I was so sad because when they launched the blue modes, when we converted from IP to blue modes, and there was that big Earth thing. I don't know what else to call it, right?
Yeah.
There was that event where you could convert your blue modes into like your whatever you wanted.
Yes.
And I was so sad because I didn't have enough accumulated. I had bought all the champions in the game, and
Unlucky.
I did have a little bit rebated because they gave you back some for the runes that you bought, but because I was a one trick and B, I had like some ridiculous runes. Like I was playing gold per minute Carthus spawn
Okay,
Carthus.
for context, this was like quite a while back, right?
This
is
is
like ages ago.
You know,
every time you hit a rune page, you
Yeah.
basically get a bunch of blue motes back.
That is like,
It must have been like 5 years ago, 4 years ago.
yeah, it costs like 6,000 for like one blue mode, or like one rune page, right? And so you had 6,000 for a rune page, and then each you had 3 big rune, right? And those cost like over 1,000.
And then you had like tiny runes.
Yeah, those
like
are so
the
expensive.
yellow, the red, and the blue ones.
Yes. And I recall playing like gold per minute, EXP per minute, and I just played in this spawn, and you can't die, and you could snack Magi's at that time. And so you just bought all Magi's and just pressed R, and that was my interactive gameplay. That's what I thought was fun.
This coming from the guy who only plays Udyr, so I see some parody here.
Oh my
Granted,
god, you're right. Daryl, you're
certified psycho.
you're actually right.
We might have to get you to a doctor after this, but you know what?
Maybe.
We're gonna hold on tight because the broadcast is still underway. Pepega versus Blue Motes, like you kind of alluded to, this matchup is gonna be an interesting one. It is an elimination match, and Blue Motes is one of the few teams to bring out the fasting center. Pepega, I think, still struggling to find their footing. When you do have these new teams come together and kind of struggle to find synergy, a lot of the immediate attention tends to go towards the captain. I say attention, a lot of the immediate criticism tends to go towards the captain, and maybe Leroy might be feeling some of the pressure from yesterday, so might need to reset coming today and draft composition with lower margins for error.
That's something very interesting because you see very often in teams that have a very strong shot caller, a lot of times they kind of default back into, well, quote-unquote, less interactive roles, roles that are not always in the forefront trying to find it out, because that gives more space to the captain to really get, to make shot calls. But you see when Leroy is playing, he's going for the Camille, things like that, he's trying
It's
to
tough.
he's trying to build a lead, he's trying to solo kill his opponent, and it's difficult. Yeah, it's tough to have all of that and be able to shot call at the same time too.
I think an example of this is when we met Hai in Hong Kong the other time, and how he was like, even though he was the shot caller for that North American team, he was playing like jungle, right? And that was a role that allowed you to kind of get your fingers into all the pies and make things happen. So even as a natural born leader, he would default to a role that was significantly less mechanically intensive as compared to when he was playing mid. and then just take on the role as a jungle instead.
So we'll have to see if this is going to affect them, because if he plays a split pusher, of course it becomes a lot easier for him to shot call. He can just dictate the pace of the game while he's in a side lane. But if he's going for something that team fights a lot, it becomes a little bit touch and go.
Yeah. He could also, look to default some of the shot calling responsibilities to his team. I do like when teams divide the kind of comms between the captain, quote-unquote captain, and just the support in general. Any support should be able to shot call to a certain degree, because the game is very much revolved around vision establishment by the support, and how the support plays out the fights together. The AD carry usually makes or breaks the success of the team.
Typical support players. They're just a big ward bot. They just walk around.
I didn't say that, man.
Walk around.
I did not say that.
Walk around.
I love all the support players. You guys are like, wholesome, kind of like making things happen. It's the mid laners and the junglers that are clear psychopaths.
That's actually been a really big recurring topic. Teams that are much more disciplined and much more controlled have a very good vision control, right? That is a big recurring factor and a theme that we've seen with a lot of these better teams.
Especially in SSC, we saw this sort of, I guess, divide between like the tier 1 best of the best versus the ones that were just still kind of struggling. It was the support that was really there to enable the jungler and the mid laner to make the plays. Every time they had the vision, every time they had the control, the game looked very effortless. And also because like the lack of fog of war, we kind of have to like guesstimate stuff from observer view. But based on our idea of the game, when we see the vision being put down by the supports, it really expedites and facilitates a lot of the success.
And we have to be very aware as well, because at that point, it's very easy for teams to dive you. We have seen a little bit of change to make it a little easier to, a little more difficult to dive. But for the most part, very easy to make a dive. So you had to be aware where the enemy junglers were, where the team was rotating. If you didn't know, both sides could be getting dove at the same time.
Pretty much just playing like guessing.
Exactly, and
like,
you just have to play all the way back.
I think he's here, and you just kind of have to overextend. Game 1 into picks and bans we go. Pepega versus Blue Motes. I think it's kind of thematically correct that Leroy, as like the captain and the leader of this team, chose both the Pepega name and the Pepega icon as his team identity.
But that is not Pepega.
Is it not? I'm pretty sure it is Pepega.
No.
I'm not too sure.
I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay, maybe. Wait, let me think.
I'm the boomer here, Grant, and you need to be onto this stuff here. Yes, we
is?
just got confirmation from production. It is the Pepega icon.
Wait a minute.
Look at this zoomer, not even in touch with Twitch chat. Come on, what's going on with you, man?
I do. Well, okay, maybe I'm just off.
Yeah, he's out of touch, guys.
Let's take a look. Senna and Galio banned away by Team Pepega. Blue Motes, they get rid of Lee Sin. Some focus around the economy as well. Senna getting removed here is interesting to me. It kind of feels like Pepega is using it using it both ways. They're saying that we don't want you to play Senna, but we also don't kind of want to play Senna. It doesn't really fit within our team comp, so we are not going to try and first pick it. Well, you want to go for something else, first pick instead.
They need to ban out Gragas and Renekton here. I think if Renekton is open, we should expect both teams to first pick it. Another hot kind of hotly contested pick here is going to be the Ziggs, I think. Both Manila and... I'm not going to read the name, but the mid laner of Blue Motes also plays Ziggs. We've been skipping over that name. We've been trying our best not to say it the whole broadcast. It's not that we, it feels offensive. It's just like unnatural for me to just read out.
The mid laner for Blue Motes has also played Galio, and so that's something interesting. Removing Galio and Ziggs takes away a large chunk of the exposed play pool that we've seen so far from this player.
And the Camille away from Revelia. If you guys didn't know, Revelia is Leroy Wild Rift, so that's a target ban taken away. Now this Renekton is open, Lucian is open. Both of them are actually pretty strong in terms of like opening B1 picks, because you can flex Renekton, Lucian mid and AD and top respectively, right? So I think there is some potential to just go in early with those. Otherwise, you could just take the Gragas here. You could flex it top or jungle, still feel good.
Okay, so first one is going to mean a lot here, and actually
Fiora.
prioritize the Fiora. That's an interesting choice.
Goes along the idea you're talking about. If you're going to be the shot caller and if you're going to be split pushing, it's easier for you to make the comms for your team. Like say, okay, I'm just going to 100% split push this lane down. You guys not die, not fight, right? And then I'll make the call when I need to rotate and when I have the proper wave control. It's a pick that's a lot more suited to Leroy as a captain and what he wants to do for his team.
They choose to respond with the Braum Ezreal, perhaps?
I prefer Braum Lucian here, but this is, like I said yesterday, a very safe lane. If you're picking this, it kind of dictates to your opponent that you're going to be playing mid-top. jungle top a lot more. You don't want to be looking to gank the Ezreal Braum lane because it's kind of hard to set up. They don't have any immediate crowd control until level 5 when they get the ultimate. So it's one of those, like, if we pick this lane, we're not going to do anything here. We're just going to farm and scale up. And Ezreal is going to be low economy, high utility.
I feel like it comes back to the situation though, and if you ask me, in the current state that we're seeing, I feel like Varus could fit in even better than the Ezreal. You know, we look at Ezreal generally as he is quite high mobility, has decent damage, but if you're going to be drafting to this, Varus could have fit just as well. You can still stack the crowd control, and in the similar branch, you know, relatively long range, still able to output damage even when you have low economy. Would have maybe preferred to see that happen. Instead, they go for the Ezreal, and Pepega will respond by grabbing the Corki away.
They could do Corki, Corki Lulu, Corki Nami here would have been both relatively good. Purely for the reason that this lane, like I said, it's like a stalemate lane, right? The Ezreal Braum is not going to try and all-in you, so you want a lane that just scales up. And the Lulu here, the longer the game goes on, the more value she adds to her team as compared to the Braum. Once you pick up like the Ardent Sensor or even the Harmonic Echo, which is kind of a weird pick, not really ideal, but the Ardent Sensor is the one that's going to make things a lot better for Pepega when it comes to team fights.
Lulu has also been very good at empowering these split push, you know, these kind of bruiser, semi-carry kind of champions like the Fiora.
Not just the Fiora, but now your jungle pick, you could play pretty much anything you want. You could play Olaf here, you could play Jarvan. If you really wanted to greed, you could play Fiora jungle and still feel okay with the Lulu support. So it's a facilitator for the composition. It's a very good pick here, I think, for Pepega, as the Gragas falls all the way until third pick priority, but it's still a strong pick. To put it in the Baron lane against Fiora, you shouldn't lose. And they pick up the Pantheon mid for a bit more pressure. So this is what I was talking about, right? Because you do Ezreal Braum, now you have this Pantheon that needs to be focusing top together with the Gragas. So they need a jungler that has like on-demand CC that can catch you, right? I think Jarvan here is going to be good. Vi would be a decent pick here too for Blue Motes to just, you know, play towards the top side of the map.
Interesting choice with the Pantheon. So Pantheon, I feel like could have actually been held to the last pick.
Yes.
You know, if you hold it down to the very end, you could see what they potentially want to bring into the mid lane, and then you can see if the Pantheon fits better as a mid lane counter, and you can still choose for a better top lane, Baron lane kind of matchup. I suppose the question really is how well Pantheon does against the Fiora. I think it's reasonable for the Pantheon, but you can definitely get outskilled very hard.
The idea is like this is a Pantheon flex pick. They don't want to show their jungle too early. They want to see the opponent's jungle first. Pantheon into Orianna is horrible, by the way. You don't get the solo kill to Orianna because most mid laners will end up taking barrier inadvertently, and you need to overextend. So she's going to be able to like soak the aggression, and then Jarvan comes and ganks you and you dies. So the Katarina seems like a better option, I guess, and then they want to play the jungle Gragas and the top lane Pantheon. Still, again, the idea here is going to be top focus. You can roam down bot lane or dragon lane with the Katarina, but there's no ostensible CC. Like, she's just going to jump in Death Lotus and then people walk away, right? So you have to be playing towards the mid and top.
Definitely. Pepega don't necessarily have the best disengage. They kind of have to use the Shockwave a little defensively if they want to get out. But like you said, Blue Modes, they don't have any way to kind of really press the issue. They might be able to jump in. The Pantheon uses the Grand Skyfall. The Katarina jumps in, but that's about it. They kind of run out gas after that.
And the best engage, like the most reliable engage they have is like Flash, Body Slam, but then you're putting your jungler in the middle of everything. If he instantly dies and he doesn't have explosive cast afterwards, you can't really reset the fight.
Right.
So I think this is very iffy from Blue Modes. It's a rich snowbally composition. If the Katarina like gets off the running start, the game feels great. But I think Pepega have this one in the bag because they have a lot of control for the Katarina too. Between Wild Growth, Polymorph, Shockwave, and Flag and Drag, the Katarina doesn't really get a full channel of Death Lotus off, so I'm quite concerned about Blue Mode's composition here.
I have to really wonder if that's what they were trying to go for. You know, really, the Katarina does seem like it's meant to be skill expression, and it could be something good if it's just a BO1, and so they try to get a bit of a cheese win. You know, you bring in some unorthodox strategies, that could be the case. But if you think about it in the context of what we've already gained from Wild Rift gameplay, a lot of times you have the jungler, the Baron laner coming in to crash your mid wave, and Katarina does not excel in these situations where there's someone pressuring her.
Neither does Pantheon, to be honest. Like double melee trying to crash the wave sounds like a horrible idea. Imagine them just sitting there getting chunked out by Orianna, and anyone that walks in. Fiora is okay, like it's
could
still
bring in
melee.
the Lulu.
You could bring in the Lulu, you
Right.
could bring in like the Jarvan if you really wanted to, just walk in Dragonlance if you wanted to. Like
Yeah.
there are a lot of things you could do, right? And this Pantheon Katarina feels a bit iffy to me. Side note, by the way, production, this background music is extremely banging. I'm loving the vibes. Awesome stuff. Let's keep on this the whole day. This is a big mood.
Okay.
This is Sunday vibes, dude.
Sunday vibes.
I love this so much. Yeah.
That's right. And what a better way to play a Sunday, or spend a Sunday than to play some video games and maybe get some blue modes.
Get some blue modes if
Yeah.
you make it all the way through, though. There is a caveat,
Well,
right?
they just have
to win this at
They have
least,
to win
if not-
this, and I think they have to win the next lower brackets. I think maybe they're pretty close.
At least this.
At least
The minimum bar would be here. Yeah. We're not mathematicians. We're just casters, you know. We're not going to calculate it.
Some people are.
Some people
Some
are both,
casters
right?
are, yeah.
I think Quickshot is really good at that. He does all his stats and stuff.
Right.
Grant is just the talky, shouty guy. I'm the guy who plays people. That's about it.
Yes. There's no need for that. Mathematics are too abstract for me. As we get ready for our first game, it's Blue Modes versus Team Papega. This is the lower brackets quarterfinals. The winner of this will go into the semifinals, where they will play against the losers of our next two BO3s. Those BO3s will be Renatus versus Banana and Noblest Gaming versus Aphrodite Gaming. So stick around so you take a look at which teams will join our champions in the playoffs. Here we go.
For now, let's take a look at Papega versus Blue Mode's elimination game here coming in for both teams. Do or die. If you lose here, you're out. You're going to have to take an early Sunday lunch. I guess a late Sunday lunch then. Unfortunately, everyone's just going to have to do takeouts because dine-ins are not allowed anymore. Feels bad.
I feel like this is a very specific thing for, I guess, the Singaporean players.
Yeah. This is the push coming in. You can see Karine is getting shafted already. The Fiora is the one that actually comes in, not the Lulu, but she has to take the L in the first wave, and as a result, the Orianna is able to rotate into the jungle and get vision of the enemy rip buff. So what this means is they know that Pantheon started on the bottom side. They can fully plan out his path here, and based on the timings, Revelia as well as Scripter and Chiu can kind of play aggressive and defensive at the same time at varying times.
And we've seen a lot from teams to kind of force a mirror situation, and so they would start the red side. They know that the opponent's running red, and so they could confirm they get a Skull Crab. But right now, playing towards the same side means that when the Skull Crab is available, you're directly contesting against Team Papega for this.
Yes.
And they have so much more control on the lanes right now. You look at the position coming out from Ravella, directly harassing the Dragons, forces them back.
He knows the timing here. Even the Jarvan's putting the ward over because they know that this is when Allwalk is going to be doing his rip buff. So he's getting initiative and priority, waiting for the Pantheon to walk in. Remember, this 1v1 favors Jarvan a lot more. After the Pantheon uses his full suite of skills, if he doesn't get the kill, he cannot sit in that sustained fight.
Look at him walking all the way around.
He knows he's
back
routed.
down to the bot side. Yeah, he realizes that he cannot contest that one, and so he loses a lot of time here because while he's doing this gives Jarvan the chance to go for a full to clear his camps, to counter jungle, get some space and tempo.
Exactly, that's the best read, you know, Brandon. The fact that he did 2 clears on the bottom side and they had to walk top and got denied the crab means he effectively only cleared half his jungle. He's only that, you know, half as strong as Jarvan right now, who's making the rotation towards the Crux, who, once he picks this up, level 5, he could force a fight onto the Pantheon and win straight up. Take the big Crux, get level 5. Does Momo auto? No? Okay. He's like half a creep away from level 5.
I mean, they both are. Yeah, both are just about to hit 5.
Only because he came in for the steal.
Yeah, so we're at a very good point right now for Papega in this early game. They don't really quite press the issue, so nothing too much gain, but at the very least, they put the Pantheon a little bit further behind, and it's quite critical that the Pantheon is losing out on this level 5 window. He cannot make a big play yet to set up before the Dragon spawns.
And remember we talked about like Ezreal Braum as a bot lane just doesn't really want to do anything. In terms of CS, they are keeping very relevant, like gold-wise, all about the same, if not slightly ahead. The attention from Blue Modes has to be shoved towards the Gragas, towards the Katarina. They can't really do that right now with Pantheon behind because joining in a 2v2 when Pantheon is behind feels like a suicide mission, right? So he needs to get something on the map first before he joins in the Katarina/Gragas fights.
So it looks like they're trying to make that thing happen in the bot side. But, of course, just see Scripter and TrueIS recall. So Kaiser and the game count not really able to gain too much more off of that.
Manila doesn't need to go for the all-in here. All he has to do is just shove the wave and farm. because eventually he's going to outscale the Katarina purely off the virtue of being ranged. He'll be able to clear the CS much quicker and much more effectively than Katarina.
I believe this is also a lane swap, or kind of role swap for the Gragas and Katarina.
This is true, yeah. Originally, I believe it was the Gragas that was playing mid and Python playing the Baron lane, but they swapped it up, so you are correct.
So it's interesting that they have this kind of adaptation. The players are more comfortable with certain certain pickups. So do you see a bit of a gank to the top side? Rivella will be posturing forward, but with the wave crashing in like that, it's difficult for the Gragas to find anything done.
He read the wave well. He knew that Pepega's Baron lane was going to be pushing up, but they don't have the control to thin out the wave and then go for the gank. So again, it's a bit more time wasted. He's still able to get mid prio, but now with the Ocean Dragon up, Pepega actually do have control because they pick up the package. Austin is level 6 and he's gonna have like the initiative on this, whereas Allwalk is just super far away. He's like on the opposite side of the map, so they can just burn this down.
Okay, Pepega the one to start up the Dragon, and Blue Mote's watching. Just giving them the chance to start this one away. Pantheon coming in with the ultimate. It's going to be the Katarina joining as well. Shockwave does not connect. Instead, the Java will secure the Dragon. They get the Catapult on the back. Still looking to buy some time and space for the rest of his team. QIS has to flash over the wall. Revelio joins in, but goes down as well. It's 2 kills to Blue Motes.
1 for 2 trade there. Pega picking up the Ocean Dragon, and that's actually really good for Python because he's able to get some assists here and there, and you send the goal in the direction of the Gragas and the Ezreal. This is a bot lane that needs to scale. It's very safe. It's low economy, high utility, right? Picking up the Mana Mune this early on allows him to move in towards the Frozen Fist, pick up a couple of plates as well. Do note that this is full tank Gragas, so his impact in the fights is literally just to sit in the front and hit as many body slams as possible.
We've seen the impact of full tank Gragas can be very difficult to deal with. So most thankfully they have the Corki, some form of mixed damage, plus a Gatling gun does provide decent amounts of armor shred.
Problem with full tank Gragas is his wave clear is like horrible. He never gets lane prio. He just has to sit there and take it while the wave bounces into him. So he's never going to get lane prio. The upside is it's really hard to dive him. So even if they go for this, he might not die because he has so many tools to escape.
Turret destroyed.
Blue Moons does manage to get the first turret. Vega trying to respond up in the Baron lane. Rotates. Coming through Rivella in maybe a bit of a bad spot here. Turret going down quite quickly. That's going to be the Cats. Get a knockback back on the Corki. Corki's looking low. Has to flash away. Use the Valkyrie to get some distance too. Python pops the ultimate. The Wild Growth gets to knock up Manila. Standing strong in the face of Blue Moles. They force them away, but they're running low in HP and mana, so both teams have to back off.
Very timely Wild Growth there to cancel the Death Lotus from Python. If you got the full channel off, I think he would have gotten the full reset and cleaned up the fight. So Pepega always playing with the threat of this Katarina reset at the back of their mind, saving at least one spell to cancel the Death Lotus. Use the True Shot Barrage to check the Herald, whether it's been started up yet. Turns out the answer is no. And the rotation from Blue Modes, they actually have the AD carry and support just sitting in mid, shoving the wave out. This is just a ping-pong situation. Like, neither of these AD carries are going to get lane prio, so the wave is just going to bounce back and forth. It's what you do with the time when you push the wave out that matters.
It was a very good setup by the Gragas, but it was difficult for the rest of his team to kind of output that damage that they needed. It was a little bit too early. You see the Rift Herald started up. It will be Austin that gets the Rift Herald. They jump back here with the Glacial Fissure, gets knocked off onto the job, and that's the recess coming through. Python getting a lot of damage off, jumps back onto Manila. Last few auto attacks will find it. He goes down, and despite a great Death Lotus, will not be able to convert that into too much more. They do get one more exit kill on the Scripter. So Blue Modes, they lose the Rift Herald, but once again come up ahead and kills.
It's still very early in the game, so a fully channeled Death Lotus is not able to pick up 3. But what it will do is lower the health bars enough for your team to come and clean up. And bear in mind, there was him just, one member sitting in the front, dissuading 3 members from walking in. So that's still a win for Blue Modes with the Katarina. Now here comes the Fiora.
Grand Challenge already sets the pace. The gaming count looking a little bit low. The Shockwave will pull back Kaiser. Kaiser has to dash away with the stand behind me. They pop the Rift Herald and trying to break open mid lane, but this might be a little bit
awful one.
Yeah, a little bit too over-ambitious. Don't think they're going to find much more off this unless they look for a dive. The Cavs will separate the rest of the team. Manila a little bit far forward. Now they jump back in with Python setting the charge. He leads them in, but Health Bar's looking low on Blue Modes. It doesn't deter them, doesn't stop them. They still manage to find more.
Pick up 3 kills, and at what cost? They threw down the Rift Herald and tried to force the issue. We're unable to pick up the mid-tier 1. Pepega just a bit too greedy on that call. I think throwing down the Rift Herald and then rotating down to control the Dragon would have been the better play, forcing Blue Motes to deal with the Herald instead, but they stick in for the fight. The explosive cast splits Pepega up, allowing Python to come in for the cleanup. 2-1 and 4. Once he picks up that Gunblade, things are going to get a lot worse for Pepega.
Important for them to get some control before this Dragon was, unfortunately, they couldn't get the turret, or, like you mentioned, hold it while they wait for the Dragon to come up. It's just important thing to know as well is that a couple of the key summoner spells from Manila and from GYS are gone. This could make a bit of a difference.
They just need to hold on to the exhaust. The exhaust is going to make or break this fight here for Python, as we can see Fiora coming in. One more hit gives the reset on the Grand Challenge, and he should be able to pick up the solo kill.
Removes the Dragons from this fight, so that's a pretty nice pickup. Does force Blue Motes to kind of have to respond to the side lane, cannot really just go for the Dragon right away unless they decide they can.
This is a bad idea. I mean, even though it's a 4-4, I don't know if they can fight this. I mean, they do have the control in the river.
Okay, Austin probably wants to jump in here. The Shockwave, they try to slide this up, try to set it up for the steal. They barely miss out of it. 200 HP left for the Dragon. Meanwhile, Revella still finds time to get the turret on the top side. Blue Motes have to find something better in response. They do get the Dragon. And I have to wonder, is this worth it for either side?
A mistake that these teams keep making is they try to steal the Baron from steal these objectives from across the wall.
Right.
What you should be doing is grouping up and walking in together, as opposed to using your skills to close the distance, right? By the time you flag and drag over the wall, you have nothing left in your toolkit, and the enemy just suppresses and pins you down.
Suppose he has still had... I think he used the Blast Cone,
yeah.
But even then, they didn't manage to calculate the damage right. And it didn't seem like they were in a position where they should be going for the steal. They were... You know, they might have lost a couple of team fights, but in reality, they're not that behind in gold. They can still get a very nice combo off, and I think that's what they've been neglecting.
Blue Motes here. Gunblade's already completed for Python. You can see that the Frozen Fist also done for Gaming Cow, so this is as strong as they'll be in the next, 1.5 minutes, which is when... which is why they need to be fighting. They need to be forcing the issue here. It's tough. They need to bring the Gragas along to start these 5-on-5s. Remember, I said the only reliable crowd control they have is a flash body slam into explosive cast. Apart from that, you could use Grand Skyfall, or Grand Starfall rather, but it is very predictable.
They do manage to get a package. Scripter has used it previously around an objective they wanted to try and get. I don't quite see what else they're going to find here. The pace of the game slows down quite a bit, especially with Revella not being able to directly solo kill the Gragas again.
Blue Motes also is very bad at sieging, just because they have like only one ranged champion in the form of the Ezreal. They rely on kind of wiping the enemy before they can walk up to any structures, and this is why they're kind of baiting Pepega into a fight. Pepega's checking this, they have the vision tools, they might just see the recalls coming in. Kaiser.
Oh my goodness.
Just a second too late there.
Right on the edge, if they were just a little bit closer, that could have been terrible. Austin, I felt like could have maybe used his Demon's Insanity.
He used it to check the brush that Manila's in, but
okay.
Manila should have thrown the ball over because he used the command protect onto Austin instead.
Interesting way that plays out. Blue Motes will never realize how close they were to death there. Well, unless they watch the VOD.
That's a clencher for sure. As you see, Baron is up. Lane swap's coming in. Previously, it was the Gragas that was playing towards the bottom side. Now he's going to swap up top. Knows that he needs the power to be... he needs the presence, his presence to be towards this top half, just in case they want to force a Baron.
You need to be aware of that. Can't exactly just give up so much control there, especially because they still have the outer tier tower in the Baron lane. They do definitely want to be there to prevent the waves crashing in and deny the enemy from being able to take it.
If Blue Motes don't force anything now, like within the next 1 minute, they're going to fall off, because eventually Orianna is going to get to a point where she will not be able to get one shot from Katarina, and she's going to turn around the fight with the command shockwave. In addition, Jarvan is just getting tanky and tanky right now. He's moving towards the Force of Nature already. If you can't kill the Jarvan and you can't kill the Orianna, there's a severe lack of damage on the Blue Mote side. So I think they might have missed their window. They have like another minute at most, and this is the weakness that we saw yesterday when they played the Fasting Center. The game went like 26 minutes. They had all the leads, but they were unable to really push the advantage.
And this is despite the fact that they do have some forms of engage. And Pepega are relatively bad at getting disengage off.
He's gonna die here.
Okay, looking at the Pantheon, there's a Grand Challenge being used. As we see, still has the Guardian Angel and survives a little bit longer, and now we do see Dragons running in as well. Pops the repulse, sets it up a little bit. Good damage coming back. Rebellion has to flash away. They start the Dragon this time instead. They realize it's a 4 versus 3 at worst, and Python, he should be jumping in now. The Wild Grove is going to be a little bit too late, but it's a nice shockwave onto the 2 main carries of the enemy team. Blue Boat's looking a little bit bad here, even with the Cataclysm. Actually, they turn things around. It's a big double kill with the Ezreal. He's an item ahead of the Corgi. Won't get bursted down. In this meantime, Fiora continues the split push.
That fight would have been a lot better for Pepega if Scripto wasn't stuck inside the pit. If he was playing on the outside, he would have been able to shred down all of Blue Modes, right? But his positioning was a bit weak there. He had flash and heal. He should have just flashed out and joined his team and took that 5-on-5 or 4-on-4 rather, as we see Revelia just consistently split pushing alone. It's really tough for Blue Modes. I think they missed their window already. That was a full channel Death Lotus from Python, by the way. That Wild Grove was unable to interrupt it, I believe, so...
Yeah, Wild Grove didn't interrupt it. I think it interrupted like the last half a second with
he got most
wave,
of it off,
right?
yeah.
Like 90%. Like even then, couldn't kill.
And he got on the backline. That's the ideal situation. You get on the backline of the Orianna and Lulu. If you can't one-shot them, your window is closed.
Exactly. So despite being able to get such a great position off, wasn't able to convert that into any kills. And if that's happening, the Katarina has really missed that window. So we also start to see some defensive item options come through for Team Pepega. You see the Hourglass
very
picked up by the Corki, and so that's a very clear indication that he doesn't want to get one shot by the Katarina here.
Locket from the Lulu, like the Locket enchant, was something we didn't talk about, but that additional shield it's so good because Death Lotus does AoE damage. If you shield everyone in AoE, it reduces the overall damage of Death Lotus. So it's actually a very value enchant here coming in for Chu.
Very easy for Revel to continue split pushing during this time. He doesn't have to teleport though, so that is going to be something you have to take into consideration.
Austin should just fight this here. Orianna's behind him. He can go for this.
Looks like they might be trying to do that. Aqua will end up taking a decent amount of damage. The Gargoyle Stoneblade gives him a little bit more HP, but there we go. They set it up with the Cataclysm. They pull him back in, lock him up, and they try to jump back onto the Gragas, but it's going to be a little bit too difficult to press the issue with Python joining in as well.
This is the right play. They hold the recalls. They stop them from going back. Meanwhile, Revelia is taking the inhibitor. So handshaking the bottom fight is so good for Pepega, and now they're forcing on the Blue Modes who are caught between a rock and a hard place.
Also easy for them to keep on pushing on, just looking for these last kills. Revela will go down to the game cow. Instead, the rest of his team still chasing after Blue Modes, forces them back. They do manage to get the inhib turret, and so this means they get some control on Baron as well.
This is the right play because their enemy jungler is dead. They can get control of this if they want to force it down, but they're worried about the Katarina jumping in because she has Flash as well as Death Lotus, right? So being stuck in that pit, taking the Baron is a very greedy play, but Revelia dying there is completely fine. He gets the bottom inhibitor, that's not going to respawn, that's always going to have pressure there. And Pepega now have unfiltered access into the Baron pit because bot lane is super minions all the way.
And they just have to send Fiora to the other side. It's very easy to keep on split pushing, get control, and now they just siege through mid as well. I mean, mid is still relatively standing all the way, right? They popped the Rip Tower early on in the game, weren't able to take the turret. But it doesn't really matter for Pepega because they have the split pusher that's been able to convert the advantage, convert this lead where they have been very tight in gold. They put it mostly on the Fiora, and the Fiora has done wonders with it.
Not Harmonic, excuse me. The Guardian's Vow can be picked up from Lulu here, so adding a bit more of that protection. Do want to point out that Infinity Orb is done for Python. I don't know if that's really going to change things. His substantial damage has really fallen off. You know, there's a window within like the 10 to 13 minute mark where he was good. Could have fought. 17 minutes in, everyone is too tanky right now. You have Gargoyle Enchant onto Austin, who has completed Force of Nature, double Zhonya's enchantment on both the carries, and Steric's Gauge done for Revelia too. Like, honestly, at this point, who are you going to pop? Is it going to be just the Lulu? And even then, is it worth it? I think Blue Modes, they missed their window, they waited too long, and they don't win the 5-on-5s with the Katarina anymore.
A lot of the damage that Katarina has is from shredding resistances, right? Having to set up for herself to deal with the magic damage is what they've been mainly focused on, as Blue Modes looks like they're in a bit of a tough spot because the Shockwave will get the front line, looking to bring The Pantheon down pretty low, still has the Guardian's Angel, so he gets back alive, but not with Revella in the back line, trying to end things off right here and now. They managed to find a great spot with the flank, moving in, they get the double kill for Austin. They're still trying to jump back onto Python, but with the Death Floaters, he does stall things out. The Greg is still looking very tanky, prevents Pepega from finding more, but he gets some good tempo there.
In the meantime, the top inhibitor did go down, so this forces Blue Motes to just recall and deal with the wave coming in. Even though that fight was, you know, as even as 50-50 as you like, Blue Motes still come up behind because they lose the inhibitor, and now Pepega can reset and just take this Elder Cloud Drake because there's 2 waves of empowered minions running in. We saw there how on the exit portion of the fight, Python was only able to clean up 1 person of the Death Floaters, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but Blue Motes, the timing is over. They need a miracle fight if they want to win this game. It has to be a perfect Death Lotus into 5 members and full reset coming in for Python. Otherwise, it's just no-go.
Right. Oh my goodness, you're jumping in, trying to steal it, but I don't think that was the right decision. You made a bad call, my friend. Python tries to save his ally, but they're both gonna die instead. It's a double kill for Scripter. Now they're gonna walk into the bot side. They already have the Elder Drake. They don't even care about the Baron. They could just push the issue right here.
They're also making a play towards the mid lane because they know mid tier 1 is still up. Yes, the respawn timers are about 40 seconds, but it's not enough to close out the game, I think, because you still do have the wave clear of 3 members, so push mid tier 1, take the Baron, take the high percentage win play, right? Not the instant win, but the high percentage win one. And it's going to be the Baron now because with Katarina up, this Baron feels very iffy. If Katarina did, this Baron is great.
Easy Baron pickup. So there we go, Pepega. They get to take this one for themselves and are 1 step closer to getting this game win.
They just split up the map. You can see Revelia on this Fiora towards the top side, going to be split pushing that half of the map, whereas his team was centered somewhere else. Oh, they could just set the waves up. And I want to go back to our point earlier during the draft phase about why they first picked the Fiora. You can start to see the value of the shot calling coming in when Leroy is on this split pusher, right? They're a lot more coordinated when it comes down to playing the map. Multiple times they would like spread Blue Motes very far apart, cancel the recalls, and you know, Revelia's just split pushing. Oh, jumping in though, the Pantheon is in the middle of the fight.
They get the lockdown, the Scripter. Revelia will come in to provide some support. Kaiser gets shred so quickly, and the Shockwave finally comes online. The damage with the Orianna is too great for them to handle. The exhaust onto the Ezreal with 1 more auto attack should find it. It's gonna be Revelia to secure that last kill. They continue on to the Gragas. He might have armor, but he has no magic resist, and that should make Pepega get this win.
Timing just missed again by Blue Motes, and we talked about this yesterday towards the end of the broadcast. They were playing that 26-minute Senna game, and in multiple points during that game, they had the lead, but they were unable to press the advantage, and their opponents were just like kind of, you know, giving them the win.
Yeah.
This time against an opponent that knows how to capitalize after your window has closed, Pepega just shred them and eliminate them from the tournament.
You can't play so defensively, man. You have to be the one,
especially for Katarina.
I feel like I'm getting into some ideological stuff. Take matters in your own hand, control your own destiny,
manifest.
As you let the opponents run amok, do what they want, and it works fine when you have an infinitely scaling composition, right? Previously, we saw they were the ones to play the Fiora, they were the ones to play the Senna, and when you have that infinitely scaling composition with a split push threat, by all means, fine, you can make the arguments, play the 40, 50,
not
60 minute games if you want. Not on Katarina, not when the Katarina needs to make a play to make it happen, because like I was trying to say earlier, Katarina has been building to shred resistances, not necessarily to do damage, because without that, he isn't going to do damage either way. It's like chicken and egg problem. This is why when you generally have a second AP damage source and pairing it together with Katarina, it's so effective this time around. You see the Gunblade building towards the Rabbit.
Also, I think the itemization is a bit weird. You shouldn't go Liandry's. You need to go Gunblade first, then instant Infinity Orb just to capitalize on your mid-game power spike. Because of the itemization being a bit weird, Python was a bit late to the curve and he was unable to shred down the opponents in the mid-game. So all in all, it's just a compounding amount of factors that led to Blue Motes kind of losing this game.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate. Blue Motes did give it their best shot, but I think they are just shy of the Blue Motes.
Yeah, just shy, unfortunately.
Let's take a look at the highlights from this past game as Pepega take our first win of the day in his set against Blue Motes. Pepega the one to start off the Dragon, and Blue Motes watching. Just giving them the chance to start this one
Pantheon.
away. Pantheon coming in with the ultimate. It's going to be the carry joining as well. Shockwave does not connect. Instead, the Dragon will secure the Dragon. They get the Cataclysm on the back. Still looking to buy some time and space for the rest of his team. QIS has to flash over the wall. Revelio joins in, but goes down. Damage coming back. Revelio has to flash away. They start the Dragon this time instead. They realize it's a 4 versus 3 at worst, and Python, he should be jumping in now. The Wild Grove is going to be a little bit too late, but it's a nice Shockwave onto the 2 main carries of the enemy team. Blue Boat's looking a little bit bad here, even with the Cataclysm. Actually, they turn things around. It's a big double kill with the Ezreal. He's an item ahead of the Corgi.
Calls, they stop them from going back. Meanwhile, Revelio is taking the inhibitor, so handshaking the bottom fight is so good for Pepega, and now they're forcing on the Blue Boats, who are caught between a rock and a hard place.
Also easy for them to keep on when he gets back alive, but not with Revelio in the back line, trying to end things off right here and now. They managed to find a great spot with the flank, moving in, they get the double kill for Austin. They're still trying to jump back onto Python, but with the Death Floaters, he does stall things out. Oh my goodness, you're jumping in, trying to steal it, but I don't think that was the right decision. You made a bad call, my friend. Python tries to save his ally, but they're both gonna die instead. It's a double kill for Scripter. Now they're gonna walk into the bottom. Scripter, Revelio will come in to provide some support. Kaiser gets shredded so quickly, and the Shockwave finally comes online. The damage from the Orianna is too great for them to handle. The exhaust onto the Ezreal with one more auto attack should find it. It's gonna be Revelio to secure that last kill. They continue on to the Gragas. He might have armor, but he has no magic resist. And honestly, a pretty nice win for Pepega, and I think this is definitely going to bolster their spirits a little bit. You know, they dropped down into the lower brackets, unfortunately, but with that next win, this does push them just a little bit closer ahead. I want to take a quick look at the brackets from my own side to see where they kind of dropped it, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, they lost to Noblesse. We saw that set yesterday, 2-1. It was a very close game. Either side could have taken it away, so Team Pepega, of course, this does give them a little bit of a morale boost.
The miracle run for Leroy. I bet he's super hype on his stream right now. He's just like, let's go! Let's get it, boys! And you know, I think that morale boost, like you mentioned, is going to be very important. He is a bit more of an emotional player when I watch him stream, so this kind of, you know, emotional uplifting effect, having the momentum is definitely going to work well for him. When it comes to the rest of the tournament.
Great for gaming personalities, right? Being able
very
to
emotional
showcase, And we do have our next set to the moon versus. I was going to make a terrible joke.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, so I was like,
but you know, this is, you know, I'm going to skip past that.
yeah.
But our next set is going to be to the moon versus OK.
Yeah.
The winner of that game will play against Renatus. Well, the loser of Noblesse and Aphrodite. Right.
Yes,
And this is interesting for me because whichever team wins here, I think versus Noblesse and Aphrodite, whichever team wins here will end up facing one of the stiffest competitions in the game.
Yeah, both of them look really good between Aphrodite and Noblesse Gaming. I mean, they're both kind of like returning teams in a sense. They played in the summer qualifiers.
Yeah.
Noblesse with an unchanged roster, and Aphrodite, formerly known as Big Dirty Golems, but this is the reforged version where we brought a couple of new members in. Both of them look very competitive, very solid, and between To The Moon and Team OK, I think they fancy an uphill climb here.
For Banana, at least for me, it should be a no-brainer. You have such an experienced roster. This is a team that should go all the way.
Right.
But when it comes down to the rest, now it becomes a little bit more murky. It's not so easy to determine which team is going to be able to take the win, which team is going to make it deeper into the competition. And when I look at Noblesse and Aphrodite, this is a peak example for that, right? Both sides have a very good chance to. So To The Moon versus OK, I think we've talked a little bit about this off air, but we favor To The Moon a little bit more. Team OK has had some issues cleaning up, and even when they subbed in their previous jungler, bring Lustrous back in the mid lane, you know, it doesn't really feel like that is going to be the change that's going to really bring them back in.
When Lustreless wasn't playing, the macro play was a bit shoddy. I think I called it out when their opponents were taking like objectives and they would try to swap, you know, strength on the map, but just not get enough right. And slowly but surely they would bleed out gold, and their opponents would eventually get like a 200 gold lead, a 1k gold lead, a 2k gold lead, and then by the point they realized that they're behind, it's too late to fight. So I think that was the big issue without Lustreless. When she was subbed back in, the team looked a lot more decisive, but that's also because they were able to play an aggressive jungle mid duo, right? I believe it was Ari Lee Sin, and that was great for them. Ari Lee Sin is very good at controlling the river portion of the map. They were able to double crab their opponents, so in that sense, they look a lot better. opposite team OK, To The Moon is a returning team comprised of two of our summer qualifier teams. I believe one of them being Team Lao Jiao and the other one being $1 Lighters, right? So they kind of mishmashed their rosters up a little bit. So we still have Ludai, Hangster, and Trox in the roster. And then Sabo has been added in from $1 Lighters as well. And Sabo has been playing fantastic in the Baron lane on that Renekton.
I want to give credit to both sides because, you know, To The Moon, they might have ended up dropping their game in the upper bracket, but you have to understand they played up against Banana, and Banana is an incredibly strong team, and so dropping down is not unexpected. Team OK, you know, they had a very dominant performance against Victory, and that kind of sets the stage for them. You know, we get some idea to how they can play and what their upper limits are. So right now, I want to say that both sides have a pretty good shot. I'm going to lean a little bit to The Moon, you know, because I want to see them stocks grow.
Stocks.
But both sides honestly could take it away, especially in this BO1. It's so easy for them to pull out something different, and with how diverse and how many well, just honestly how big their kind of player pool and champ pools are, you know, we could see a different shakeup come in, and that could catch the opponent off guard.
Between day 1 to day 2, the meta has not really developed in a sense. And what I mean when I say that is teams haven't really kind of picked up the power picks of like Lucian, of the Varus, of the Senna. Some teams have caught on to Senna. Lucian has been very sparse, and so has Varus. And I think as we approach, you know, the midpoint of the second day of our qualifiers, teams should start picking that up. They've all recognized that Renekton's OP, so it's you know, it's good for me. At least you know that Renekton's a really strong pick, and the fact that Camille, Galio, and Gragas have been highly contested is no surprise either. You look at the other regions, there's a lot of focus on those three picks, but the Renekton, Senna, Lucian, Varus have all kind of risen to popularity. It hasn't caught on just yet.
It's starting to get a little bit more attention, a little bit more focus, and that's kind of what we're looking to see as it develops into. It needs some time to really settle into the meta, because these are some ideas that have been borrowed over from other regions, and you know, as much as we like to harp on them, what we see generally is each region will develop a bit of its own meta, and then they will adopt what works best when they start to see it and be played against it. It takes some time. And it's like herd immunity, right?
We're starting with this.
Yeah, all it starts is the first guy. The first guy just needs to get vaccinated. He needs to understand how to play Senna Lucian, and then that will impact the next game that he plays. And then now you have two people, and then they spread it to the next, you know, two spreads to now 4, and so it increases exponentially as all the teams get to know about it.
So using the analogy of herd immunity in Wild Rift, okay.
Yeah, so it goes both ways.
General reminder, if you haven't gotten vaccinated yet, just do go hit on down to get your jab. I believe Brandon is fully vaccinated.
Long ago.
Yeah, long ago. This guy is ahead of the curve, right?
Absolutely.
Extremely ahead of the curve.
I have not turned into a zombie.
Not yet. You've got the 5G in you, though.
Yo, yeah. You don't have that? Yeah, I get the, I can transfer my thoughts.
I'm waiting for my second jab. So maybe when I finish or when I complete my second jab, we can, you know...
Oh, I can't tell you about that until you have it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like the
at the end of the jab during the 30 minutes they brief you about it. So this is the side effects you experience. Voices in your heads.
It's the shining.
Oh, it's the shining. Waiting for players to load into the Moon versus OK. Again, another elimination match. Unfortunately, one of these teams will be having an early end to the day. Team OK struggling so far into the Moon. Like you said, playing a very tough opponent early on in the bracket. Of course, if they continue on, if they succeed in this best of 1, they will stand a chance to make it all the way to the top 4 and potentially represent, well, not represent yet, but you know, play in the playoffs later on in the end of August.
Getting into the playoffs is honestly a big jump already. You know, we talked so much about this before, but you know, it's honestly a very nice progression. Going from summer to the SSC into fall, you get a very nice buffer. For the professional players, you get consistent competition so that you can keep yourself warm, but also there are some breaks. As you can see, they will directly skip the qualifiers, and so they get a little bit of leeway to rest up and prepare. And for teams that did not qualify for the SSC or for the playoffs, they will get more time to watch, absorb, and learn, and then get back into fall season.
I think that kind of brief window of rest and recovery is very important for pro players, because burnout is such a terrifying thing. So we jump into the draft. It's going to be To The Moon versus OK. To The Moon on the blue side and OK on the red side. The image not really fitting in with the name. I feel like thematically that's a bit of a Doge, but maybe they're hoping that Doge goes to the moon. Elon Musk made a tweet this morning. I just checked it out.
He did. Well, didn't they say something? Didn't they have a similar icon for the last the last for summer season? I kind of remember.
I feel like there was definitely one team with a Doge.
It wasn't $1 lighters, but was it
TOG? I think
they
TOG.
did have,
TOG
they did have a
Doge,
Doge, right? Nice to see some familiar faces back, and let's take a look at the
Big
picks.
fan of the Doge. I mean, nothing wrong.
Let's take a look at the bans here. So Fiora getting removed straight outright. I think this has been something that has become a recurring trend for Team OK. They have a very strong Baron laner, and so for a lot of teams, you want to get rid of those options. And once you do, things become easier to deal with. You can respond to the rest of the team and the rest of the game in a much simpler way once a lot of the Baron lane options are gone. Hoping to see either the Renekton or the Camille ban here, and then you take the opposite instead.
What is the second ban from To The Moon? It's a little tough.
Fish. No, sorry, Nami.
Nami, right? Okay.
Not fish. Another fish thing.
Equally seafoody.
Yeah, equally fishy. I was thinking fish-ish. So yeah, it's going to be the Nami.
Okay, Nami ban here. They probably saw Clara playing it, but I think the real threat from Team OK is the Zyra Khan, right? So ban out Galio. Meanwhile, on the side of Team OK, Lee Sin, Ziggs. They need to take out Renekton here. Otherwise, I think Sabu is going to first pick it. However, I'd be okay with Team OK picking Zyra Khan in response to the Renekton as they ban out the Camille.
This is interesting. Banning the Camille here means you give over the Renekton, and what does this leave you? Probably Darius?
You could play Darius into the matchup. You could play Lucian if you really wanted to, or you could play Garen.
I think that's a little bit too big brain for them. We
Might
still,
be a bit
we have
too,
still yet to see a Lucian Baron lane without Legion yet.
Gragas is open, so they could pick that one up. Again, Gragas being a flex pick. It's one of the few matchups that feels okay going to the Renekton. You still take an L. Even if you build full tank, you still take an L. But you have that disengage potential when it comes down to team fighting. You have that flash engage with the body slam. So I do like the value of the Gragas here. Response needs to be Zyra Khan, I think, from Team OK.
Yeah. Something they've been very proficient at.
Good job. Yeah.
They developed this as a bit of a trademark for themselves. We saw them previously play an Ezreal Braum game. It didn't really pan out in their favor. Zyra Khan has been much more forgiving for them, and
especially
Team OK are the ones to really pioneer that.
Especially when Galio is banned out, Zyra Khan, like I talked about yesterday, has no real counters. Like, there's no hard matchup when Galio is banned out for the Rakan, short of maybe Alistar, but then you have to play something like Alistar, Kai'Sa, maybe Lucian Alistar to kind of deal with the Rakan. So it feels like they will be going for the Lucian here. A lot of physical damage coming in, considering that you have the Renekton and Lucian. They'll probably lean towards a Twisted Fate here for To The Moon, just to make sure that they can put pressure on the Renekton lane. Orianna is also a decent choice if they wanted to go for it.
I think To The Moon is not shy to play the Lucian in the mid lane depending on the matchup, and so this is also kind of a nice flex pick for them.
But then you have triple AD, so it's like, yeah,
sure.
I mean,
but you could, nobody's stopping you from playing some kind of AP mage bot.
Fair enough.
Right?
You could play Jungle Gragas AP.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be too bad, I think.
We've seen Noblesse support Dying also play a full AP Gragas support, and that has been decent setup for them. OK will respond with the Jarvan and the Darius, and Darius, we've seen how that works in the Renekton matchup. Jarvan just aligns their composition to respond to what the enemy team has.
Triple AD now, so we need to finish this off with... so it's not going to be support Gragas, instead it's going to be a mid lane Gragas coming in, so AP Gragas like you said. The Braum here with the Lucian is a very strong bot lane. Even though it doesn't answer Zyra Khan as well, it doesn't lose as hard, right? I think you still have some kill potential if the Zyra Khan overstep, if they're not careful with how they're spacing. The reason Zyra Khan is so annoying to deal with is because level 1 they have the attack speed steroid, so they clear the wave very quickly. Level 2 they have a free engage in the form of like the grand entrance and a disengage because Rakan can slide back, so there's no real way to punish that. However, if you are able to hit the double tap with the Winner's Bite onto the Rakan, there's a kill window there, as they will finish off their composition with the Orianna. This seems about right. You have Jarvan Orianna, very good ways to set up for the command Shockwave, and you can put the ball onto the Rakan too. I do like Team OK's draft just a little bit more here.
Very important to mention with the Lucian Braum matchup against the Zyra Khan is that Braum's unbreakable wall will stop the feathers in front of you.
True. And
so if you don't over-aggress and step forward, you actually manage to deny a very large portion of the Zyra's kit. Yep. So that's a bit of an interesting mechanic that could pan out well for To The Moon. It does prevent them from going as aggressive, which denies a little bit of Lucian's utility, right?
It also blocks Featherstorm. So again, it comes down to like, is the Braum player conscious of this? Does he know whether he can do this? Again, it comes down to skill. Like, some people as a default would just throw out Unbreakable whenever, right? But you need to recognize like, hey, Featherstorm and the Feathers themselves are much bigger threats than auto attacks coming in.
Yeah. So we'll have to see if this is going to pan out in the favor of To The Moon or Team OK, especially Team OK being such big proprietors of Desire Recon bot lane. You have to expect that they understand most of these matchups and they are the ones to take control in this Dragon lane. As we just are about to get ready to spawn into the Rift, this is our second BO1 in the lower bracket at the, I believe, the quarterfinals. It is To The Moon versus OK. Pepega has already taken that win and will continue on into the semifinals of lower brackets where they'll be meeting their opponents. They'll be playing later today.
Yep.
We have 2 BO3s in the upper bracket as well.
And then based on the losers there, we would check out who makes it all the way to the lower bracket finals. But they will not play the finals, unfortunately. Yeah,
we're gonna skip past that.
Let's skip all that. All the
here.
good stuff will happen during the playoffs. The playoffs.
The best
this is like the hype before the playoffs. Should be jumping into the Rift soon. Also, do want to point out during the draft, I think that Team OK, in terms of like, if you just take the nameplates off, their draft is, in my opinion, a lot better. But execution-wise is where it might fall apart, because if Shasha on that Darius just like solo dies, the game is over. Like if Renekton gets big alone in the lane, maybe if Xin Zhao comes for a gank and Renekton gets a hit, they have no answer, they have no counterplay to the Renekton. So I think a lot of this is going to be based on the Baron lane matchup, but if they can come out a hit even, the competition is actually pretty good.
It does take them a little bit of time to get Orianna to a point of power, and so they want to scale up, they want to take their time to get there, so very critical. Team OK play around the Baron lane very much so. As we spawn into the Rift, they are going to step on top of a ward, gives the opponent some intel on where they are, and so they won't. Oh, actually, it's going to be To The Moon that step on top of a ward, and so that gives them some information there.
Here comes the mid clear. Exilus actually going for the Electrocute Dragon's build, so he wants to go for the one-shot trades against the Orianna. There's some other builds. You can go for Summoner Eerie or you could go for Grasp of the Undying, but this is the one where you're looking for Body Slam, Auto Attack, and then Barrel and then just walk away. Very
important for the Gragas to receive some support from the Renekton, because otherwise Orianna will take full control of the lane early on.
Xin Zhao starting bottom side means he wants to path up to help Sabo snowball, and there you go, your Electrocute coming in. He has Ignite, so he needs to be very careful. Kenny might just solo die here, even though she does have Barrier.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming through. Probably wants to grab the Honey Fruit to kind of top up before this next exchange. We do start to see an interesting path coming out from Shockdar, playing towards the top side, maybe trying to make something happen against Sabo. You can see this is a big benefit of splitting EXP early on in the mid lane. You can see Sabo's already in the EXP lead, despite the fact that Shasha was taking solo EXP in lane. So this is an adaptation that teams need to recognize and to understand the benefits of.
Level 3 to level 2, and now the junglers going to meet each other. Good audacious charge in from Chashu Bao.
Still maybe looking for a little bit more, but it's difficult because Shockdar should still have a flag effect to get away. Just going to trade sides, move towards the bottom one instead. Ludai going to be in a tough spot. Just watching as the enemy team picks up this Skullcraft.
They could actually fight this because they have Braum Lucian, so there's a lot of CC here. They're posturing like they want to go in. This forces the smite out from Shockdar.
Okay, Chasubao, he's back in position. He gets spotted up at the same wall that spotted them out before. They get some more information towards the blue buff. XLIS, he's coming in as well. Puts them away. Okay, they use the wind, becomes lightning, and the audacious charge to get over the wall. And that's a small window that they have, but instead Orianna is going to make a recall, come back up in base. This means it heads over to the moon, and To The Moon's going to start with a 3 buff.
Look at the mid lane here. It's very sacrificial of Exilus to just not farm his wave, instead freeze it outside the tier 1 and then make the rotation over to the enemy blue buff.
A little bit of a rasp while trying to make the lane break open, while trying to break open the lane. Bot side does see a little bit of an exchange. Claria has to flash away. Not flash away, it's actually going to be Ludai putting the heal.
Still, this bot lane going the way of Desire Recon was able to get the Blade Caller back there, so it seems like Ludai not reading the matchup that well, right? Not putting the Unbreakable up to stop the feathers from coming through. It's punished there.
But no flash, sees the audacious charge, but wind becomes lightning, it will come through. The damage is likely going to be enough. One more attack on the Gragas will find it. Instead, Orianna goes down. A great way to get the board.
25 health, barely survives, and Exilus is coming back in. I don't think he wants to walk up into Shockdar. With Ludai and Chashu Bao here, they should be able to push the wave out, reset it, and Sabo is doing very well against Shasha. No solo kill just yet, but able to build up this EXP lead and potentially gold item lead as This lane extends out. 3,000 to 2.6.
Okay, crippling strike comes through. The damage is there. Forces the flash away from Sabo.
I think he could have popped the Dominus and actually taken that fight, but then again, the stacks from Lee was there. Too many hemorrhage stacks gives damage, innate damage to Shasha.
So IS stepping forward a little bit, but detects something awry, and so he walks away. Very nice timing in this. This is a bit of the ebb and flow of the game. People can just always sliding behind there.
Bit of a late Rod of Ages coming in from Exilus. You normally see it about 3:30, as early as 3 minutes. It's 4 minutes and he's yet to complete that item, so scaling will not be in favor of To The Moon just yet. You want to get that as early as possible because it does tick on. Meanwhile, Team OK have the initiative on the Dragon. They have the ultimates as well. Candy Burn has Shockwave, so don't think that To The Moon can contest this. Very good proactive play coming in from Team OK.
Does mean they lose a lot of tempo towards the Baron lane. You can see them walking over to break that open. We've kind of discussed it before, especially as Alliance would want to pioneer this, giving up the first Drake, going straight for the turret because the amount of gold that you get in exchange is honestly, frankly, quite worthwhile.
Cloud Drake is not the most impactful too. If it was a Ocean or Inferno, you kind of have to contest that, but giving out Cloud Drake for immediate gold towards Sabo is ideal because Sabo is going to be the one that's anchoring the side lanes, right?
Here we go. You see the knockoff. You get a lockdown back to Chasubow. Do not manage to get a grand entrance. Get a knockoff back onto the Xin Zhao. Instead, look at the back. You see a lot of damage on the Aya. She's going to go down. Even with the Venom Spell, one more attack should find it. Gets the Blade Recall. The slow, the aggression coming out To The Moon, but it doesn't save them. OK, lose 2.
Chase it for a little bit more there. Now they have 4 members. 5 members around this mid area as Sabo makes a rotation back to the top side. Joining in that fight with the Dominus is what really made the difference, and because of all that gold did go to the Renekton, he feels like a champion and a half. Standing in the center of it all with the Dominus and the Ignite with the Black Cleaver now. 5.2k gold, the highest in the game. Slightly ahead of Chasubow. Remember during that pause before the game, I said that this the success of To The Moon would be based on the performance of the Renekton. It's starting to run away with the game, so this is getting tough because Team OK don't have an answer to a fed Renekton. It could be Shasha. Eventually, Renekton's just going to shove her out in lane and take the structures.
This is what I was concerned about, and I was wondering if you were willing to give away the Renekton. This might be a situation where you give Renekton and take Camille instead, or you take whichever one comes about, but instead OK with the ones, if I recall correctly, to ban away the Camille. And so you end up in this situation where you're forced to play Darius against Renekton.
With Herald being started by Team OK, but in this choke, they need to make sure good apprehend into 2.
Nice combo coming through. The damage should be enough. Actually, they get away before Shasha can use it all. The Sabo wouldn't be target focus now. Has to flash for the wall. When becomes lightning, and now the Audacious trying to jump back on the Candy Bird. Candy Bird losing a decent amount of HP. It's a very technical Renekton in the front. They try to use Redemption to set things up, get a bit of a top up, take away a little bit of help from the enemy team. As Shasha finally finds her footing, almost takes down multiple opponents to get the bird coming through. Sabo and Chasubow just barely surviving with very little help.
Still wasn't there in that fight, so you don't have your consistent DPS, and OK punished To The Moon's hubris for checking that Herald, a good apprehend to start the fight, followed by a 2-man grand entrance, keeps To The Moon at arm's length and allows them to pick up the mid tier 1 and the Herald here.
They have found those 2 additional kills. This could be a very different game. OK is trying to build up some tempo and momentum. To The Moon made a very critical mistake by not being there to prevent this. OK, that is very
Second
scary.
time this happened today, huh?
Very scary. Next dragon is spawning up, going to be the Inferno.
You have to fight for this one if you're Team OK. Your composition is going to be lacking damage as the game goes on, so the Inferno is going to make a big difference. Same thing for To The Moon.
Oh my goodness, Lulai ends up inadvertently walking into the flagging drag, gets knocked out by the stun. I'm not sure if Team OK are going to continue on the pursuit. Looks like that will not be the case. Lulai gets away safely, but that was a little bit dicey.
To The Moon with this 3k gold lead, or slightly less than 3k gold lead. Like I was saying, if you are Sabo and Hingster, again, you also do want this Inferno, so this Dragon is going to be high priority for both teams as the all-in comes in. Immediate exhaust from Aya.
Very nice choice to use the exhaust, forces the flash away from the Lucian. The child will manage to connect. The blade caller will not do very much, but Orianna comes down in for posterity. They get the kill, and now looking at his turret, Inferno will spawn up in 15 seconds, and Lucian should not be able to respawn in time.
They could dive Blue Dye here if he overstays. He saw Shock Dart there and decides to back off, so tier 1 going down. Team OK equalizing the score a little.
Okay, they're actually looking to recall instead. This is an interesting choice, especially considering you've managed to get some decent control with Shasha pushing away XLIS. Also, now almost getting the jump on Ludai.
All they need to do is just posture around this area. They don't really have to start their Inferno just yet because they have the AoEs to control this fight, whereas XLIS does not have explosive cast. So if they commit in, they don't have a disengage, but they do have Shockwave and Featherstorm, so Team OK actually better in this fight.
Do have the Glacial Fissure to the side, so that can make a big difference. To get a character, to get a lockdown on the Lucian. Lucian has to dash away. But take a look back to Shasha. Shasha losing a lot of health very quickly. They steal away the dragon to the moon, take a big fight. And Team OK did not respond well enough. And so To The Moon continue to press on. Still perhaps looking for a little bit more chip damage on the exit. They get a very nice low pick up there.
The fight was really bad for Shasha there. She instantly melted at the start, was unable to get off the Noxian Guillotine. And a large part of this is the itemization from To The Moon. I believe they all picked up some degree of grievous wounds. I definitely saw Sabo have one. And yeah, no, just Sabo's, right? So sitting the center, just denying the heal coming in from the Renekton from Darius makes it very difficult for Shasha to stay relevant in these fights.
I mean, it's pretty obvious what happened, right, Hungry? This is something that you always preach about. They went down there, got Hangster, expended a ton. They took away the Xayah ultimate, they took away the Rakan ultimate, Orianna went down as well. They expanded all of these things, and in my mind it was an easy call because you were immediately supposed to start the dragon, try and take it away before Lucian can join to the fight. Instead, they delay it.
You should have handshaken the fight afterwards.
Exactly, and because of that, you saw To The Moon had everything available to them. The dominance bought them so much time in the front, and they had no way to respond to the Glacial Fissure and the Crescent Guard. Just a very easy setup for the To The Moon, who took a very nice handshake fight.
Gonna regain this 3k gold lead here for To The Moon. Baron is up. They don't really have any objective to speak of. So what is this? What does the best player do now if you're To The Moon during this downtime? You need to be split pushing and setting the sideways, forcing Team OK to miss out on collecting them, right? So you have Shasha on the bottom side, and then you have Hingster on the top side, whereas Grag is just going to be clearing the wave and potentially finding an engage here if the Orianna steps up. Remember, because they have this extended range, they can just do this.
Yikes, ends up being the target of focus To The Moon. Collapsing 3 men strong. A lot of damage onto Ludai, but it will not amount into anything more.
They get mid tier 1 here, I think.
Should be able to convert this into mid tier 1 with 4 people coming strong, collapsing onto this mid-side Sabo by the flank. Spots out Shasha. Good damage as Aya tries to set the fight up. That's the character. Big lockdown and tons of damage. The Blade Recall forces them away. Hangster looking low. 2 down side To The Moon, and they overextend. They get a little bit cocky.
The area control coming in from the Cataclysm and the Featherstorm cannot be understated. Once they're stuck inside that AoE, the Blade Caller is just going to rip you apart, and I think Team OK, they recognize they had the power there, even though they did not have Candy Burn. So, To The Moon overreaching. Both teams just kind of misplaying handshakes a little bit, not really understanding what the real objective is, instead taking these 5-on-5s in a very messy fashion.
Despite losing the dragon, honestly, this hasn't been a bad game for OK at all.
Yeah,
that fight was definitely a little bit disparaging, but actually we see a bit of a repeat. Candy Burn once again stabs forward, but it's a 3-man shuffle. Let's see the damage to follow up. They're getting some good damage back. Charge Yumbao. One lost auto tagging will be the Glacial Fissure that connects and takes the kill instead. Multiple flashes, but from To The Moon's side as they get away. To barely survive there.
That's a jungle for mid laner. You take that if you're To The Moon any day of the week, right? Just killing Candy Burn prevents her from picking up her items. You can see she's so far behind 1-3 and 3. She would have loved to gotten like a death cap at this point in time to start the fights and feel impactful, but she's so far behind compared to what the Gragas can do. Even though Gragas is low economy, the explosive cast and the body slam are reliable engage tools, right? These are things that you can consistently use to make sure that your carry is safe, make sure that the Renekton is able to get things done in the fight.
Something happened, and in a good way as well. Team OK now walking towards the dragon, perhaps trying to posture towards it, get some vision control. You can see Claria being the one to set up some vision.
They only have one ward along the Raptors, whereas To The Moon, they've already dropped one inside the pit. They need control of this river entry as well. Clara's going to be playing point guard here.
Candy Burn is very far away though. I don't think that's exactly where you want to be. Sabo is on the other side of the map as well, but he has the teleport. Could be the difference that makes.
Clara does need to just hold on to this choke and not allow To The Moon to walk in. Force them to use their spells to go over the wall instead of walk through, right?
Okay, round 2. We've seen this before. We've seen what happens. To The Moon going to be nearby. Team OK that wants to start things
Finishes
up,
it
but the
back
Dragon going down so quickly. The Vision will come through. Nice effort had to pull them away.
Oh no!
Once again, they steal away. The Dragon Shock Dart gets caught out. The shot went to the back, buys them some time, delays them. Cataclysm sets up a roadblock, installs them, but it won't be very much enough. Nice exhaust to prevent the Lucian from getting any much more, but even with the Feather Storm, I don't see them getting anything else. Audacious Charge gets knocked up. Chasu Bao still in the midst of things, trying to force a fight, making something happen. Shasha will get stunned up, and the rest of her team leaves her to die. She just cannot get anything done. Team OK lose Dragon and lose the Darius.
I think the mistake there from Io was popping the Feather Storm towards the mid lane as opposed to the choke when they were getting chased in. That was a bit too delayed, and she felt the urgency, she felt the need to kill someone after they lost the Dragon, and they will pay the price there. Shasha will go down, a 1-for-0 trade, and another steal coming in from To The Moon. Team OK, in these objectives, these 50-50 coin flips, they've been flipping wrongly every time.
I mean, okay, so 50-50, right? Twice in a row. That's like 25%.
No, well, that's a fallacy. 50-50 twice in a row is still 50-50.
Oh, really?
Yes. Regardless of how many times you flip, it's still 50-50.
The situation is 50-50, right? But to lose two 50-50s in a row is 25%.
No,
right?
no, it's still, trust me, it's still 50-50. I'll explain this to you during the break, Gordon, I swear.
Okay. I obviously did not pay attention in math class. Let's see what To The Moon have in store for us, though. You know, they're setting up towards the Baron. They've gotten some control. Now, Team OK are trying to clear out, get some control and tempo where they can. This is looking pretty good for To The Moon. They start to scale up. They're finding the damage on Sabo and Hangster. They've managed to... And even Chasu Bao has also become quite tanky and is able to deal with threats relatively well.
Keep your eyes on the Xin Zhao. He's going to be the primary engage in the X-List with the follow-up together with Sabo. I like this kind of core trio, diving in and keeping pressure. Chasu Bao knows his job is to hit when becomes lightning, and then if it's a prime target, Audacious Charge in, Crescent Guard, make things as chaotic as possible and ignore the damage coming in.
Pretty good tempo and pacing from To The Moon to not overextend, push anything they don't have to. Instead, wait for the Elder Drake to spawn up, because once you have that, whichever one you get, be it Baron or Elder Drake, is infinitely valuable for you.
Yes.
You know, you don't have to overcommit for either one. You just play it slow and force Team OK to make a misstep while trying to face check into you.
Sabo's Renekton is out of control right now. No one on the side of Team OK can really deal with this. Even Shasha being sent down to kind of just clear the wave does not want to engage Sabo, right? So what this means is Sabo has priority. He's going to be pushing up, where Shasha, she needs to defend the wave coming in, so Sabo can always act first.
We did see Sabo use the teleport in that last exchange, but with how well they've been able to play it, taking it slow, should be up for the next fight they're trying to exchange for. Shasha will not be the one to go for the teleport. Instead, gets the Gargoyle Stoneplate. So, very different principles and ideologies. Wanting to be in the front line, where Sabo is willing to split push and join in the fight again because of how far ahead he is, can make that alteration.
That's also because they don't have a true tank. Oh, good jump here onto the Braum.
And this might be the only target they can really take down right away. Ludai does manage to flash over the wall, gets over to safety. Hangster unloads the culling and backs off.
Back to your earlier point about the Gargoyles, the fact of the matter is Team OK only have Shasha and Shock Dart as tanks, right? And Shock Dart is not very tanky, which is why she needs the Gargoyles Enchant to be a front line. Whereas To The Moon, you have Gragas, you have these Xin Zhao, and you have, you know, Sabo himself. So doesn't really need the Gargoyles Enchant, can play a bit more macro-oriented with the teleport. Okay, they're gated by their resources and what they have, which is why, you know, she can't take TP.
Oh, we're going back towards the Dragon. This is going to be another 50-50.
Out of the mountain, 50-50 again.
Team OK have put a lot of emphasis around the Dragons, whereas To The Moon, you know, are more than happy to allow Team OK to start it up, and they come in for the sweep, and it's a very different playstyle compared to what we've previously seen, because like you mentioned, just group together, walk down from the other side, as opposed to trying to jump over the wall and make something happen, because there's always going to be a disconnect between you and the rest of your team. If you move together as a unit, you increase your odds of being able to take it and to take a good fight by it exponentially, and this time it is going to be Team DM that start off the Dragon.
look at Exodus and how he controls this choke, right? Whether Team OK are able to walk in is going to make or break this fight. TP coming in, the response from Sabo.
Sabo wants to join. The redemption is going to be used. Aya is so far away from the fight, cannot join in. No damage being output at all. The Cataclysm will give them a good spot to be in, but Shasha already almost dead, has to flash away. Aya running away from Sabo. We can see the damage from the Renekton is too great for them to deal with, and so they've jumped back onto Kalaria. That is going to be the audacious charge with the kill, and it's a team ace as TTM take 5.
I called it. Look at how they control the area. Exodus with a beautiful explosive cast to split the fight up for Team OK. They're unable to regroup, they're unable to stay as this death ball. I think this is going to be the final push coming in for To The Moon. They don't need Baron, they don't need the Elder Mountain Drake, they just need to go down, hit the Nexus, and advance forward in the lower brackets.
Great win for TTM against Team OK, and this is one that was pretty tight up until that late game. Once you started seeing both the Baron and the Elder Drake come up, it was too difficult for Team OK to hold on to both, and so they had to choose if they give away one. Ultimately, they chose to... They were a little bit greedy. They wanted to keep both. So you can see them reset position towards both sides so they could react quickly. Instead, what happens is they were in a bad spot to TTM. TTM were the ones who started it up. They cannot repeat that same effect.
Yep.
So very nice win for them then. This is what I was talking about. You know, they may have dropped down to the lower brackets, but you have to remember who they dropped it to. It was against Team Banana.
And that is a very strong team, which we'll be taking a look at later today. TTM, however, putting on a great performance. I think Sabo on this Renekton definitely had a lot to say for himself. Let's take a look at the highlights of the game of how TTM will advance forward in the lower brackets.
Knockout, they get a lockdown back to Trust Brown. They do not manage to get a grand entrance, get a knockout back onto the Xin Zhao. Instead, look at the back. You see a lot of damage on the Aya. She's going to go down. Even with the Venom Spell, one more attack should fight against the Blade Recall to slow the aggression coming out To The Moon, but it doesn't save them. OK, lose 2. Fisher and 2 signing, so that could make a big difference. Get a character, get a lockdown on the Lucian. Lucian has to dash away. But take a look back to Shasha. Shasha losing a lot of health very quickly. They steal away the dragon. To The Moon take a big fight, and Team OK did not respond well enough. And so To The Moon continuing to press on, still perhaps looking for a little bit more chip damage on the exit. They get coming strong, collapsing onto this mid-side Sabo by the flank, spots out Shasha. Good damage as Aya tries to set the fight on. That's the character. Big lockdown and tons of damage. The Blade Recall forces them away. Hangster looking low to the side To The Moon, and they still in the midst of things, trying to force a fight, making something happen. Shasha will get stunned down, but the rest of her team leaves her to die. She just cannot get anything done. Team far away from the fight, cannot join in. No damage being output at all. The Cataclysm will give them a good spot to be in, but Shasha already almost dead, has to flash away. Aya running away from Sabo. We can see the damage from the Renekton is too great for them to deal with, and so they've jumped back onto Kalaria. That is going to be the audacious charge with the kill, and it's a team ace as TTM take 5.
I call the Moon. They don't need Baron, they don't need the Elder Mountain Drake, they just need to go down, hit the Nexus, and advance forward in the lower brackets.
I mean, it's a nice pickup from To The Moon. You know, they played it right from the draft. You immediately saw it. I think Team OK, we could both agree that it looked like a slightly better comp. Both sides had very good ones.
Yep.
The only criticism I had was maybe I would have preferred to see the Camille, but you know, we've seen how well Shasha can play the Darius.
Yeah, the Darius
well.
is...
It's not bad.
It's a pick that can do well against the Renekton. The problem is early on, they didn't set up for Shasha to kind of have a good matchup, right? We talked about the EXP differential early on, and that gave Sabo that lead that he needed to really control the lane. If Shasha was given more resources, maybe the game turns different, but at the end of that, I can see the difference when the Darius shows up versus when the Renekton shows up.
Yeah, I felt like the Camille could have done especially well because you're playing for the Orietta composition, could have helped to deliver the ball into the back, maybe lock down the Lucian a little bit better because Lucian can ultimately still dash away from the Cataclysm, you know, but he cannot get away from the exit ultimatum. So either way, a good attempt from both teams, and To The Moon will continue, and they will end up facing the opponents, the loser of the game between Noblesse and Aphrodite Game. As we go into a quick break, after that, joining us will be Renatus and Team Banana playing out in a BO3 in the upper brackets, continuing in the Wild Sea Icon Series Fall Season Qualifiers 1. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Don't shoot me.
Captain Chemo on duty. Let's do it.
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock.
Dust 'em, Pix.
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift C Icon Series Singapore Fall Qualifiers. And as always, I'm gaming this one. With me is Hungry Cast. We have just discussed very heatedly about
It was a big discussion.
our 50%,
Yes.
the 50% statistical thing.
Yeah.
And the conclusion is we now understand.
It was a miscommunication.
Yes.
So my idea was like, regardless of how many times you go for it, each new objective is still a 50-50
Yes.
coin flip. Granted, it's like, if you're taking in the grand scope of things, in order for you to fail twice and thrice and like 4 times in a row, each time gets tougher and tougher, right?
Yes, that's right. So unfortunate, but you know we've gone beyond that game.
We're
now.
we're not statisticians, man. Come on. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Well, with that being said, we have our next game, Grenadiers versus Banana, and all of this has been brought to us possible because of our sponsors, 100 Plus. You know, when you get to, you know, I was listening back to the VOD. I was listening back to the highlights. I feel like the stuff that I'm saying is like a fever dream.
Boy.
Like it just is so wild. Like I was talking yesterday about how you can have like a helmet or like
the Shark Tank pitches, right?
Yeah, right. With like the way it feeds you drinks.
And then after you clutch, it gives you like more to pump up your blood
like
sugar or
you,
something.
You know, when you're low, you know, because that's the thing, right? You know, your reaction time, everything. It needs glucose, it needs sugars in order for you to be able to perform. That's one way you get there. You know, you get some 100 plus, and then you just get a sip. As for the specific amount, that one I cannot tell you. I'm not a nutritionist or a statistician or whatever, or a number of other things. And another thing,
we're not a lot of things.
We're
We're not a lot of things. Suffice to say.
But you know what I am now? I am now the gaming chair sense magician.
Yeah.
Yes, because as I was saying yesterday, with the new line of the Evo 2022 Secretlab Titan chairs.
Yeah.
You can now have so many customizations.
You can min-max your setup.
You can min-max your setup, and I am now the magician. I am now the ultimate.
What was the Shark Tank idea again? You crowdsource information and data ethically and legally, unlike some other companies, and combine them to get the perfect idea of what a game sense is.
I wouldn't go that far. Ethically, well, it doesn't matter. I will creep into their homes. This is bad to say, right? But I will find out. I will watch their streams. I will watch their broadcast. I'll see this.
Okay.
This chair looks like it's tilted back at a 24-degree angle. Then
Right
his
in your
lumbar,
little notebook.
his lumbar looks like it's a little
clicks.
bit 30 clicks up. Then you get like their body height, you know, and their weight and measurements and everything, and then you can sell this as a
Consumer data, right?
That's right.
Basically, the Secretlab.
That's right.
I'd say I don't feel very safe about that. I feel like sitting next to Grenadiers makes me a bit more worried.
Oh my goodness.
Udyr player only plays Carthus.
Udyr
Confirmed
Carthus
psychopath.
player. It's after you spend so long, like you're playing the game, but you're not playing the game. You get a little bit delusional. You know, it's like
you're sleepwalking through the game.
It's like what's that movie that with the volleyball Wilson?
Oh,
Castaway?
Castaway. Yeah.
Castaway, right? You know, after a while, you're like playing your own thing. You're like in your own deserted island. You kind of start.
So
talking to
you're
yourself.
saying you're Tom Hanks on a deserted island.
When I play,
And I'm Wilson. Is that
no,
what
when I
it-
play?
Oh, okay.
well, I hope not. That would be very
Solid
bad.
dream.
When I was playing, like when I play video games, you know, you get in a bit of a fever dream. You know, you're just kind of there, and you're talking to yourself at that point.
Next thing you know, I'm just gonna offer you like a blue pill and a red pill.
Oh boy. Can you offer me like the regular, the zero?
Yeah, offer the regular and the zero. What's the
because
difference?
I would always take the
same
regular.
result. It's just when there's no sugar.
I would always take the regular.
Fair enough.
To be fair.
Next game, Grenadiers versus Team Banana rather, and we haven't seen Team Banana play at all, but that is going to be a treat for us because it is a team made up of ex-League of Legends PC pros from the Team Sovereign, and at one point in time, all of them have played on it. I know there are some names that are very familiar to you because you are friends with them as well.
Yeah.
So it should be good to see how they perform. I wonder if the pivot has been good for them because so far in terms of their performance or their track records in this Qualifiers 1, they have not dropped any games, I believe.
They are still relatively early in the competition, but you're right to say they have not dropped any games. They've been able to keep going with the tempo that they've had. Very nice to see, especially for a team that is supposed to be filled with veterans, filled with experienced players. You don't really want to have them dropping games. Well, I wouldn't say exactly just nobody, because we did see them.
But in an open qualifier.
Yeah, in an open qualifiers. In the playoffs, totally understandable, especially when we've seeded some of our best teams directly into the playoffs.
That is true.
You know, we kind of have a certain expectation for this team.
That is true.
And so this matchup against Grenadiers. Grenadiers, on the other hand, have also come in very strong.
Used to be known as Celestials, and
Yes.
then they brought in a couple of players from other teams just to get a mismatch roster from summer qualifiers, and this time looking a lot better, a lot more decisive. They also have, you know, Wild Boar from Impunity, so there's going to be a bit of a grudge match here because I believe Scarlet Petal is going to be playing for Team Banana and Wild Boar is going to be playing for Renatus. Of course, Wild Boar changing his name to Silver, playing in the support role now this time. So two ex-Impunity members will be facing off in this best of 3, and judging from their performance in the Summer Super Cup, I could see why the roster kind of went their separate ways, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't have the best results overall, so unable to make it out of groups, and this is why maybe the players left to find greener pastures.
You know, with Renatus, they've been very good even in their previous team as Celestials. You know, we've always talked so much about how well they've been able to draft, how quickly they are at learning and adapting to new things and new changes in the meta, and this is something that we've seen very that has been able to carry through even with the new iteration is Renatus. And so if there's any team in the competition right now that has a chance to take a game or two away from Banana and maybe continue in the upper bracket, I would put my money on Renatus. Right, you know, they have a very good shot of making this happen. Banana,
it's the team that's probably the closest to Banana right now in terms of skill. I think they played through 2 qualifiers so far. This is the 3rd one, and they've kind of gone from strength to strength. I think the improvement has been quite impressive so far. So we are going to hop straight into picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen. Renatus on the blue side, Banana with a very fitting logo on the red side. First we head to the moon, now we have Banana. Next is probably going to be some variation of apes, I guess.
But that's like a bunch of bananas. I feel like there should be an S there. This is very...
So a banana?
A banana. Yeah. I figured they're just sharing the one banana. As we do see the first ban come through, a little bit hard to see, but it's going to be the Rengar.
Yeah. And then the Lee Sin response here coming in for Banana. I wonder if Fiora Akali is going to be highly prioritized again, because if it is, that should leave Gragas, Galio, Camille open. So this time pivoting away in terms of what they want to do here. A Kha'Zix ban coming up against Banana, so a lot of jungle focus.
Yes, that's something very interesting. A lot of jungle focus actually. Now we see perhaps the Java being banned as well. We are reducing the pool significantly. I mean, at this point, what else can you really get rid of unless you're going to say ban away the Xin Zhao?
Camille is fine. Xin Zhao, if you really want to target jungle bans, you could do Camille. She does flex into the jungle, but albeit not very well. Ziggs here is going to be the choice for Renatus, and the final ban for Banana. They need to pick very wisely, because even though they do get 2 prio picks, they have to ensure that they get a fair trade, right? So they figure the Camille is going to be the biggest threat regardless of what Renatus picks up. They could give over the Gragas here and then pick up Renekton +1 for themselves. Renekton Senna is... I mean, if they give the Gragas, they could do Renekton Senna. I don't mind that at all. Renekton Twisted Fate is great too.
Not that much intel given to us to really get a good idea of what Banana are likely to play. They're actually going to go for the Galio early on. Could give us some indication.
Galio Rakan, so it's going to be Galio mid, and normally we never want to like early pick Galio Rakan because you want that flex potential, right? You want the ability to send the Galio into the Dragon Lane, but this time they just show all their cards. They're like, yep, we're confident whatever we're playing is good. We don't have to disguise anything.
Especially when the Galio is picked, it does well against Rakan.
Yes, I was about to say, like, denies the counter pick potential for the Rakan matchup. So now you have Galio mid, Xayah Rakan. Renatus here with the Renekton and Varus. You know what would finish or like make this composition even better here? Is Senna would actually feel really good because you have 2 beefy frontliners, assuming it's going to be a tank jungle Gragas.
Yeah.
Varus Senna has such good sustain and poke and hard engage that it makes the Renekton very powerful. So they go for the Alistar.
Some form of engage would definitely do very well here. I mean, Senna could still potentially be an option, but instead they look likely to go for the TF in the mid lane.
Okay.
Round it off with a little bit of pick potential, some control there. Well, you know, TF similar principle actually. If you think about it, right? Long range, get some crowd control, and gets a little bit of zoning pressure for Renatus.
I also pointed out that Alistar is the other champion that could deal with the Rakan when Galio is removed from the pool.
Yeah.
In terms of just what he does and what he brings to the table, the very immediate hit butt counters Grand Entrance, and then you have a full up CC to lock down the Rakan. So I think this is a matchup in terms of like this support matchup that does go better for Alistar. As we see the TF Renekton focus. So Renatus, they want to be playing towards Nico a lot more. I think he's had a standout performance yesterday. This TF Gragas Renekton needs to be on point, needs to get the top side going, and against the Akali, who has the invasion of the Shroud as well as the Shuriken Flip to escape, you can see this being very dicey, very tricky as well.
Yeah. Akali versus Renekton as a matchup is going to be difficult, and you know, I'm quite curious with the Wukong pick. I mean, it's thematic with the monkey going bananas.
Yeah, fair enough.
But even with this Wukong, I was curious why Xin Zhao was not something that they might have wanted to go for, because it feels like, yes, you know, you have the Cyclone and it can kind of pair up well together with the Rakan, but at the same time, the initiation, the tankiness, you know, the dueling potential from the Xin Zhao just seems ever so beneficial for any team that wants to try and go for it, even with a composition like theirs.
They might be leaning towards more, I guess, AoE control in conjunction with the Rakan. They might feel as though there's anti-synergy when you use Crescent Guard and Red Entrance. You know, like you don't want to split them up before you rally them together. So the Wukong makes more sense for the Wombo combo. When you have Rakan going in, Wukong follows up. That might be the general game plan coming in for Banana. Although the early strength definitely, like, Xin Zhao excels better. Wukong just has that better team fight overall. Also, when you look at the engage coming in, you have like the Galio to stack up on top of the Wukong and the Rakan. So if you're gonna like combo Xin Zhao and Galio, it doesn't feel as impactful.
And the jungle matchup is honestly pretty okay for the Wukong.
They shouldn't be fighting anyway.
If it was a more aggressive jungler, I think Xin Zhao would have been the better pick. But because it is going to be up against the Gragas, you know, they don't really run that risk of directly trading and losing these exchanges. So we have it. Our first best of 3 of the day. It is going to be Renatus on the blue side versus Banana on the red side. Neither team really going for anything too crazy, but they have taken the adaptation to crash in the mid wave early on. The red card will definitely do wonders for them.
I do like early red card just to get the lane prio going, and it should give Nico a window to just back off. Throw the red card onto the Galio, who doesn't have the magic shield just yet. He's going to have to collect the wave. And Delusion here should pop that Scryers and spot out that Vendetta is on this red buff.
Interesting choice for the Gragas to actually start up with the Raptors. Looks like alone especially. They do get some information back on the Gragas, and so now finally on the red buff, a little bit of a delayed start in the buffs. We'll have to see how this impacts it. A bit of a different jungle pathing this time around. Wow, very nice harass out the Watermelon.
Even though you're in the Shroud, you could still get hit by Call the Meek, so that's the big problem here for Watermelon in the Baron lane. By the way, Watermelon is iNitrogen, if you guys know him. He used to play AD carry. Now he's swapping over to the Baron lane, so going up against Nico. Gotta keep your eye on the Rage Bar. Once he hits 50%, he's gonna be able to go for the all-in with the Call the Meek as well as the Ruthless Predator, which is why Watermelon is playing very carefully here. In addition, Nico also taking Fleet forward to make sure that his sustain is up, so he can go for those all-ins.
Could go for the dive if Watermelon was running Ignite, but instead going for the barrier means it's a little bit more tricky. So we do see them trade Skelly Crabs. Renatus gets a little bit more information towards the top side. Banana gets a bit more towards the bottom side around the dragon. First one going to be Inferno, and that's so critical. I think Banana just barely will come ahead when they hit that level 5 mark with the ultimates they have available.
Interesting that Silver goes for the Phase Rush. Traditionally in the past, before Phase Rush was introduced, you go Aftershock, but now you have this movement speed, Red Entrance onto the AD carry.
Nice re-engage on the paint. He's losing a lot of HP, takes a lot of damage, tries to drop the E1 last time. Does barely survive there, still holds on to the heal, man. This guy has some real courage to hold on to that.
We'll be able to back off too, and like I said, this is the... Oh, hold on. Might be looking for a flash auto here. He's going to be able to basically time some pain. Makes it back home safely. Here comes your Destiny into the bot lane. Good engage on 2 members.
Beautiful double knockup, and now they're looking for Scarlet Petal. They get the stun as well. A couple more auto attacks. A spell might be enough. We do see Gabe hovering by the side and maybe trying to make something happen, and barely misses out on that. Delusion still holds on to his flash, and so could potentially go for this additional kill.
And Pain immediately rotates up to mid to collect the wave that Delusion sacrificed to Destiny to the bot lane. So very good use of the ultimate. The first ultimate coming in from Twisted Fate is always very important. Setting the tone for the game now. Delusion picking that up, controlling the pace.
No time lost for Renatus at all there.
3-minute Rod of Ages. This is great coming in. Remember I talked about how you ideally want to get it 3 minutes, 3.5 this time on the earlier side. So he's going to be pretty tanky by the time the first dragon fight begins, or even the first herald for the matter.
Silva's really going for the ultimate dive in your face kind of tech here. Gets the rocket belt, has the phase rush. Going to do very well for them, looking for the engage, but Scarlet Petal runs the risk of finding a re-engage back on Pain as well, so they have to be a little bit aware of that.
Phase Rush guarantees that you're able to proc your E, because with WQ auto you already proc Phase Rush, so with that movement speed you're able to land another stun, so it's very reliable crowd control. Protobelt just allows you to get into closer distance and set your combo off. Cape here lying in wait, seeing if Scarlet Petal is going to be extra aggressive. Turns out no. Inferno is going to be the spawn here.
Normally you'd say that the jungler is wasting time bot side, but honestly this doesn't matter because he was going to be here regardless, waiting for the dragon to spawn up, and we need to immediately take control here. They see Nico already coming in, they join into the fight, they do find the first knockup, they're looking to see the Galio can make something happen, he jumps back in, it's a nice down cut, and they still get the Chains of Corruption to boot. Cape losing a bit of help to the Ignite over by the side. Scarlet Petal might be able to find this with the last auto attack, they trade back with Pain, collecting that kill, and so they trade back. So as well as Watermelon get knocked out as the flash forward coming through, they're still looking to find a re-engage. Nico coming in for the back, he finds the first kill, the Destiny's going to come in as well, looking for the stun card, looking to jump back in, they won't quite be able to do it, he had to stay further away, to dodge away from the Galio stun.
I think there was a huge misplay there from Nico, and now the re-engage in, they should be able to kill Pain with the second Cyclone.
Vendetta does manage to find the knockup, but loses a lot of HP in the process. Flashes, actually doesn't flash, he forces the flash away from Pain. Varus survives, but they did not get the dragon this time.
As I was saying, Nico, I think he misused the Ruthless Predator on a minion instead of the Rakan, I believe. Could have picked up a kill on the way out there, but Renatus, they still hold on to their, or rather they push their goal lead even further ahead as Inferno Dragon is still up. Delusion without the Destiny is unable to really contribute now, they just have to push out the waves, and both teams mutually agree to not fight for this Inferno Dragon.
Yeah, well, I was going to say yes, but also no, because Renatus are back in it. They're going for this round
They do have
Chains
of Corruption on the Varus.
This time, their ultimate's already coming back up. Vendetta, he uses his, so you can see Banana will be the ones to forgo the dragon pickup.
This is big too, it's Infernal, so everyone on the Renatus side actually feels really good with this dragon being picked up.
Very nice call as well. They immediately go straight to the Rift Herald, making good use of this window that they have. You can still see Scarlet Petal and Taylor Swift. So weird to say that. Down by the bottom side, away from the rest of the game.
There is a late rotation in from Soul and Scarlet Petal, but it might be too late, as this Herald is already being chunked out by Renatus here, and they have controlled the area too. Look at the wards inside the jungle. One around the Raptors, one in the mid. Silver is cutting off all the entrances to make sure that Renatus is able to secure this without contest. So 2 objectives in a row for the blue side, and they're gaining very strong momentum and tempo here. If they want to slam down the Herald on the top side, they will be able to do so right here.
Renatus playing very well here. They get the Chains of Corruption. Vendetta will be nearby, so it denies a re-entry on the turret. But playing very well here, making a big upgrade from the previous games. You can see them get so much good control.
Nice.
Finding very good tempo, going from objective to objective, and now towards this top side turret, this Baron lane turret. Maybe could use the Rift Herald to break open one of these turrets early and get that golden flux.
7-minute Lich Bane picked up by Delusion, so the next item after this should be the Rapid Fire Cannon, and that's how they'll be looking to start off these fights. A very long-range gold card into a follow-up from Silver. So if you're Banana here, the only person that can really step up to check anything will be Vendetta, right? Anyone else getting caught by the gold card, even Watermelon, might feel a bit awful. So this is teetering on a knife's edge right now for Banana. If they don't find anything before that Rapid Fire Cannon comes up, Renatus is going to control the pace of the game from there on out.
I mean, we're already starting to see that happen. You know, it's not really very far off. Renatus have already shown inklings of that idea. And the next dragon going to be the Ocean. It's a nice little pickup. Helps them a lot in the sustain, because you see Banana, they do run a little bit of poke. Not that much. And so if Banana do not manage to get the Rift Herald, not the Rift Herald, the Ocean Drake rather, they're going to suffer at the hands of RTS. They're going to continuously output that damage, and they're going to have to deal with that.
I think they're looking to collapse onto Taylor Swift here, but they have found Scarlet Petal instead. Chains of Corruption Jumps away though.
Pretty much what you want. The Ignite taking down. He's going to go, and so he tries to pull off the Justice Punch. Gets locked down by the remaining members of RTS. They find themselves yet another kill. And now going to make their way to the mid lane.
Wanted to get Desire, but they got 2 in response. Soul and Scarlet Petal go down, and they pop the Herald in mid. They should guarantee tier 1, especially because they have a Lich Bane Twisted Fate. So they could even get tier 2s if they are able to converge the wave down. Gold card already loaded up by Delusion, forces Banana away from the defense here.
Definitely
charge it.
Going to look for this tier 2 if they can. It's going down low, and they do manage to come back in with a nice defense, but they commit 5 players all towards the mid side just to prevent that turret from going down. This gives a little bit more space for Nico to keep farming up, set up the wave.
Twisted Fate has kind of risen in popularity in like the Vietnam Icon series, right? Purely from just having your gold card loaded up and a rapid fire cannon. It forces, members that are defending away. Renatus' mid laner this time will be moving into a death cap instead. I think this is a mistake. The AP is not necessary because your team already has enough execute damage from both Nico and Pain. You want the additional range from the rapid fire cannon to kind of like start fights for your team. So this could be a mistake in itemization coming in here for RTS.
Granted, he is pretty far ahead, so it looks like that is what he's going to try and go for. They get a Chains of Corruption just for good measure. Find a very nice dive to take down Watermelon. RTS continue on, now looking at a dragon perhaps.
Yeah, but I'm still kind of like sitting on this because RC is just such a good item that allows you to present a threat. Speaking of threat now, it's on to Nico.
Taunt on to Nico, but a re-engage out from Silver means they should be able to find a disengage. The ultimate popped from the Yellow Star. They can barely get anything done. Dragon heads over to RTS in that time, and Banana forced back away.
Delusion's out. Almost halfway off cooldown, so he's going to be pushing with this Lich Bane towards the bot tier 1. Top is open. They should make moves towards that half of the map too. Generally, you want to clear all the outers and then move in to put vision down and make use of this Alistair TF to kind of jump members in the jungle. Make it such that Banana is unable to farm their jungle without getting ganked. So getting that Baron lane tier 1 is going to help expedite that. Also allows them to get vision control around the Baron pit. Proto Belt here, then for Delusion.
Well, this is kind of a weird way
it's
to
a scuffed way to get in range for the gold card.
Right. It's kind of saying like, yeah, the RFC is better, but this kind of works too. And we have also seen a little bit of that happen with the Varus tech as well, right?
Then if you do the Proto Belt on Twisted Fate, you can't buy Zhonya's enchantment, right? And you are still liable to getting one shot from Akali in the backline.
Right.
Even though she's not super fed, there is the potential that you can get one shot in a perfect Mombo combo. So it's not a win. It's not a ideal kind of enchantment to have for the Twisted Fate.
Does look like Delusion is very comfortable where he's at in this game, and so it kind of feels like he's going in that direction, playing towards the Rabadon, playing towards the Hourglass. These are options that come about when you feel very confident in your ability to play the game, when you are quite ahead. So he's able to make a bit of a detour before going back towards his more conventional build.
This is also an example of why mid lane Galio has fallen off quite a bit. We generally see like support Galio more than mid lane Galio nowadays because his scaling isn't that good and his ultimate is on like a super long cooldown. So when that is supposed to be your main pinion or main anchor of fights, not having Hero's Entrance up 24/7 is usually quite an awful feeling. In that first Destiny, we saw the difference. As another Destiny comes in, they might just find us here.
Yeah, they don't really gain very much from the Shroud when you still have to deal with the TF, and we do see him coming in with the Destiny proc there. It should be it. He jumps in with the Proto Belt. That's the gap closer we're looking for, one way or another.
And they can't safely start up this Baron because Silver is just lying in wait. Let's have the ultimate and the flash to disrupt this. Renatus are baiting this. They're hoping that Banana checks.
Should still see something. It's very nice quickly to start things off, coming out from Scarlet Petal, but I don't think they have the follow-up to come through. Stuncom will land on the Clone instead, but that's a huge knockout coming out from the L-Star. Silver finds very nice tempo for the rest of his team. Banana still trying to make something happen here over the back. They do manage to trade back on the enemy. Nico looking very low. Delusion joins back in. They get the stun card. They should find something with the wild cards coming through as well. Very nice taunt with the teleport coming in. Silver sacrifices himself to keep his mid laner alive, but it's a little bit too late for Delusion. He's going to go down, and Banana finally respawn in turn.
They set up the bait so well. They don't start the Baron. They wait for Renatus to check, and that's an experienced move that
Oh my goodness, Taylor.
I think they should be fine.
looking a little bit low. I don't think
you know what?
fine
Just
is
back
the
up,
right
guys.
word for this.
Okay, okay. Just limit testing, just limit testing.
Limit testing indeed.
That's an experience move, right? For them to bait out the Baron and force Renatus to check. And the issue there is, again, if you can't kill Taylor Swift, if you're not in range to hit that gold card because you don't have RFC, it feels kind of awful to start off these fights. And Banana, they kite around so well, their team play, the synergy is there, they're able to make full use of the space given around that Baron pit. Now moving towards the Rapid Fire Cannon, Delusion is a bit late to that item.
They're going to...
Let's see, the rest of Banana, the core items are coming in right now, right? So Taylor Swift is at this 3-item spike, as strong as she can get, apart from picking up a Mortal Reminder. Meanwhile, for the Wukong, Vendetta was able to wreak havoc on the backline previously.
Okay, looking for the re-engage back onto the Varus, and this is what happened the last time. Pain is surely going to go down. Goes to survive a little bit longer, buys enough time for the rest of the team to join in. They still see So collect the kill with the Winds of War. Now chasing forward, they're looking to try and take down Taylor, but it's a little bit too far away for them. So they back off, and now looking to see what they can get done with this space instead.
They start that fight without Desire being there, which is why they don't have the damage to kill off whoever got caught. So there's a bit of a misplay coming from Banana. 90% of your damage is Desire right now, and 10% is the Akali if she can get a perfect combo off, if she's able to execute someone. But looking at the health bars, who are you really going to execute, right? Delusion has so much HP with the Rod of Ages. It's not going to be Cape on Nico either. It has to be Pain alone. And for you to get in that angle, it's almost impossible for the Akali to execute the Varus in a one-shot.
Third Dragon over to Renatus, and despite the fact that the kill line is looking pretty similar, 11-7, we're seeing close to a 9,000 gold lead, and that kind of goes to show how much Renatus has been able to deny Banana. Banana has been forced to respond as a 5-man unit to a lot of the threats that have been displayed by RTS, as well as counter jungling, taking away the additional gold from the jungler. You take a look to the Wukong right now, you can see
9.4k versus
11.5. Yeah, a solid 2,000 difference.
Nice.
That is that is close to an item difference.
They shouldn't really fight this here right now. I mean, they can get a pick, but I don't think Renatus really wants to handshake this.
Well, I mean, Scarlet Petal, he's more than happy to try and trade back a little here. Nico is jumping in now. They finally find something they might want to go for. Destiny's still available, so they could jump into the bag. They don't have much information and indication where Watermelon is. The Akali joins the team finally, and Banana, they disengage pretty well. And I mean, looking at the cooldown, Silver, you can visibly see it taking it away. Is going to come back up, and the next time they want to go for a fight, they're going to reset, and they're going to have these ultimates back up.
The reason why they didn't want to fight in that choke, and I think they should not have fought, was because they don't have vision in the river, and against, you know, this wombo combo, when you get caught like that, it's really tough.
They don't care. They almost take down Taylor right away. A lot of damage onto Silver. This time without his alpha means he might just go down. Vendetta survives a little bit longer against Pain. Gets the secondary Cyclone off. Finds a little bit more space. The Destiny is going to be used. You take a look back to Nico. He's trying to fight 3 at once. Taylor does finally manage to take down the Varus. It's fall dead on the side of Renatus. Banana still alive for 3.
It's tough for them to fight. It's only Nico that's diving the backline onto Taylor, and the Zion Rakan combo is able to queue for this. Look at that, the RFC. That's the value you have. Every time it charges up, you present this kill threat of just walking up and hitting someone with the gold card.
Okay, holds on to his flash. Didn't want to expand it too easily. Yeah, out of range of the turret too. He could walk in, auto attack it once, and still walk out before the turret shot him. And this is going to be a good time. Look at all the ultimates available for RTS. Everything is up except for the Destiny and the Dominus, but it will come back up at a time the Dragon is available. And so we're back to the same situation. Both big objectives on the map available, and it doesn't matter which one RTS get. Whichever they get will help them so much.
What RTS needs to do right now is actually pick up a locket on the Renekton and stop diving the backline. Nico has established that yes, he can kill the Xayah, but it just takes too much effort. It's better for you to play front to back with consistent gold cards and then shred the front line first before moving on to the backline. They cannot get past the Renekton alone, so for him to anchor and have just have gold cards being thrown at opponents is a better way to team fight than him diving in and dying.
The phase rush Alistar paying off very well for RTS. Gets him a lot of tempo. Now we see about a minute until the Dragon spawns, so both teams try to reset. You can see Banana putting a lot of emphasis towards that side, whereas RTS, they can allow Nico into the side lane, who gets to go and start farm up, gets to go off and farm. At the same time, pushes the side waves in, and perhaps, it's set up in the position. He's going to start slow pushing there, and it forces Banana to go and respond.
If you're Delusion here, you need to be playing away from your team because you do have the Destiny. You're going to be making a cross-map play. If they're in mid, you should be bottom top. You shouldn't be grouping with them, but they find the angle here with the Proto Belt as well as the Chains of Corruption. Big gold card in.
Timing's a bit off though. You saw a number of things kind of whiff. Chains of Corruption missed. You saw the Proto Belt from Silver connect against the wall. A number of these things just weren't able to find its mark off the Galio, otherwise Soul would definitely have died there. There's just Banana a little bit more breathing room, but here we go.
Just keep your eye on Twisted Fate. Every time he walks up, whoever he gold cards should instantly die here. This is why the RFC is such a big pick. And like getting in late hurts the tempo, but he still has that kill potential here with the rest of his team behind him.
Trying to get some space towards the bomb side. Cape is going to be one to initiate. It's a nice knockout. They're going to take down the Dragons immediately. Silver joins in the party. They do manage to find some damage back to Chains Corruption, setting up the domain for the fight. Everyone going to get locked down. Nico's in the midst of things, trying to make something happen. A lot of damage out from Pain, but they're playing back to front. You see them all looking so very low right now. That's going to be the first kill. They prop the Guardian Angel as well. Another heat-seeking arrows, taking them all down one at a time. Delusion now joins in for the back. They're launched to Vendetta. It's a fruit basket for Renatus, delivered courtesy of Banana.
And Renatus, they controlled the fight so well with the gold cards and saw how difficult it was for Banana to even take down Nico. Like, for him to get to half health, they used their full arsenal of spells and they're able to kite from front to back with his gold card, Twisted Fate backing them up. This should be game one going the way of Renatus, the Twisted Fate, in my opinion, in conjunction with Nico. Renekton TF has to be banned out the next game.
That's all she wrote. Renatus take this first win against Banana. And we hopped so much about this team going up against one of the strongest in Qualifiers 1, and Renatus show us exactly why they are a strong contender as well.
It's not just the performance that they put up, it's also the learning, or rather the experience of learning from the mistakes that make them such a good and scary team. If you realize they keyed in onto the strategy early yesterday, they found out that Twisted Fate and Renekton have this, very strong front-to-back team fight, snowball style of play that fits them very well. And what they do is they complemented the accent even more by picking up Varus, a utility kind of execution style ADC, and an Alistar on Silver, who yesterday played Galio, this time on Alistar, loves to find these engages.
It's been so good for them. I mean, they've been able to bring in new ideas that other teams are late to adapt to and late to learn about. And you see Silver coming in with things like the phase rush, and we were a little bit curious about how it works. And another thing as well is the confidence Renatus had. We talked about how the TF had optimized to go for the Rabadons early before the rapid fire cannon. And so we questioned, is this going to be the right decision? He showed us exactly why. They were confident in how they were going to play it. They stalled out the mid portion while he was scaling up to the Rabadons. Once they had the RFC full control.
Yeah, notice that during that period where he does have the Rabadon's death cap, the tempo just drops off, right?
Yes.
Because all he's doing is chucking wild cards and hoping they chunk people out. Once you have the RFC, then you can play aggressive. Then you can start looking for these like 1k range gold cards to start fights for your team, or even just kite back, because you moving back with the gold card loaded, the moment your RFC is up, you can just turn around and gold card someone, your team can turn and kill them. So I think that's the value of the pick. This is why Twisted Fate has risen so much in popularity in like the Vietnam Icon series, the Malaysian Icon series. Teams here are a bit late to pick it up. I think Renatus are one of the few that have identified it's really strong and can build compositions around it. This gives them the edge against an experienced team with, ex-pros like Banana.
I was gonna say, once I saw G4 play it for Evos, I immediately knew this was going to the next big tech, right? Because we see how well it's able to do. Ziggs and TF have been incredibly strong mid laners. Every once in a while, we see the response, which are going to be the assassins trying to deal with them. But we've talked so much about this before. It's very different. Lanes are shorter, and you have your jungler, your Baron laner coming in to help you crash waves. It's very easy for you to get shoved in, denied, and as an assassin, there's very little you can do there.
And we were talking about this during the Summer Super Cup, I think. With regards to like Twisted Fate, there are two timings you need to watch out for. Like there's a 230 to 250 timing where he hits level 5 in lane, doesn't base, and immediately goes for the first roam. And then there's one at about 330 where he goes for the first buy and then walks out of his base to try and get the first roam with his first item. In that game, he was able to make use of the 235, 240 mark to port bot lane and pick up the double because he was able to just utilize that timing for his team.
being able to pick up an early Rod of Ages allows him to scale a lot faster, and so this time around, as we take a look at the picks bands once again, Renetis is on that blue side. We'll have to see how things are going to shape up differently. Banana heavily prioritized the Xayah Rakan bot lane. And granted, where it was due, Scarlet Petal did have some pretty impactful moments, but for the most part, I think they could have been a little bit more adaptable. They could have held on because they showed the Galio Rakan right away.
That's the problem, right? The Galio mid had very little impact compared to the Twisted Fate. So the Galio, if you want to pick it support. Otherwise, I don't think it really does anything in the mid lane unless you're drafting a very aggressive jungler that wants to kill people, and you have to set up with the Galio mid, right? Because Flash Taunt into Justice Punch allows the jungler to come in and clean up. So paired with the Kha'Zix, yeah, I could see it, but apart from that, Banana should not be placing this high focus on Galio mid.
Putting the focus on Galio mid was problematic because, as you saw, the Rabadons and the Rod of Ages together, even with all of that, was barely able to output enough damage comparable to something like the Twisted Fate. And
they hit his numbers a lot.
Yeah, Twisted Fate was able to go full damage, and you can see the impact was significantly high. Even if you had gone for the RC third, would still have been comparable to a full damage Galio. Right, and so kind of showed their hands a little bit too quickly. I think going this one should adapt a little bit, as RTS once again banning the Ragnar Kha'Zix early on. Banana will get rid of the Lee Sin, might go for the Jarvan again, and so we're seeing things shape up to be a very similar pick and ban from last game.
I think things would differ in the third ban here for Banana. Renetis is probably going to ban out the Ziggs. Banana here has to think, do we want to remove Twisted Fate or Renekton? And then consider if they pick that, what is our response, right? Because the first pick from Renetis in the previous game was Gragas. Does Banana go Renekton Twisted Fate here and deny that from them? And if so, what is the response from Renetis? Like, do they have a way to counter their own composition?
I mean, surely, you should have some understanding.
I mean, this time they do ban out the
stuff,
Gragas instead of the Jarvan, right?
Okay, gets rid of that, so there's no easy first pick option. Gragas is just honestly such an easy pick to work around. Gives you a lot of pick potential, gives you a lot of disengage as well. You saw a lot of these fights they had to play backwards. Of course, leaving up the Lucian Senna is a possible option as well.
Good first pick.
Could actually bring about some interesting dynamics in these first early pickups.
Camille left open, Camille gonna be locked in. And that's actually one, like we talked about, one of the few matchups into Renekton that feels relatively okay. But I still hedge my bets on Renekton Twisted Fate just because you put so much pressure on the Camille that she doesn't get to play Wild Rift. It's so annoying, like just consistently 1v2ing. Even if you're doing well in lane, you will be mentally tilted.
There we go, the Twisted Fate lock-in, and I think they were deciding if they wanted the Renekton or not.
They could do Galio here as a support, not mid, do the Twisted Fate Galio, and then you just don't allow the Camille to play Wild Rift. If it's not the Galio coming up for the gank, it's the Twisted Fate, right? So this is supposed to tilt Nico. And what you need to do here, if you are Nico, is draft a jungler and a mid laner that can help you cover the consistent, roams up. So something like an Alistar support will do that.
Sure.
A mid laner that could help support, I guess. You don't want to show your mid too early, but Orianna might be okay. Corki ADC early on.
Corki does fine in a lot of these matchups, has decent amount of damage and can rotate quite quickly with the package. So some understanding to why RTS have prioritized that pickup. At the same time, they probably want to find some kind of response in the jungle early. Take something from that pool before the opponents
Well, you could do Olaf here. I think Olaf with an Enchanter would be pretty decent against TF Galio because a lot of the utility they bring is ignored by Ragnarok. So if you did like Lulu Olaf here, and you just put the Camille in Baron lane and you just like send the Olaf top every time to clean up, it should be an okay matchup, I think.
They lock in Diana instead, and so still holding on to that gives Banana the chance to go for the Renekton. And that should go into the matchup against the Camille. Now
Senna's
covering the Senna.
If you do Senna Galio, that's perfect. Like this is what I was talking about yesterday. You play fasting Senna and you don't hit anything in the wave. You let Galio collect all the farms so he has some items. You get all the souls, and then once the wave is clear, Galio can start roaming to, say, the Baron lane.
Let's see how this one pans out. Rakan getting hovered here, but doesn't do too well.
Counterpicked himself, man.
Into the Galio matchup.
Counterpicked himself. I don't think that's the play.
Okay, and the last pick should be this, well,
Fiora jungle, I don't think is that good here.
Fiora in the jungle don't really see what the intended purpose is. At least with Renatus, you know, you can kind of get a feel for what they're trying to do. Ignore the laning phase, quickly accelerate into the mid game where you're starting to play around the objectives, and then you have very strong crowd control to pair up together with the rest of your team. Banana, on the other hand, you know, they have a lot of scaling. Fiora does scale well eventually, and you can play a 1-3-1 very well.
I guess the idea here is that between Senna, Galio, and Twisted Fate, we have a lot of like CC, right? We might be lacking damage, so let's go for the Fiora jungle, allow her to scale like you said. But now, I'm gonna like throw out this hypothesis, right? That they're never gonna be able to dive Nico with the Fiora, because imagine trying to kill a Camille with the Fiora here and the Renekton. Like, you have very little lockdown between the two of you that she's just gonna hook shot away. So your kind of goal of gimping Nico is a lot harder now because of the Fiora jungle.
Yeah, Riposte does not deny turret damage.
Yeah.
It does not deny turret damage. That's very important because it might deny the rest of the damage, but the turret will still chunk you down, and Fiora is not going to be very tanky. Makes it very difficult to go for these dives, and you only have very small windows of crowd control against the Camille in the Baron lane.
Whereas,
so that's something you have to watch out for.
If you think about it, if you overcommit trying to kill Nico and he turns around with the Hextech Automatum, the kind of follow-up that will come from the rest of the team between the package from Corki and the Moonfall from Diana will turn the fight around. So I think it feels like the Fiora jungle might have been a bit too greedy. I would have liked a Vi there, actually. A Vi jungle would have allowed them to dive the Camille and also put a lot of pressure in teamfights between like just locking someone down and then using the hero's entrance on top of that.
Yeah, it would have been very easy to pair Vi along with the Galio. You know, get that engage, get a very solid combo as well to kind of react back to the Rakan and Wukong that we've already seen from RTS. And that being said as well, I don't feel like there's very, very good disengage out from the side of Banana, whereas, you know, RTS are looking to go in. Banana are kind of saying, we're happy to oblige, let's play out a very scrappy game.
Yep. It's definitely going to be very scrappy. Not sure if the Senna is going to be able to hit her power point before necessary, because the issue with Senna is like with fasting Senna, you normally use that first 6-7 minutes of the game to not take any CS, get about 40 souls, and then start collecting money so that you have your items, right? So this is the tough part. I think understanding when to take over from fasting to actually getting farm is a decision that you have to make as a team, and understand your windows of opportunity.
Here we have it. We're into game. Renatus only taking the first one, and a bit of a switch around, as this time it will be Banana with Twisted Fate. Let's see how this one pans out. Again, you get some decent control to start. Yeah, this is actually a switch around. Banana get both the Renekton and the Twisted Fate this time. Not gonna prioritize the Desire Rakan.
The spot lane is gonna suck for Renatus just because the Rakan can't do anything into Galio. If you guys think I'm trolling, just watch him try to go in. He's gonna get instantly taunted Justice Punch and then eat the full Winds of War. Whereas we talked about Camille into Renekton, you do relatively well because of the shield, the adaptive shield, but you don't really have a response to Call the Meat, apart from tactical sweep.
Yeah, very difficult to prevent the Renekton from just sitting in the middle of the wave and zoning you out. Of course, Silver can play aggressively if he wants to, but then you run the risk of, well, that happening. You just back off, take a little chip damage on the way out. Cape gonna make its way down to the bot side now towards the Dragon Lane, and we'll have to see Banana can respond to this.
Very greedy here from the Wukong.
Just stepping forward and perhaps looking for something. I'm not sure there's anything that's going to happen. Pain walking so far forward at this point. Banana surely have some idea of what's happening.
Also, look at the wave. It's actually pushing in, so they force the engage though.
Oh my goodness, heal comes through. A lot of damage on the Scarlet Petal. He has to flash away. They're now moving on to Taylor. And the flash from Cave to jump on the Senna, a little bit too preemptive. They weren't able to get anything else done. And now Vendetta moves back down towards the Dragon Lane. Is in position to block any more aggression.
It's actually better for Banana because they burned 3 summer spells for the single flash on Scarlet Petal. They didn't even have to use barrier or heal, so in the grand scheme of things, Banana are the ones with the control here, and they definitely go for that again if they set up the wave properly.
Crashing the wave means that the Diana cannot rotate to assist Cape against the Scuttle Crab pickup. Things are looking a little bit intense here. So holding on to the gold card to get a nice knockout. They're jumping in. A lot of damage on the Twisted Fate into the back. It will be first blood claimed by Renatus. This Diana is still looking for more. Damage is going to be there along with the Hextile Ultimatum. They claim a second and a third. Banana giving away this early game fight.
What is the Jungle Fiora supposed to do, Brandon? Not scaling up yet, doesn't bring anything, no crowd control, no damage. She excels in 1v1 duos, not in these skirmishes, and this is why I felt the Jungle Fiora was a bit of a troll pick. They could have done the Vi here, maybe gotten another layer of CC, a bit more of a, you know,
it will change it
body,
sure.
right?
Yeah. You know, in those moments where Delusion has already got into the back, if you still had the Assault and Battery, you could have prevented something from happening. You could have prevented him from getting such an easy kill, or even jumping back on the Taylor. You see how this has delayed them. Taylor is now just about level 4, still not close to 5. And this could change the dynamics of the fight so much, because if something were to happen here without that ultimate, the Senna is going to lose a lot of efficiency.
He is playing fasting Senna, so ideally about 6 minutes, you want about 40 souls, maybe 7 minutes. If the game is going a bit slowly, he's at 13 now, not really the worst. Also because it's been very skirmishy compared to what we saw yesterday as the benchmark. That being said, Banana's win condition timing, right? They'd have to be around like the 15-18 minute mark before they feel good fighting with the Senna. A lot of ages on both the Galio and the Twisted Fate. Move towards.
It's 4 minutes. It's almost 4 minutes though, and they've missed such a big window to pick it up, because now if they reset to go and get it, the Dragon's going to be started up. RTS have a very good window to go and pick this up.
And in comparison, you have double Gargoyle's enchantment completed for Renatus, so there's no reason for Banana to be fighting this here. They have no combat power whatsoever.
Yeah, it seems like an easy decision to leave that up for RTS to pick up. They've started it, and you can see Vendetta not even anywhere nearby. Decided this is not worthwhile contesting for. This should mean that after they get this, wow, the solo kill. Very nice as well. Delusion looking a bit low here. Nico jumps back onto Vendetta. Look at the damage coming through. The Senna will give a bit of a shield. Nico looking low as well. They find the grand challenge with the kill. Trade back with the Camille's in life, but things were looking a little bit too close to comfort. Too close for comfort for Banana there.
That's a good trade. At least they get the 1-for-1 there. And they're actually able to pick up Silver as well, who rotated up a bit too greedily and got caught out by Vendetta and Watermelon.
Brings
so a
Watermelon down pretty low
there.
But that is converted into a first turret. Silver, I think, could have played much more defensively to hold on there instead of trying to make something happen. Instead, now has lost his life, and as a result, first turret is gone. Renatus is still holding on to the gold lead, but definitely would have been a lot stronger if they had not died there.
Problem is they gave a lot of free environmental gold over to Vendetta, so this Fiora is going to start scaling a lot earlier than we imagined, right? At 10-12 minutes, he's going to feel good and strong. Can start challenging in the side lanes. Already picked up the Phage now. In terms of gold, 4.3 to the 4k of the Wukong. Needs, I think, Triforce and Sterix to feel impactful, though.
They've gotten the package and are getting ready for the referral. Meanwhile, Banana's still not quite able to respond to all of this.
Nico can't trade anymore. He's down a level because of the earlier play, so he's just going to have to take the L here and hopefully join his team for team fights as opposed to just taking duels.
Suppose he does have the Ignite though, and that could assist him, depending on how well he uses it a little bit there.
They might end up just straight up diving him, because they're building up a big wave. Look at the bottom side, right? Renekton just has this 1.5 waves now with the cannon. Setting up this dive here.
Vendetta is there, but Silver's walking in, will end up spawning them out. The Grand Challenge comes through. That's going to be the Destiny used with the additional crowd control layered on top. Camille is immediately dead. That's the quickening to get some space and time. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, they move back onto the Rip Round, trying to take that one away. Trade back for something at least. Diana also making some progress, chipping away towards the Baron lane out into your turret.
They need to get 2 turrets off this and at least a kill. Otherwise, Renatus are going to fall behind in terms of gold. They are behind already right now. And if Banana picks up this tier 2, they'll be very happy with this trade. I don't know if they'll even get this mid-tier 1. No more auto from Pain. Okay, at least with the Herald, they pick it up.
Looks like they will, but Pain has to back away. He cannot continue to push on because Banana are nearby. 2 turrets in exchange for the 2 towards the Dragon lane. Not the best situation for Renatus, but they do manage to equalize a little bit here.
Triforce done on the Fiora, 5.8k. Starting to come online right now. Only has brown boots though, so They're waiting for the enchant. Meanwhile, Renatus taking stock of their items. Wukong still very far behind. Diana looking for the death cap. That could be the signal for them to fight. I mean, death cap is pretty impactful when it comes down to hitting the moonfall damage. Also, Frozen Mallet for Taylor Swift. So 4.5k. This is the period of time where you'll be about like 34, 35 souls. Each of your autos are going to be slowing your opponents down. You feel very confident about joining in fights. Around 60 is when you can hit for free. 40 is when you're okay just walking up. Yep, about 35. 33, 35.
Yeah, it's just starting to get towards that point. Looking pretty decent for Banana, and so they're going to continue to scale up as we're looking towards an Infernal Drake. Very nice little addition for whichever team is able to get this. Renatus are close to that window. They have spiked up a decent amount, but Banana have been accelerating their scaling, and so have reached a surprising amount of power compared to where they should usually be at about 8 minutes.
It's also because of the mistakes from Renatus, right? Losing 2 kills in the top side to the Fiora and the Renekton, and then getting Dove in the bottom half. These are mistakes that can be, avoided if you know and you read the map properly. Seeing the Renekton set up a wave and you just sit there, surely he's gonna dive you.
Oh my goodness, Kate realizes he's been sitting on top of wall this entire time and has to feel a little bit silly by himself. So they put their attention back to his dragon and put that thought off their minds. Now Banana, they're walking into a choke point, looking to try and set something up with the Destiny coming through. Kate sets up the fight. It's a big combo with the Moonfall connecting as well. They're trying to take down the Galio first, but over to the back, they have nobody assisting Pain, and he suffers to the hands of Banana. Meanwhile, Nico puts his attention back onto Taylor, trying to take down the center. Doesn't quite connect the hook shot. In the mid lane as well, they lose another, and it's just down to the Wukong and the Camille to hold on for the team.
Yep, Delusion was able to get the Moonfall, but there was no follow-up damage from the rest of Renatus. And the thing we talked about the most with Senna, as long as she's left alive at the end of the fight, she's going to be able to heal up her team and still provide utility. So if you don't kill the Senna, you don't get a good fight. Banana's now online with this composition. Taylor Swift, the Frozen Mallet, making a huge difference in these fights.
Liking what Banana have done, but I also have to respect Renatus for trying to go for that fight, right? Being in that position to lock them down and go in that choke point, because that's about as good as it's going to get. We did see some good ideas there, but then with the Renekton jumping on, they had no good way to deal with that, so Pain goes down. If you can keep the Corki alive, that could be the consistent damage that they need to be able to win these fights.
It sounds weird to say, but the best person for Nico to use the Hextech Ultimatum on is actually Watermelon. To keep him in place, because the rest of Banana are somewhat immobile. Like if you manage to get into the center and you hit a Moonfall, there's no dash on the center or the Twisted Fate. They're either forced to blow Flash or just take the Moonfall. So ideally hit Renekton with Hextech Ultimatum, keep them all in place, and then wombo combo them.
Senna's starting to scale up even more now. Gets the Phage. Little bonus shred coming through. Very different kind of game. You know, putting your damage mostly on the Fiora as well as the Twisted Fate. So the Senna is a bit more utility. And it pans so well. Twisted Fate and Senna kind of have a similar principle, similar idea. Being able to work with them in tandem is a very nice combo that Banana have.
Vendetta did not go for Steric's Gauge, instead went for the Death Dance. So he is still pseudo tanky, but it's just, you know, a bit more sustained in these long drawn out fights. This is a game where, again, Grievous Wounds has a lot of value. Between the Death's Dance, the Senna, as well as like the innate healing from the Renekton. Oh, big Moonfall.
They get the Moonfall. They're looking for the Soul to back on the Soul. The Exhaust will manage to connect. The Galley trying to join back in now, but it's a little bit too late. We already see one down. They get a knockout back on to Scarlet Petal. He should flash away, but with the Valkyrie coming through in the last couple of attacks with the Corki, he's dead and gone. Vendetta tries to re-engage, gets a little bit of poke damage and try and chip away at Renatus, prevent them from getting much more. Taylor is nearby as well, but I think that's just about it. Renatus get control here.
Look at this though, they used all of their ultimates to find those 2 picks. This Baron is extremely dicey. They have to be careful how they conduct this, because here comes Watermelon. They're all stuck in a pit.
And Nico's so far away. Doesn't have any way to join back into the fight. Renekton is losing a lot of health quite quickly though, so they have to be worried a little bit about this. But they flash away. Trying to chase back in. Pain goes too far forward. Dives deep onto the enemy. They do manage to lock down Vendetta. A couple more auto attacks from Nico should find it. But they join back in with the Destiny, and so is in position to give the team his support. They take down another 4 dead on RTS, like you said.
Inside the pit, they are completely locked in and there's no way to get out. Watermelon here, even though he's low on health, there's a Senna there. By the time the Baron's over, you're back to full health because of the obnoxious heals coming in as well as the Call of the Meek. Free Baron coming in for Banana to capitalize perfectly the experience, knowing when to rotate up to pressure the Baron. It was super important for Banana there to control the game, and now look at the items. No mistake this time. Soul rushing straight into the rapid fire cannon. No death cap, no shenanigans. Overall, items coming in for Banana too. I kind of missed out how many souls the Senna had. I think he should be sitting close to 60. Yep, 54 now. Thank you so much, Observer. At 60, that's when like it gets really annoying.
Well, he is picking up a couple from late as we speak, getting ever so much closer to it. It should be up by the time you see this dragon fight. Things are looking problematic for Banana. Don't really want to be dealing with these problems. You can see Vendetta doing a good amount of damage to Cape.
He could take both of them if he wants to, which is, I guess, a little overambitious if you wanted to go for that fight. But right now, Watermelon has to be careful.
Does cost the ultimate away from the Wukong, but meanwhile, Watermelon is going to suffer the assault from Nico. Instead, turns it around to support his Galio. Joins back in with the heroic entrance. A very nice place for him to be.
Using the Destiny to port over to make sure that they secure this Ocean Dragon. It's going to be good for them as well. And also just needs to pick up a bit more from base and get the Rapid Fire Cannon. That's going to be the final nail in the coffin once he does get the item, because the way these fights have been starting out, it's been very like uncommittal. It's been Renatus walking in and Banana handshaking the fight, right? They usually get forced upon. Once they do have the extended range from RSC, they can then force fights themselves by hitting a squishy with a 700, 800 range gold card.
Baron is going to expire pretty soon though, so Banana are going to be quite content with this. They've taken every inner tier turret. Is only down the inhibitors still alive at this point, so just have to be aware of that.
62 souls. So now is when, if TF hits the RSC gold card and Senna walks up, she's going to be able to tag the person, so super annoying. And they're setting up for this ambush here.
Kind of have to. They can only go for the split pick fights. So it's not quite where he wants to be. They should be able to find this. They jump back onto the Twisted Fate finally, but Payne's immediately gone. Watermelon sets up the fight by taking away the marksman from the side of RTS. They trade back with the Renekton, but that's not a good trade you want to take.
And they don't have the inside track on mid lane, so they can't walk in. They have to walk through bot lane, and it might lose the mid inhibitor off this play. Banana's just going to gatekeep them from walking back into base, and they should be able to gain entry in. Eventually forced to recall out. Banana now with this big wave.
Look at the damage from Taylor. The damage from the Senna. Couple auto attacks puts Cape so low. And yeah, he may not be building full tank, but even then, devastating for Renatus to deal with.
They used a lot to kill Watermelon there. Still got a 1-for-1 trade, so that is not what you're looking for. Don't think there's anyone on the Renatus lineup that can really do with the Renekton right now. Unfortunate, but...
Well, yeah. Nico can be a sacrifice to buy some time.
The past fight also, he popped like Hextech Automatum and then he flashed out because he saw everyone else coming in. So it's like, maybe you take it one-on-one, but with the hero's entrance and Destiny at Banana's disposal, I don't think that becomes a fight that you want to take.
It's like you say, they don't get to play the game because the Destiny and the heroic entrance are both there. So plenty of options for them to try and work with and play around. Now Baron's going to be up, and so Banana are playing so patiently, waiting in the pit. Not even in the pit, just in that brush.
Second time they're doing this. If Renatus falls for this trap, it's shame on them.
There we go! They pull the trigger right away! They jump in, tons of damage. Taylor immediately gone. Doesn't even have Guardian Angel, so he's already dead. And now they're back on the Watermelon. He's looking low, trying to respawn back up, but Zol's dead as well. And Renatus, you cannot fool them twice. They're onto this Baron.
Should be able to take this one out. Vendetta, he does have the flash and the smite and the blast cone. Turning over for the Gallo. They need to finish the Baron first. Now very low on health. Down to a quarter, and now it's going to be secured by Renatus as they chase on into Vendetta and Scarlet Petal. Granted, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. They forced the engage in the Pixel Bush.
Now still trying to get something done in the mid side. They also have the bot wave and trying to crash into Baron, the Dragon lane. We're almost able to find a little bit more on the jungle support duo from Banana, but they weren't able to do anything then. Instead, now the respawn should come through from Banana. It's a little bit too late for them to go for anything else. They're going to back off, get ready for this dragon, because that's what's going to matter. This next Drake will be so important for them. And I want to point out as well, no Guardian Angel left for Watermelon means this fight, you can kill him. He is not unkillable. Yep. He is not a raid boss. Well, not as much of a raid boss. There's no phase 2 of the raid boss.
Exactly. You kill him the once, you're good to go. And we saw them win that fight purely off a wombo combo, right? Starting it off with Silver, using the quickness, grand entrance, and then a moonfall to follow up with the Cyclone. It's what their draft is meant to do. It's how they excel. If they can't find these, you know, once-in-a-lifetime opportunities, they don't win these fights. So make no mistake, Banana is still a hit in terms of overall power level. To see how Renatus takes this fight.
They start things off. They quickly will get the knockout once again. Back on the priority target. Banana have taken a terrible fight for themselves. The taunt may come through, delay the fight, but it doesn't stop them. They wipe them clean, and Renatus, they take a beautiful fight once again. They're on the victory march, wearing purple, ready to end things off.
I don't see Banana. Where did they go? They were here 2 seconds ago, Brandon. They were sitting in a choke and they just exploded, and Renatus take that insane choke fight again. I said once in a lifetime, but well, they found the second one around that Elder Mountain Dragon, and congratulations to Renatus. They will be advancing forward, and I believe they are the first team to qualify for the Icon Series Fall Playoffs.
Making their way all the way to the top 2 means, yeah, I believe that is going to be correct. They should be able to get there.
Yeah, they are there.
They are there.
You know, this is the anime protagonist story. They played the first qualifier, got swept against, you know, the likes of the Alliance, and played the second one. We saw the improvement. I was very happy. I was like, okay, this team, if they come back for fall, they look really good. And now they go up against this stacked roster of ex-League of Legends pros, and they wipe the floor of them. The evolution, the learning from their mistakes is just defined in that final jump outside the Baron Pit.
You know, I liked what they did so much. I want to see it again.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the highlights. I want to see Renatus pull that off against Banana one more time. But that's a huge knockout coming out from the L-Star. Silver finds very nice tempo for the rest of his team. Banana still trying to make something happen here over the back. They do manage to trade back on the enemy. Nico looking very low. Delusion joins back in. They get the stun card. They should find something with the wild cards coming through as well. Very nice taunt with the teleport coming in. Silver sacrificed himself to keep his mid laner alive, but it's a little bit too late for Delusion. He's going to go down, and Banana finally respawn in turn. They almost take down Taylor right away. A lot of damage onto Silver. This time without his ultimate means he might just go down. Vendetta survives a little bit longer against Pain. Gets the secondary Cyclone off. Finds a little bit more space. The Destiny is going to be used. You take a look back to Nico. He's trying to fight 3 at once. Taylor does finally manage to take down the Varus. It's fall dead on the side of Renatus. Banana still alive for 3. He's so very low right now. That's going to be the first kill. They prop the Guardian Angel as well. Another heat-seeking arrows, taking them all down one at a time. Delusion now joins in for the back. They're launched to Vendetta. It's a fruit basket for Renatus. Delivered courtesy of Banana. And they're walking into a choke point, looking to try and set something up with the Destiny coming through. Cave sets up the fight. It's a big combo with the Moonfall connecting as well. They're trying to take down the Galio first, but over to the back, they have nobody assisting Pain, and he suffers to the hands of Banana. Meanwhile, Nico puts his attention back onto Taylor, trying to take down the center. Doesn't quite connect the hook shot. In the mid lane as well, they lead a pit. And Nico so far away, doesn't have any way to join back into the fight. Renekton is losing a lot of health quite quickly though, so they have to be worried a little bit about this, but they flash away, trying to chase back in. Pain goes too far forward, dives deep onto the enemy. They do manage to lock down Vendetta. A couple more auto attacks from Nico should find it, but they join back in with the Destiny, and so is in position.
Still a hit in terms of overall power level. To see how Renatus takes this fight.
They start things off. They quickly will get the knockout once again. Back on the priority target. Banana have taken a terrible fight for themselves. The taunt may come through, delay the fight, but it doesn't stop them. They wipe them clean, and Renatus, they take a beautiful fight. A beautiful upper bracket semi-final from Renatus and Banana, with Renatus taking that 2-0, and they have evolved so much coming back into the fall season. I'm so excited to see what else they have in store for us as we progress to the playoffs at the end of August. But for now, we're going to go into a quick little break. When we come back, it will be Noblesse versus Astrodyne, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
strike!
You think you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty! Let's do it!
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock.
Dust 'em, Pix!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Welcome back, folks. We are once again in the Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Singapore Fall Qualifiers, and this is the second BO3. We are knee deep in games in the day, and we still have two more BO1s. Waist deep. Yeah, we are right at the middle mark. Pretty soon we're going to be all the way drowning in Wild Rift games. That being said, I'm giving this up with me in Secretlab. We're going to take a look at our next set. It's Noblesse versus Aphrodite in this BO3. In our upper brackets, we already saw Renatus take a 2-0 against Banana and a very interesting result. Big props to this team for growing so much.
Yes.
And Noblesse Gaming now versus Aphrodite.
Yeah, they're battling for a spot in the playoffs, and Renatus already, comfortably seated there. They can call it a day, chill out, have a nice, relaxing meal. Hopefully, at home. Well, that's the only way to have it now. But that being said, Noblesse and Aphrodite, this is going to be a fierce one. It's going to be a tough battle because Noblesse, again, a team that did participate in the summer qualifiers.
Yeah.
They did qualify, but they didn't really, fight a spot in the Summer Super Cup. So this time they've rallied, same roster coming back in. The draft yesterday was a bit suspect in my opinion, very heavy AD. I was talking to one of the members on the team and the managing members of the team, and expressing my kind of stress and frustration at drafting that kind of specific composition.
I'm gonna go one step further and say that not only were Noblesse, not able to get into the playoffs last time around, they were robbed of the chance to get into the playoffs.
They got backdoored by impunity.
By impunity, and they were robbed away this chance. This is their redemption arc. They're back in it, looking to try and take a good decisive game away. You saw them drop one game against Team Pega the last time around to put them into the lower brackets, and then now they're back against Aphrodite. Aphrodite had a very solid 2-0 against Crown 7. So if that's any indication, we should start to see something out for this team.
Aphrodite Gaming was the former Big Dirty Golems, kind of reforged. There are a couple of members that have carried on, I think, Fizzy Fish as well as 700 members of the original BDG roster, and they've added in a couple of new members to shake things up, and so far this is a good look for them. They've been a lot more aggressive. The mid-jungle duo has been paying off, and I think that is going to set the tone for this matchup. The mid-jungle, in my opinion, between Noblesse and Aphrodite, I give the edge to the latter. I think they showed a lot more killer instinct and understanding of how to play around the Scuttle Crabs, so should see how this one plays out as we jump into draft, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully soon.
Yeah, we should definitely be going into pretty soon to take a look at how they play it out. Maybe this time we'll see a slightly less full AD comp.
Yes.
Surprisingly as well, or maybe not surprisingly, well, we'll see, right? But Lucian does actually very well in a full AD comp. Surprisingly high amounts of damage, despite opponents going full armor. You kind of do hit a roadblock once they start hitting the 3-4 item mark.
Yep. I think the Lucian pick is a very lane dominant one, especially paired with Braum. Teams are starting to overvalue certain picks, in my opinion. Now the meta, the trio of meta ADCs are Senna, Varus, and Lucian, in my opinion. Like, Xayah still has its place, but in a very specific niche composition, right? It's a very safe pick. Yes, it does work well, paired only with Rakan, in my opinion. So I think more people should start pivoting towards Lucian, Varus, as well as Senna. Maybe play the fasting Senna paired with something like a Galio and then come online later on. Should be the way to go.
We've seen some Senna being played as well now, fasting and feasting, both sides of the coin we've seen, and fasting has definitely seemed to be something that has worked quite well. It's hit a bit of a roadblock in games that accelerate a bit too fast, and especially in team compositions that do not have any sort of engage, can be quite punishing and painful. We just saw in the previous match where it was Banana scaling up with the Senna. They were looking to get stronger and stronger, but ultimately just a set of very, very good fights from Renatus gave them that win.
2 back-to-back, like 5-on-5 wipes gave them the game, right? And that composition actually had decent engage in the form of the Galio, but again, we were kind of calling out what the value of the Wukong was, I believe. Maybe they could have done a Vi, and that would have allowed them to close out the game in a more decisive fashion, as opposed to sitting in pixel brushes and waiting for enemies to walk up. It was what lost them the game. The first 5-on-5, they got caught all 5 members in a push, and Silver's quickness into Grand Entrance won them that fight, right? So again, big questions coming in as to how teams could fully utilize the Senna, I think.
One part of it is going to be the draft set. We should be taking a look at our picks and bans to see what they want to try and go for. I have to say, Noblesse are a bit of a pioneer with some of their picks. They played a Fizz mid as well as any support in the last one. We were a little bit curious, so I asked at the end, was the Annie intentional? Yes, it was.
This is not a good pick, though.
But it did not turn out that well. That being said, that counterpart did play it.
That was a mid Annie, though.
Mid Annie.
Mid Annie versus support Annie. Big difference.
Can work. So
Yes.
we do have some inclination, some idea that, okay, so Annie, in very specific circumstances, might be able to work. Still have to appreciate the attempt.
Also, it was an Annie mid pick into a Zed, and I think that was more of a counter pick as opposed to a meta pick, right?
Right.
I explained the logic yesterday. Against Zed, if you have a HP advantage and you think he's always going to threaten a death mark, if you have more health and you're able to get in range for Tibbers, you always prevent him from trying to all-in you because you can turn around and kill him. So it's the issue there, and I don't expect to see any Annie this game, although I might end up eating my words. I think the Renekton TF has been the flavor so far for today. It's shown a lot of promise, a lot of effectiveness. Both teams need to take note of this as we see the bans come out. Haraya's Orianna will be removed from the pool. This does leave Galio, Camille, Gragas up for grabs right now. Kali even, to a certain extent, left unbanned.
With all these priority picks still left open, it really does go to wonder what they want to try and set up first. I mean, we've seen a lot of Renekton being played by Chingy. He's been a dominant force in the Baron lane. He's been able to assist his team, draw so much pressure to himself, and when he joins these team fights, he's a big force to reckon with. So, Extra Dining, I would like to see them respond to this Renekton by just banning it out.
Yeah, maybe just ban out the Renekton on R3, and then you might be okay giving up the Camille to Chingy, and then maybe pick
You can cut
Gragas
the
for
Gragas
yourself.
after.
Well, Camille's going to
Yeah.
be banned out, so even more reason to ban out the Renekton here if you're Aphrodite.
So we'll definitely like to see that be the case.
Is Lee Sin open? Actually, both teams left Lee Sin open here, so that might be problematic moving forward. The last ban is going to be Senna, so if Noblest wants to first pick the Renekton, I could see Gragas Lee Sin being picked by Aphrodite. You can play Baron Gragas or support Gragas and then have Lee Sin in the jungle. It also opens up that kind of mid-jungle aggression that I was talking about, which I do favor from Aphrodite. Between Haraya and Helena, they play very well off of each other.
Instead, they focus on the Gragas, and so either way, fair first pick. You know, Noblest take away a very strong engage and disengage kind of tool. One quickly point out as well, the Senna being banned out. JW has been a big proponent
Yes.
of feasting Senna,
yeah.
feasting Senna specifically, and so taking that away, I'm quite curious to see what the attention is going to be, and whereas Aphrodite, you know, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Lee Sin, Renekton left open is the best response I think you can have against the Gragas first pick.
Here is where you probably do want a lot more magic damage because you're already leaning towards physical, right? Plus your ADC, that's 380 picks. Your jungler kind of supplements 80 damage in a sense, so not fully 3-member 80, but still. Lucian Braum here might actually be really good. Lucian Braum is a good way to peel off both the Lee Sin and Renekton. With the Relentless Pursuit, it also prevents you from getting like caught by the insect. So I think Lucian Braum would be the play, but instead they go for the Riven as the counter pick to the Renekton here. No sense in early picking the Braum, I think, for them if they don't want to give away the matchup, because knowing the flexibility or knowing how Noblest wants to be flexible, you could still put the Lucian in the mid lane.
And that's another thing as well, because Fizzy Fish is almost exclusively going to play
Nami,
Enchantress, so you don't really have to worry so much about the Braum pickup. If you do see the Braum, yeah, there we go. You know, you're not too concerned about the Braum pickup, and so you go for the Kai'Sa Janna.
This is a bet Kai'Sa pick into Lucian, because if you play Lucian Braum here, even though it is Janna, yes, she can disengage and she does have the shield, it's still a very strong kill lane coupled with potentially a jungle Gragas who can flash body slam you. So there's very good ways to snowball both the Lucian as well as the Riven.
So it gives them a pretty easy entry with the Braum pickup. They could even go for something like the Galio, similar branch idea.
Kha'Zix jungle, and then you top it off with, I think Twisted Fate here will actually be really good. It's still open. It allows you to play towards Blitzcrank is probably true. I don't think they're gonna lock down it.
Well, then again, we've seen Dime play
Then
any
again,
support,
yeah.
right?
Oh,
So
there we go. Okay.
there we go.
Against the Janna, if you play League of Legends PC, you know this is an annoying counter pick against Janna. Even though she's very quick, a hook in from Blitzcrank would usually guarantee her death because she's very squishy.
So it's really dependent on the marksman to really shove in the way. If you don't have very good lane control, you're not constantly shoving in, then you run the risk of just the Blitzcrank being able to grab you. So interesting dynamic from Noblest. They are the ones to pull out the Riven, pull out the Kha'Zix and the Blitzcrank. Very different picks from everything else we've seen so far.
What this means too is that it is going to be mid lane AP Gragas, and I think they recognize that their composition sort of lacks AP damage, right? So they have to put the Gragas in mid and pick up the Blitzcrank. The response here is going to be the Annie, but again, this is a soft counter pick in the sense that, like, if you have Gragas below a certain health threshold, you can all in and kill him with the Tibbers. But then again, there is that reverse kill potential too, where Gragas body slams, explosive cast, and Kha'Zix is there to follow up.
Annie will be the last pick to round off Aphrodite's composition, and feels like a bit of a jab in cheek to go for the Annie against Noblesse. It will be the mid
I end up
lane,
swallowing my words again. Yeah, there you go.
Not only was there an Annie pick, there was also a Blitzcrank pick. Crazy stuff that we're seeing for this game, and Noblesse and Aphrodite. Have to say though, Aphrodite's Renekton, Lee Sin, Annie, I still quite like. I feel like the Kai'Sa and Janna a little bit out of place.
You don't have any true tanks on Aphrodite's side in the sense that, like, who's gonna walk up and check stuff, right?
Tibbers.
It has to be, maybe Tibbers or Lee Sin, and then he safeguards out. Whereas for Noblesse, you're okay sending Blitzcrank in, because if you find one or two, you just pop it out and run away or flash away. And if you do find a stray member, a hook is a guaranteed pick. So a lot more tools at Noblesse's disposal in terms of controlling vision, controlling chokes, and also picking members off, because there's a lot of synergy between Kha'Zix and Gragas. If you split the fight open with explosive cast, that's what Kha'Zix loves. He loves to be able to pick off members one by one.
So being able to dive in and grab that Lone Strangler is going to be a recurring trend, I think, for Noblesse. The Riven going up against the Renekton. Riven has somewhat of a lane against Renekton for a little while, but then the Renekton will take control very quickly after. So Riven, you can start to expect to see rotating around the map a lot more. Playing towards with the rest of the team means great amounts of crowd control, CC utility that will feed in well for what Noblesse have been trying to go for. All it takes is for the stun from the Riven to pair up with the rocket grab for the Blitzcrank, and suddenly you're seeing one kill go over to Noblesse, and you're playing, if the Renekton's not there, a 3v5.
I do want to see Noblesse play more aggressive on the bottom side. The only way you kind of get, shut down as this Lucian Blitzcrank into Kai'Sa or Janna is if you let them push you in. If you let them like consistently poke you with Eye of the Storm shields and just like Icathian Reigns, right? But if you're able to be aggressive, able to punish them for walking forward, and you get the push going, that frees up Blitzcrank to make moves on the map. And that's when he's the most scary, when he's the most terrifying, when he's roaming and looking for grabs, right? If he's sitting in lane and you can see him, a lot of the threat is diminished.
Yeah, you don't really have to worry about the Blitzcrank when he's just present all the time. Whereas the Janna, I have to say, does feel like a pretty nice little thing to have to kind of put someone to annoy the enemy team a little bit. The Howling Gale you can kind of drop in lane and then we'll go roam off, or you can use it mid lane. It's very easy to go and rotate around, get some vision control, especially when you have an aggressive jungler. So Lee Sin versus Kha'Zix, I think the Lee Sin should be able to pull ahead a little bit against Kha'Zix early on. But I think it actually depends on their keystone. Right, because if you take
Kha'Zix
Conqueror,
probably takes Electrocute, Lee Sin takes Conqueror if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, but if you take Conqueror on Lee Sin, these short trades don't really favor you as
and
much.
Also at level 5, this is when you start to fall off, because you get Dragon's Rage, yes, but Kha'Zix gets an ultimate plus an evolved Q, and in isolation I think he shreds the Lee Sin. There's also a tech where you do take Phase Rush. It's not super ideal, but you're basically able to stick onto whoever you're chasing down. I could see some people doing that, but ultimately the Lee Sin has to be the one to make the early aggressive moves and find things on the map, maybe sit the Kha'Zix behind. If you can double crab the Kha'Zix, it reduces his pathing potential a lot, because he's unable to leave the jungle from the main exits, and that keeps him under control.
I was even going to say we might even see something as crazy as, like, with the Kha'Zix running something along, you might not even evolve the Q right away. We could still see the jump upgrade or the Vorpal Spikes upgrade. Options are there somewhat. You just have to kind of be aware of them.
Alright, we have just been alerted by our officials that we will be remaking the game. There's a bit of a issue with the champ select, but all that said and done, we looked at the draft, and this is a best of 3, so there's a lot of window for adaptation. We saw earlier in our BO3 before this, there was this kind of Renekton Twisted Fate that was being switched on both sides, right? I think in a BO3 the strategy tends to be like, you observe what your opponents are comfortable with, observe what they're really looking to play with their game plan, and then try to throw a wrench into it. Maybe even make it your own.
This is an interesting setup for both sides, because it's so unconventional and pulls away so much from what we generally see that it's a little bit difficult to make a full assessment to what does well. Especially for Blitz. Blitz has had some level of popularity and some level of play before, but it's very specific in the matchup that it goes into, because it does very well against other hook champions.
Yes.
Right, but we don't really see that right now in Wild Rift, right? It does very well against like the Nautiluses, the Threshes, you know, those kind of champions. It does very well against. Janna, like you said, is an okay matchup. It's Blitzcrank favored, but it's not a Blitzcrank counter.
Yeah, the Blitzcrank wins the lane if he gets a hook and he's able to like just one-shot the Janna with the Illusion. He will lose the War of Attrition because just in terms of overall poke between the Zephyr and Eye of the Storm, Janna's just going to outrange the Blitzcrank. So the trick is to line up properly. The trick is to just stay behind the minions and poke at him to a point where his health bar is so low he's unable to really hook you reliably. And remember that this is Wild Rift. In terms of sustain in your lane, you are very limited by honey fruits. So once you're low on health, you just have to recall and just hope to God that you don't get chunked out again once you come back to the lane.
You know, talking about the honey fruits, I think there was when Wild Rift first came out, Riot released some honey fruit.
The physical honey fruit?
The physical honey fruit. Did you get to try one?
I did not, but thankfully because I heard it tasted a little spicy, a little chocolatey, I was like, does not sound like something my palate would like.
It was interesting.
Yeah.
I heard it tasted spicy, chocolatey, like mango and coconut.
Okay.
Mango and coconut I do like.
Right.
I don't know how spicy chocolatey mango goes. You know, that does sound a little bit.
I did hear that apparently it was good for you. Yeah.
Oh really?
Apparently that like
health-wise.
vitamins and stuff and like things inside.
I mean, I do figure, right? You know, you get topped up in game, but it's like they say the best medicine is often bitter.
That is true.
You know.
That was quite an interesting one. I saw because it came in like capsules as well, right? So I was like, huh, this seems kind of like
it pops in your mouth.
Oh,
right?
okay.
I think yeah, because it's liquidy inside. Yeah, so like, is this what happens here as well when you go and grab the fruit in game? Your characters pick it up, like just pick it up and consume that. You know,
that would make the most sense,
right?
As opposed to
it
like
does make
just
sense.
slamming it into their body, I guess.
But I wonder, like,
because you drink a potion, right? You don't just like pour it on yourself, I guess.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Okay, like the potion, you know, maybe you could pour it yourself, right? Nobody
could pour a
nobody
potion.
ever specified what you did with the potion. But I assume with the taking down, it's probably okay. This is going to break the metaphysics a little bit here. So you drink a potion, it takes, right? So I'm assuming that's the digestion.
Correct.
So you're digesting. But then when you take an elixir, it's instantaneous. So do you just pour it on yourself? Or is the effect instantaneous?
That does make sense. Yeah, I think elixir is you splash somewhere with elixir, right?
Right, yeah, you would splash someone with the elixir, right? So you consume the fruit, because
You do consume the fruit.
So that sounds like a lot of effort.
Yeah.
Like you're stopping in lane, you grab some fruit, just quickly munch down.
Are we really debating the metaphysics of a game where like giants and gods and trolls and people with guns just fight on the battlefield? Like, are we really going to do this?
Yes. What about characters that don't necessarily have mouths?
Name me one character without a mouth.
Okay, Jax does not take off his helmet.
Okay, fair enough. He must have a mouth underneath that.
We don't know. We don't know for
Debatable.
certainty.
Debatable, yeah.
Okay, let me think. What else would not necessarily have one?
You can, you see. Everyone has to eat.
I have a long. There's
Universal-
a long chain. There's a long chain. I'm going from A to Z right now.
Well, the concept is like, okay, imagine if every champion has a champion line, or like they do speak somewhat, then they must have a mouth, right? Think about that.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is this right?
Every champion must somehow speak. Therefore, everyone should have a mouth.
Does Bard have any lines?
He makes chiming noises, but I'm pretty sure he has a mouth.
Are we for certain that?
Meeps have the little things that he has have mouths. Because those make noises.
But
You could feed that in theory. They're all, they are an entire cosmic being.
Is there no champion that doesn't have a mouth?
Regards to Twitch chat to help us out, maybe we'll get something.
What about Rock? What about Malphite?
Malphite has a mouth.
Yeah, but does he need to eat fruit?
Well, debatable, yeah. The need for sustenance does not correlate with our question of whether X has a mouth.
Well, yeah, does it affect him though? Because like if he has to eat the fruit to get HP, does eating the fruit actually do anything for him? If he's a sentient rock?
Fair enough. I mean, if we're talking about pointless things, sometimes I just eat when I'm packaged and I'm not hungry. You know.
Well, yeah, but you wouldn't eat rocks, I assume. You know, like maybe rocks are
You don't know.
sustenance.
Yeah, you don't know that.
Okay, I think we should be getting back into the game pretty soon, so we're gonna
Have
drop
you ever
that
ate
tension.
glue in the past?
Glue?
Like paste,
No,
yeah.
I've not. I've not tasted glue actually.
Just out of curiosity. I know some people do, like when they're young, you know.
Are you gonna tell me
I've never eaten glue either. Yeah.
Elmer's glue
I've
bottle?
never tried glue either. Yeah.
No, okay.
It's just a thing, right?
That
People do.
never seemed appealing to me.
Yeah.
They should be seeing us jump back in pretty soon. It's our second BO3, Noblesse versus Aphrodite. Hopefully nothing else goes wrong this time
Fingers
around.
crossed.
We're fingers crossed, we're going into it pretty soon. Our second BO3, and this is so important because whichever team wins this is immediately qualified into the playoffs.
This is true.
Whereas the losing team will drop down to the lower brackets where they will play against To The Moon and try and take that win away. And so because these teams were on the opposite side of the brackets, if I'm not mistaken, it means that they have not played against To The Moon before. So this is a brand new matchup for them. There's no repeat offender. They cannot just get a quick cheese win by understanding the opponent. They're just going to have to play it out as we saw fit.
But what I did see is that between both teams, they have a good understanding of what their opponents like to draft.
Sure.
An example being like the center bit. You said JW plays a lot of center, immediately banned out by Aphrodite, right? And I think the understanding of your opponent's kind of playstyle helps encourage what you want to draft as well. So when you look at what Noblesse Gaming have, they kind of shied away from that heavy AD composition, even though it is still heavy AD. It's not pure AD anymore. They have the Gragas in the mid lane, but they're playing a lot more for lane dominance as opposed to just, these wombo combo team fights.
Okay. Seeing something interesting here. I'm going to hold off on that until we get some confirmation. But
Yeah.
while we're chilling out, I have to say, what better way to do that than in these comfy chairs? And you giving me some new knowledge, Daryl. These things pull all the way back.
Yep. We
And
tried that during the break.
I was wondering, right, because I was sitting back and it wasn't going all the way back. I was like, what do I have to do? Well, there's a nice handy lever right here, and I can
Go
just
like 165 degrees all the
well,
way
I'm
down.
not gonna go right now, but I can show you that I can technically go in, and then that brought a really good point to me. I could fall asleep in one of these things.
I have fallen asleep in one of these.
That's bad for me.
Yeah.
I will literally fall asleep at my table.
Sometimes when I'm like home from casting, which is kind of, it's ironic because I sit on the Secretlab chair when we're casting. I have one at home as well. So I go from chair to chair. The only time my butt touches anything else is on the ride home, right? Once I get home, I'm back in the Secretlab chair. And then sometimes I'm so tired, I just watch the games and I recline my chair all the way and go to bed.
Fair enough.
I don't go to bed on my chair, just like take a rest.
But this is pretty comfortable. What better way to do that? Because I think we're going into a second remake.
Nice.
So I guess we're gonna be on these chairs
For a while more.
for a little while more at least.
Just in case people think that Hungry Cast is some sort of vow animal, I don't actually sleep on my Secretlab chair. I just take a rest and then my bed is right next to my chair.
We wouldn't think you're a vow animal, to be honest.
Well.
Frank,
Are we allowed to point out why we have two remakes? I just wanna please let us talk about this. Because it's tilting me so hard.
well,
Oh, we could talk about this? Okay, cool. So it appears that both times this remix came through, a player from the Aphrodite side picked the wrong hero in Champ Select, or picked the wrong champion in Champ Select. So, if you remember, Brandon, Tristana was not part of the draft, and she'd appeared twice.
yeah. Well, once I saw that, I had some idea to what was going to happen.
Yikes.
We're just gonna deal with it. It's
Yep.
fine. Whatever. It is whatever.
You're killing me, Aphrodite Gaming. You're killing me. Third time's the charm, they say.
The time's the charm. The third time we're not gonna see Tristan anymore. Somebody else is gonna pick something else.
Maybe that's just when we call for a break and call it a day, I guess. You guys can see this because we have all the production stuff on our screen, right? We can see the games currently undergoing, and it's I don't know, man.
I don't know. You actually don't see this, Daryl. This is the 5G.
The 5G.
This is the 5G.
Did you jet me while I was sleeping?
No, you have the first one, right?
Yeah.
So you have 5G. You don't get to see. You see, there's a third box there.
Oh, right.
That's black for you, right? Yeah, that's 5G unlocked.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. So right now you get.
When I get the 5G unlocked, can I also taste the rainbow? Can I also see sounds?
I don't actually. Sure, whatever you want. Just get your 5G unlocked, then we'll be good. It's interesting to see. coming into this competition, there was some expectation towards the power level. We never really discussed very in detail some of the teams coming into this, because this is still the qualifiers 1, so there is still a lot of room for things, for upsets to happen,
This
things
is true,
to change. Whereas in the playoffs, you know, we go in with much deeper narratives, deeper storylines to kind of dive back into the ideas of these teams. Nova's Gaming is an organization and a team that was kind of developed and created to give an outlet and a platform for players to get back into the game.
Yep.
You know, where they had previously garnered some professional experience, now they're looking to try and reapply that. You know, they might have taken a break before, they might have had to deal with some other real-life circumstances that demanded their attention. Now they're getting back into it. And it's a very nice initiative to see.
That is true.
Yeah.
I do like when players that kind of, you know, fade out for a while due to personal commitments or professional commitments come back in and go pro again, be it, you know, League of Legends PC or Wild Rift. And more so, I'm doubly as happy if it's Wild Rift, because in the Summer Super Cup, we were able to see some like the old names come back in, like James from the PH side and G4 from the Thai side. So
Yeah.
it's really cool.
Out of the retirement home and into mobile gaming instead.
Is that the same?
That might be the same. That might be the same, right? Very interesting to see. Very interesting to see the changes, and you know, it would have been one thing if we had brand new players coming in,
Right.
but we have experienced players coming in as well.
It also, like, a point I want to make here is also the fact that just because you were an ex-pro, just because you used to play like semi-pro or professionally in League of Legends PC, does not inherently mean you are good at the game. Or like you're gonna immediately, you know, excel, right? Because we saw an example of that, and I'm not throwing shade, but like Banana was a team that was made out of these ex-pros, and they came in against a team that was well practiced, that played, you know, 2 qualifiers before this, and now has made it into the playoffs. They just kind of ripped them apart, right? So this heritage and this background, this pedigree does not count for anything unless you actually know what you're doing and actually practice hard at it and have that synergy, because there's a lot of distinctions to be made between Wild Rift as well as League of Legends PC.
And some of the impact that we've seen come through definitely has helped them grow a lot, and we've seen phenomenal progress from some of these teams.
Yep.
And that's kind of what I was trying to get to. You know, professional players, while they come in and they do bring that level of experience and they can help pioneer some new ideas, it is the fact that we are seeing a level of competition that we haven't frankly seen even from our League PC days.
True.
You know, more and more people are getting involved, more are learning about Wild Rift and want to be a part of the ecosystem, want to be get a chance to compete. And because of that, we're seeing new talent emerge that we had never seen before. And you hear about the stories, especially as we go deeper into playoffs. You know, you get to hear more about the stories of the teams and players.
Oh yeah, the interviews. There's going to be some content coming up, right?
Yes, there are. And when you get to hear about them, even during summer, you hear how they formed groups. You know, they looked for people through Telegram groups and whatnot, and ultimately created a community for people to join in. I think that's just a great step forward, and this introduction of new talent has raised and elevated our level of gameplay.
Yeah, I want to agree, because there are a lot of new faces that have, you know, kind of just taken their first step into Wild Rift and demonstrated that they are at the level where they can probably compete with, you know, the ex-pros returning. And I'm excited to see playoffs, but for now, players are into lobby. We're going to try again, ladies and gentlemen. Third time should be the charm. They should be going into the game soon with the draft. If I see another Tristana, Brendan, am I allowed to walk off set? Am I just allowed to call for a break?
No, you shouldn't ask me. I'm not.
You're the jinxer, right?
I'm not the person to ask.
Yeah, the jinxer. Brendan tends to be very unlucky with these things.
Hey, well, I can only do so much, you know. Yeah,
Channel your divine cosmic philosophy powers.
What what powers do you assume I have? I am but
the power of accepting and just moving on. Isn't that the whole idea of philosophy?
It costs $200 per session with a therapist. It costs nothing to tell yourself it do be like that.
I mean, true, but also as a message to people, if you do need mental help, do go seek
of course.
You need some support, you go seek some mental professionals. Professional mental help.
They will do a lot more for you than tell you.
They're just sitting there, you do be like that.
It do be like that.
Or listening to Brandon for that matter.
You're sitting there and you go, well, things aren't looking too great for me, you know. And they just sit there. It's like, well, it do be like that.
Yep.
Well, yeah. No, but they do a lot. So you guys see that.
They've got everything.
We look like we're off to the right start now.
Good start, yeah.
We should be jumping in the game pretty soon. It's a best of 3. Was giving an Aphrodite, Aphrodite. I keep saying Aphrodite.
Because it's a play on the name Aphrodite.
Right, Aphrodite. Alright, look to try and take this win away very quickly. The loser will have to play one more BO1, and it will be, if I'm not mistaken, at the end of the day
Against
to the moon. You know, so if this extends, if they lose this, then they have to extend their day, play another BO1, and it can affect the tempo when you kind of cool down after playing an intense set.
Imagine having to remake 2 games and then play 2 games or 3 games and then having to play another one afterwards. That must be very tiring, right?
I feel a little bit of salt. You want to replenish your salt, maybe take a drink.
Sure.
And we again, you know, for those people that have just joined in and tuned in at this point, very quickly refreshing our minds to the picks and bans, the drafts that we've seen, because we saw some very interesting adaptations. Blitzcrank coming through, the Kha'Zix and Riven coming through, as well as the Anumid, as we're finally in the Rift. Noblesse versus Aphrodite. Noblesse on the blue side. They're walking in 5 men strong, and they spot Aphrodite with the pants down. The Annie goes down as well.
This is classic Blitzcrank cheese. I don't know why Aphrodite didn't prepare for this. If you see this in your solo queue games, you're like, oh, they're gonna invade, right? It's Blitzcrank. Yeah. And his stack up is 5. And credit to Chingy, he hit a multi-man Q3. Yeah. So got the big knock-up and prevented Aphrodite from collapsing.
I mean, Chingy is their big Baron lane kind of carry. You know, he's not shy to play the Renekton, the Rivens, and the like. You know, he wants to play mechanically difficult champions to make something happen. Little bit of EXP denial by shoving in the wave, but it's honestly not that much. You know, this is what happens when you don't go assist your Baron, your mid laner. And as we take a look back onto Dai, they're getting a little bit of harassed on the Yanni.
They swapped the lane around. They want this Kai'Sa, Janna in mid against Kung, but he's going to be okay soaking the pressure here. Whereas Annie, anytime she steps up, liable to just instantly die to a hook.
This is very scary for the Yanni. I'm not quite sure.
Not
I'm
a big fan
of this lane swap. Yeah, and in the long run, they will end up losing a bit of golden EXP.
The big issue too is that Haraya is like your main magic damage, right? In the sense that he wants to be bursty, and to do that, he needs items. When he's sitting under turret, trying his best to farm and like just soak EXP, he's not going to be able to pick up his items in time, and there's a good grab coming in. They will be able to steal it away.
Oh, Dai, that was beautiful. Walks in, just hooks the Scuttle Crab, brings it over to the Kha'Zix. They get it. Ares is definitely going to thank his jungler for that, so they try to respond by going for the other Scuttle Crab. This could have been a great double Scuttle start. Instead, we see the power of the Blitzcrank shine through.
Now he's going to get the top Scuttle Crab, and also with the rotation down from Rossetti, could put pressure on this blue buff. He's dragged it into the bush, but the ward there is going to reveal this. Now, Ares still has a couple seconds left before his smite comes back up. He should be able to secure that. Meanwhile, this is a fight. Chingy is actually coming out ahead.
Yeah, Helena is right by the flanks though, waiting to try and get back in, and you can see he holds on, but it's not going to mean all too much. Chingy very close to hitting 5. Rossetti will as well, but you know, just with the way that Riven Ultimate works, the execute damage would mean more the fact that Rossetti's so low.
Well, there's a way to outplay this, right? If you pop the dominance when Riven thinks she has the execute threshold, then you're actually able to outplay it with the Call of the Meek. But for all intents and purposes, it's too Twitch reactionary kind of style. So I would prefer if you just played safe here.
It's an incredibly specific skill scenario, and you need to display that prowess, you know. And frankly, a lot of times it's not worth it. Even if you get the 1 kill, you know, the risk is so much higher.
Yes.
You allow for the counter kill on the Riven, and Riven will continue to scale up.
There are ways to bypass it too as the Riven, because like if you know he's going to pop dominance when you want to win slash him, you just, you know, animation cancel into a stun or Q3, and then you, while he's knocked up, you throw the win slash forward.
Okay, actually not that much loss from Hiraya. Hiraya has done a very good job of staying alive and sustaining and not allowing the Blitzcrank to get too close. Because of that, is now at 5, has some pressure towards the bomb side.
He's been soaking EXP but not farm, right? He is on equal par in terms of like 2.8k versus 2.8k of Gragas, but he should be a lot higher in terms of what a mid lane's net worth is.
Yeah, and as a result, you actually see the Kai'Sa being behind gold compared to the Lucian. I mean, Lucian, of course, with that first blood kill, will boost him up a decent amount, but still, you know, it's something to take note of.
Again, force this rotation here. Level 5, looking for the hook. That ward is going to spot them out. They know that Ocean Dragon is up, so they're setting up vision. One in the pixel bush, one towards the entrance, and one at the choke to see if they can hook anyone walking in and find an instantaneous pick with the Kha'Zix Burst.
A little bit too difficult for Aphrodite to get back in onto this. They kind of already accepted giving this one away. It looks like it's going to go down.
Oh,
Dai actually does manage to find the hook onto the Janna. They get the silence off, but the Blitzcrank is down. And Felina tries to jump back in with a flash kick, knocks back Kong, but it doesn't mean all too much because he's going to go down. Flash away from Chingy. He's looking pretty low now. They try to find a re-engage, but Fizzfish face tanks into the opponent. Ares with plenty of damage, and they move back onto the last remaining member alive. It's going to be Annie going down. It's a teammate. No, let's find a big 5-man fight.
They get everything they need there, plus the Dragon, and the consistent DPS from the Riven as well as the Lucian is why these picks are being picked in this particular game. The Riven is able to kite in and out with the mobility, and Lucian 3-0-3, completing the Man Immune, moving to Blade of the Ruined King. JW is performing magnificently in this game, and Aphrodite, when the hook came through, you should have just sacrificed the Janna there and just moved on with life, right?
And frankly, it wasn't even that bad because they did manage to find the return kill back onto Dai right away when they popped the ultimate, and but right after that, found nothing in exchange. Dai looking a little bit dicey, but the rest of his team is going to start appearing. Ares joining into the fight. Nice damage out from JW. They forced away Felina. Just maintaining control. Kong joins back in, but this is about it.
Fizzfish bought the Twin Shadows enchant. Most situations, I think that's kind of like an iffy buy, but because you need to isolate vision, you need to be able to check these bushes, like we said earlier. It's actually a decent early pickup to avoid getting caught by the Blitzcrank. Tibbers actually popped and completely whiffing there, so if JW picks this up, it's actually decent money. People tend to forget that Tibbers does give you gold.
Yeah, and it puts it back onto a full cooldown. You know, if the Timber survives, you can have it. It will regen HP, and the cooldown will continue to go down even with it up. So this is just a bit of a net loss overall for the Annie, I think.
JW now 2-item spike coming in. Black Cleaver done for Riven 2. If you're Aphrodite here, you can't really fight 5s because both the Riven and the Lucian are incredibly strong. You need to start looking for picks, but the composition is not designed to look for picks, right? They don't have anything to isolate anyone. Best case scenario, it's a flash Tibbers, you kill a Lucian alone, but Nobles are not going to let their squishies just kind of wander about.
They have good disengage, Aphrodite, but like you said, that's about it. They can flash in, find a pick or two. You know, same kind of applies with the Renekton. But that kind of ends there, whereas Noblesse, you know, might not necessarily have the best team fight either, but at least with the Gragas, can set things up a little bit better.
And be careful of the Tibbers, it's up in a second. Flash Bear into this fight might be what they need. Instead, they just let the Herald rip right through that tier 1.
Okay, so they get the Rift Herald down and a little bit of damage onto Haraya. So they just try to scale back and move back in, as now on the mid side we do see a bit of action. 700 loses a lot of HP. Great hook out from Dai with the Ignite taking down. He's looking to get onto the Honey Fruit, but will get denied. Flash away from Fizzfish, looking pretty low. Kong barely survives there as well, but it's a nice pickup. They take down the Kai'Sa.
Dai has been threading the needle with these hooks, just picking up the prime targets. Between 700 and Fizzfish, he's not hooked a tank once, right? Hooking a Annie or hooking a Renekton might be the end of the fight, but if you can get 700 of Fizzfish, it increases your chances of coming out ahead in that 5v5. 20 seconds on the Mountain Dragon right now. Noblesse, they want to pick up the blue buff for Ares and then rotate down to control the area. Where you're looking at your screen right now, these areas, each choke and exit point needs to be warded by Noblesse in order to find hooks.
So information gain is so valuable for Noblesse, especially for Noblesse, whereas Aphrodite, they need to focus on denying that vision control. You always do run the risk of the Blitzcrank just running up towards you and maybe getting a hook there.
I mean, because they have the Twin Shadows enchant, they don't necessarily have to throw vision down all the time. If they feel like they're in a pinch, they can just pop that and this is a dead Annie here.
Yeah, just focusing down the Annie. I don't think there's much more left for her to do. Ares will be there, but it's Kong that secures the kill. They instead get the Scuttle Crab, so mid laner for Scuttle Crab, worth that?
Probably not, because that man advantage for the next 13 seconds is going to result in them losing bot tier 1, potentially Mountain Dragon as well. Noblesse are hovering around because they want to look for a hook before they fight this. Die is very low, but a hook should secure something here.
Okay, Helena stunts it up for a second, but decides to back off. I think that's the right call, especially when you are down numbers. The Riven hovering nearby, Chingy just going to clear out the wave. He's still there, can go and rotate very quickly. Have to be aware of this, even with Rossetti being the Renekton, having a strong matchup against Riven, you don't team fight as well.
Aphrodite don't have any wards around this bush here, so Dai just roaming around looking for an angle in again. Doesn't want the Renekton, was trying to thread the needle for the Janna as the fight breaks out.
Yeah, we see the calling coming through. Chingy's over on the other side, dishing out good damage to find the execute off, killing 2 away right off. Now JW, he's going to be the target of focus, looking pretty low himself. He gets taken down finally. Hiraya kiting away from the Kaze, still gets isolated, doesn't have his bear there to provide support. It's a 2-for-3 trade, but no less sneak away the dragon in that time.
Yep. During that whole fight, it was actually Eris just soloing the dragon. Otherwise, it would have been a lot worse if he came in to clean up. Baron spawning doesn't mean anything right now. Maybe in 3 minutes, Noblesse will be able to take it, but that fight there for Aphrodite is as good as it gets. Dai has been, really attempting to thread the needle, like I said, with these hooks. Purposely missing Rossetti and Hiraya, trying his best to connect onto Fizzy Fish at 700, because he knows if you catch the Janna and you silence her and knock her up, your team should be able to blow her up before she pops the Monsoon. So instantly neutralizing the support is a good thing for Noblesse.
Baron control also heavily within Noblesse's side. Since they have the Kha'Zix, it's a lot of damage. They have the isolated damage. They have to try and grab that quickly. Looks like it will be the Vorpal Spikes upgrade. I believe that is the Claws upgrade as well. Lina finds the kickback on the Ares. He's stunned and locked up. Goes to survive, but he will die ultimately. Rossetti on the other side loses to Chingy in the 1v1.
Losing Eris means that they lose Baron control here. Aphrodite can push up mid and potentially look for more as the knockup comes through. I don't think Helena wants to be there.
Doesn't seem quite right. Almost gets clipped by the hook as well. If that had landed, definitely could have seen the Lee Sin go down, and suddenly wouldn't have been such a great spot to be in. Aphrodite have to play on the back foot here.
Forcing the rotation out because he's on the tier 2, so Chingy still exerting pressure on the map. Does not have Blade of the Exile, so immediately pieces out. Knows that he can't take this fight. Dai still looking for a hook again, forces the flash out at 700.
Yeah, that's about it. All Kai'Sa has is the flash, and without the flash is now vulnerable to this Blitzcrank's repeat hook, and so it's a big, long cooldown on the flash. Kong now the other side, setting up the lane for his team.
I think that Chingy can continue playing on the bottom half of the map and still and look to siege the Dragon Tier 2 while his team sets up around the Baron, because with Kha'Zix and Lucian, you actually take the objective relatively quickly, and you have 2 solid tanks, right, between Kung and Dai to kind of just soak up damage while you burst it down.
Kung and Dai have also been able to pick up a couple of items for themselves, but
Kung now. You see the ADC in the mid there, you should be on the Baron right now.
Well, a little bit far away. Ares is on the other side of the map. Maybe looking for a solo pickoff, but decided not to go for it. Yeah, you can see Kong has already picked up the Raw Age as well as the Rabadon's quite strong AP damage-wise, but you can see getting collapsed on by 3. The Culling will come through, good damage. Means they find the first knockdown, the teleport coming in as well. They get a hook back on the Rossetti. Rossetti gets knocked out, should go down here as Chingy jumps in. It's a 3-man knockout, finds a bit of the Exile second charge. They're moving on to the Raya now. The Kai'Sa will jump to the back, trains back for 1. But I don't see much more that there is to be done there. It's a triple kill for the Riven, a great teleport in to set up that fight.
Yep, that was a great bait being set up by Noblesse. It was originally a catch onto Kung, and he was able to get his full rotation of spells off before he died, so no love lost there. Once he's able to use the explosive cast, the rest of his team comes in to clean up, and Aphrodite, they just don't have the items, they don't have the power to really fight this. They're able to trade back on a couple, but that's about it. All Noblesse need to do, I think this is like time of death 13.5 minutes, right? There's really very little Aphrodite can do in this current place and time with their composition. This Kai'Sa, yes, she can scale up, but she's not going to be out DPSing JW at any, until maybe they both hit max items, because JW is always going to have this huge advantage.
Oh, they're kind of getting ready to call it here. Honestly, it looks like Nobles have taken full control of this game, and Kong charging up. Oh, barely misses out on the knock-up.
Yikes.
Doesn't connect either.
I'll call that a zoning hook.
Zoning, body slam, zoning hook.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what? Fair enough, fair enough. Next one will be that Infernal Elder Drake. You know what? I don't really want to see the game extend that far. I think Nobles can end it before then. I think they should. Don't give anything to Aphrodite. No chance to scale back in. Was looking for the Annie perhaps. The Renekton now jumps in, looking for this stun. We'll see the Cosmic Big Zone up by the side, but the Riven wrecking chaos in the back lines. Forces one dead. They do manage to trade back ultimately, and now we just put our attention back towards the remaining members from Aphrodite. They lock them down 3-1. They bring in the pain, and Aphrodite are flatlining. Nobles are walking into the base. They have so much control with 30 seconds left on the clock, and I think the hook should be up as well. They can take whatever they want. There's nothing for Aphrodite to do here.
Eris with the isolated damage should be able to burn through this Baron, and Blade of the Ruined King for JW makes it that much easier. No chance of a steal here since Helena is done 12 seconds before the jungler of Aphrodite responds. So this is the nice safe play here. You don't rush for the game-ending push. You just take the Baron, and then know that by the time your whole team resets out, you guys should be in position to push out in the final inhibitors. Maybe take the Elder Inferno if you want to, and then close out the game.
Huge gold lead, huge item lead. I don't think they have to wait to the Elder Inferno, Daryl. I'm just going to say here, they can just go in.
No, I called this like 2 minutes ago, so
yeah.
You can call it now if you want.
Yeah, no, I don't want this. I want them to just end the game, make something happen right here and now. You know, they have the means to do it. Qingyi is so powerful at this point, and getting even closer to just be outright unkillable. You saw what happened. Just dived into the back. You know, even top of 3 was still able to kill 1. And that's not a good look for Aphrodite. Yes. They're back towards the mid lane, trying to.
They're getting routed here. They're trying to defend against this like Baroned up super minion wave, but what they don't know is their side waves are getting shoved in, and all of them are in like these awkward spots where they have to recall and then fight inside instead of making a last stand proper.
Doesn't look like Qingyi managed to get the Baron buff, and so kind of reduces the effect of that a little bit. I'm not quite sure that's what the Doctor ordered. Instead, they get knocked up. The crowd control for the Riven ends their lives. They've lost this game for sure here. Aphrodite sent back the base packing. Nobles take the first win.
Last-ditch attempt coming in from Helena. You can't blame him for trying, attempting to come in with the insect onto Eris, but that's when you miscalculate. You realize, hey, I'm alone with the Kha'Zix. This is not where I want to be, and that's going to be Nobles taking game 1.
Definitely felt like a toe play. Definitely felt like a toe play. You know, they made an attempt to get back in there, but unfortunately, things don't always pan out the way they want them to. So they will end up losing this first one. Nobles taking 1-0 lead. They are so much closer to it. They just need another game to take it off.
Yeah, another game guarantees them a spot in the playoffs, and they're just on the cusp of success here. They made it through the first time. The second time should be no different, and against Aphrodite Gaming, this team that we termed BDG Reforged. There seems to be a stylistic difference between two of them. I think Aphrodite Gaming with that lane swap were not able to really capitalize on that kind of early game shenanigans.
It didn't feel like they had as good of an understanding of what to do, and I think that the curveball that was thrown by Nobles was a little bit too difficult for them to respond to.
They ended up sacrificing their Annie to put the Kai'Sa ahead, and even then the Kai'Sa wasn't that far ahead in the team fight. She didn't feel that strong, right? Whereas if you just kept default lanes and Annie was able to pick up 1 or 2 kills on the roam with Lee Sin, her flash tibbers would actually feel like a spell, not just decorations. Or
it felt the same, to be honest, because you looked at the gold, you looked at the EXP, well, not the EXP, you looked at the gold going into it, right? It was virtually the same, right? The only thing that changes is that there's an additional risk because now the Annie is single-handedly dealing with both the Lucian as well as the Blitzcrank. As opposed to just sending them down there instead. You know, I have to say it didn't feel that great. It didn't seem like it led to any sort of an advantage. You know, it's definitely a lot less punishing for the Kaisa and the Janna being able to constantly shove in the waves. But then, do they rotate after that? I don't think so. They didn't seem to do that.
There's nothing much you can do with a Janna when you want to rotate to the jungle, which as a result led to his own jungler falling behind. Right? We saw how Dai was able to just like kind of grab the early Scuttle Crab and deliver it to Eris, and this is the value of the Blitzcrank versus the Janna in this matchup.
So Noblesse, you know, I'd say Chingy, smooth like butter, was
On that Riven, out of 10, how do you rate it?
I have to say it's a solid 8.
Solid 8?
Solid 8.
A very good animation cancelling on the final fight. Was able to land Q3 straight into Wind Slash to enable the execute coming in. So that's normally what I like to see when you're able to like buffer your frames into each other.
Very nice timing and being able to pair it up with the rest of the team as well. You know, if you think about it in this sense, Q3 is the same effect as a Rakan spell. You know, you get that same kind of thing, right? For cheaper in a sense, but it's much more difficult to set up. And so a good Riven can find very similar effect to having not only very high damage, but also very good crowd control. And as a team fighter, was exceptional, and then the problem became even more exasperated when he was able to single-handedly deal with the Renekton. When Renekton was losing 1v1 fights to the Riven, I think it's just about time to call it. I think you said it best, 13.5 minutes is the time of death. When we realized that Riven was out of control, there was no way of stopping her, the snowball was too great.
All of this started like from minute 0, I think, when you saw the Blitzcrank pick and you weren't anticipating the 5-minute invade, and they just got like, you know, stacked up upon, and Riven was able to hit the Q3 onto like multiple members. So when you see these kind of things, you need to plan in advance. You need to like counter strat. Okay, if they're gonna invade our bot side, if they're gonna invade our blue, can we just put a ward down and then, you know, swap strengths on the map? Can we just, you know, vertically jungle, we'll take their blue instead, and then maybe we'll play towards the Renekton lane and keep the Riven behind, and maybe that gives us a better win condition, right?
I mean, that's generally why you have someone standing in mid, right? So you can spot them if they come in through lane, right? The issue was they were watching from that brush, and you can see them coming into the river, but you don't see them coming in through lane, and so they outplayed themselves, basically outplayed themselves.
Next game's pick and ban should be underway soon, ladies and gentlemen. Noblesse Gaming up 1. Aphrodite kind of backs against the wall here. They need to win this to tie this one up, otherwise they will be dropping to the lower bracket to play to the moon, which again, not an easy opponent. An easy opponent. So you definitely do want to try your best in this particular BO3 to secure a spot and call it for the qualifiers.
Yeah, if you can get away from that. I mean, not just against the moon, just in general. You don't want to play that last game anyway. If you can skip a game,
it's kind of awful, right?
Yeah, if you can skip a game, why not? You know, no reason to play out the last one, and so have to see how that one goes. But we already have our first lower bracket semifinals. It is Team Pepega versus Banana, and that's an interesting one to see as well. So let's jump into our picks and bans. Aphrodite now I've switched around things to the blue side. Renekton was not a bad pick. It wasn't a bad flavor for them, but ultimately they
found the answer.
Skilled out of control too quickly. Want to see what else they have in store for us this time.
Instant ban with coming in from Aphrodite on that Senna, but JW actually isn't in here, so it's gonna be Pain instead. Not necessarily the worst thing to ban out still. I think there is still some like issue with the fasting Senna being like a relatively overtuned champion, in my opinion.
Instead, Greg is going to be banned away by Noblesse to get rid of that option, and there you go. You gotta be a little bit concerned about the Riven after that game. You know, don't want to let it run amok. So, what better way to do it than just ban it if you're not gonna play it?
Well, then this should prompt a Renekton ban from Noblesse, or, you know, if the Camille is left open, you can use that as a response. I think the two picks we've seen that kind of deal well with the Renekton now is Camille and Riven, and one of them have been banned out. So either you ban the Renekton or you ban the Camille here. I think the Orianna against Haraya is a solid choice. They banned it in game 1 too, so kind of worried about the counter engage potential and the scaling potential of the Orianna.
Frankly, Camille plays similar to Riven. Mechanically very different, but the idea, the way you play split push and then team fights are very similar, and so could see Chingy actually want to go for that. I don't think the Fiora is necessarily the right ban here. You I could see being a little bit concerned about that, especially if you want to go for the Renekton again. You don't want something good that can go against you, but Camille's still up. I don't see a reason why they would have to default into the Fiora.
Well, I think you either ban Camille or Ziggs here if you are Noblest Gaming. Because the idea here is if you don't ban either of them and you R1, R2 non-Ziggs, then you have a problem. You have two very strong solo laners, right? Generally, your R1, R2 is also something that you feel is strong, but you wouldn't want to pick Ziggs into Renekton, so...
A bit curious as to this. So Orion and
Oh, they go
Helena.
Ziggs, okay.
Wonder if this is they're actually doing a role swap, or is it just the name swap?
I think it's just the names being swapped up.
Right. Well, every once in a while they do that kind of stuff, right? So we can't. So I don't want to entirely rule out that idea.
They
for
last
now-
banned Ziggs here, so if Aphrodite do early Camille Renekton, the response is there from Noblest as well. So it's completely fine. I think the Ziggs was the right ban, because if you ban... Yep, you know what? Camille Renekton and then you follow up with a Gallo, you're fine.
Okay, let's see what they have in store for us. They are going to hold on for that a little bit. It's going to be the Camille pickup, first off.
Then you do Renekton Gallo here, and then you can deny like Zyra Rakan opposing side, and you can also pick like your own maybe Lucian Galio bot lane, and it's still pretty strong.
Okay, maybe go for Lucian Galio, Lucian Braum. You know, these options are available.
I mean, you have to pick Renekton as R1 here.
Yeah.
Especially when you see the Camille, right?
Keep it
It's
away.
just your R2, it could be Lucian, it could be Galio, depending what you want to do.
Hold on to... I'm quite curious as to see what Noblest are going to try and go for as a team composition as a whole. You know, they definitely pulled out some interesting ideas when you go for something like the Blitzcrank, go for something like the Kha'Zix. You know, we haven't seen Kha'Zix being played at all. Blitzcrank is a pretty clear indication of what it was supposed to be, but Wukong actually sets an interesting precedent. You know, playing with the crowd control that the Wukong has, they're going to want to pay attention to that. We've seen a lot of successful Wukong, you know, in situations where we have otherwise criticized saying, you know, why not play something like the Xin Zhao? Wukong has seen a lot of success.
Usually if you're
well.
drafting like a big team fight wombo combo style competition, then the Graves there is troll. Yeah, you can do Lucian here, but again, I don't see the value of like R1 Wukong, because now Aphrodite can pick Renekton mid and just like dump on whatever mage you pick, right? You have no good matchups if it's Renekton mid, Camille top, and they have very strong frontline team fight coupled together with like, they could imagine if they do Renekton Gallo here, you're completely dead in the water.
Renekton Galio would really steal away some power picks, right? Instead of going for the Corki, they still have one more pick. Okay, Renekton really could be very nice here. I think Galio would definitely feel a little bit more comfortable, especially since you don't know where the Lucian is going to go yet. If he's going to go into the mid lane, the Renekton could suffer a tad bit. We will get to see an interesting matchup for sure, but I think Renekton would suffer a little, and so instead opting to just go for the Corki first, and Galio could fit very well in this team comp. For Noblest, they have some decent crowd control. They have a nice damage source with the Lucian. So I wonder if they're just going to continue to stack that up, bring in more forms of damage, more forms of crowd control to layer on top and leave the Lucian to output that DPS.
The assumption right now that, you know, they have a flex Wukong, so they can still look for their jungle here. Aphrodite going to the Z, kind of greedy in my opinion. There are like picks that you can use to, like Annie for example, to counter pick the Z, or any mage that keeps it his or her distance and is still able to chunk the Z out.
It's like one of those
Ari
situations.
is a old school Z counter, and you know, Kung does play Ari.
It's one of those situations where you're kind of down to like, okay, what else do we play? I don't know. Let's just go for the Z. You know, you want to get the win no matter what. But this is a second game. Second games you don't usually do this. You say this to the last game.
Yeah. Now they get Renekton and they could play Renekton to Z, and that would mess up Hiraya's day. Renekton to Z is so nasty.
Right. I wonder if they know that. If they know that matchup is going to be heavily Renekton favored.
It is very, very bad for Zed, because there's nothing you can do against Renekton in the 1-on-1. You pop Deathmark, he pops Dominus, he's just gonna stun you and then chase you down, right? So there's no good kind of like outcome in that for the Zed player.
TF also an option and available, but I don't see either
one TF
teams
here,
really playing it. You know, it doesn't seem like the right global to have. Galio fits much better. You know, you're talking so much about how Galio was supposed to go to Aphrodite, but instead Noblest were the ones to
Well,
get...
I would have liked to see Renekton Galio by either side, because these are two like tier 1 picks, right? And to be left till like third, fourth rotation is just kind of awful.
For sure. Should I respond with the Darius? To deal with the Renekton a little bit, but we've seen how that matchup goes is heavily skill dependent and both sides can really start to scale out of control, but once Renekton gets a hit, Darius can't really respond to it, especially in these fights, you know, just oftentimes gets bullied out, and Fizzyfish, like we mentioned before, plays mostly enchanters. Could look to try and empower the...
It's going to be the comfort Nami in the last game.
Yeah, could try to empower the Corki, but honestly, looking at how the damage is kind of split out, I'm a little bit concerned. It doesn't feel very comfortable.
A lot of AD. Only a Corki is somewhat mixed damage, and you have two kind of solo laners here. Well, three if you want to include the commute that love to duel, right? The problem is Noblest have tools to counter the duel. Just between Hero's entrance and the Wukong who can approach from very like awkward angles, you will never find yourself safe in a 1v1. So it's always going to be an unfair fight for Aphrodite as the Seraphine comes out as the final pick for Noblest here. So I think that Noblest have kind of gotten the better draft here just because they also have double mix damage in the form of Galio and Seraphine. Both of them are somewhat AP.
Yeah.
It's hard to itemize against. They have a lot more control and they will never give you a fair one-on-one fight. It feels like Noblest have this one in the back.
I mean, Seraphine's range is so massive, right? It's very difficult for
and you don't have anyone to block it from Aphrodite.
Nobody can soak that damage for you. If anybody gets hit by a spell, tagged by a spell, you know, you're losing your health bar so quickly. The Seraphine is such a good pickup in this situation, I think. You know, it tops you up, gives you some sustain, you can extend your dragon fights, your baron fights. At the same time, you get some supplementary engage with the Encore. At the same time, you know, you're far away enough to fight that you don't really have to worry about it. The only thing you have to be concerned about is a potential flank, and that could be the way Aphrodite plays. You know, you have to be the ones
have to flank, yes.
Yeah, coming in with interesting angles. The commune needs to be the one to jump in, and Darius racking havoc in the front. Then Zed somehow slipping his way through.
Even then, I'm still kind of afraid because the Gallo doesn't inherently have to dive in. It is probably going to be Wukong Renekton that's leading the charge.
Yeah.
Galio just sits next to Lucian, and if you see Zed appear, don't even charge up your taunt. Just hit your taunt instantly, and then Justice punch him, and then see what happens, right? He's not going to be able to get his combo off. And then you turn around with the Lucian and just kill him. And then once the Zed is dead, join in your front line with the Hero's entrance. So this is why I think that Noblest have the better draft. I think overall, they've come out ahead in terms of value. The Seraphine here is like a pseudo Senna, if you want to put it that way. Like, her job is to keep you topped up and provide some control. She doesn't have like the, you know, perpetual scaling of a Senna, but she does have a lot more early game presence in the form of like what she brings to the lane.
And she definitely brings a different flavor and a little bit more hard crowd control, where otherwise you'd be shielding from the center. You know, this is a little bit more hard crowd control that could be what they want to go for when they drafted this composition. Noblest seem to have a little bit more of a rounded composition when they have decent early to mid game damage and still some scaling towards late game. It seems very dependent. Aphrodite's composition seems very dependent on Noblest being willing to go for these exchanges, to handshake them in these fights, whereas Noblest could just as easily walk away and dictate which fights they want to go for.
Yeah, I feel like ultimately this is going to be a Noblest game. I don't like calling things too early, but whenever I look at draft, the one thing that always confuses me, right, and this is a pet peeve of mine, I'll be very honest, when I like cast games and there are tier 1 picks, very clear tier 1 picks in a lot of regions, that are left open all the way down, right?
Yeah.
And that just tells me either A, you're not comfortable playing it, or you don't know the meta, which are both bad signs to me.
Right.
As someone that wants the region to improve, yeah.
I mean, the fact that they Z picked so early, as it seems like a comfort choice.
Dude, they did Z over Renekton and Galio. Like, why? You know?
Right. Yeah. So it does feel that way, where you're defaulting back to your comfort picks. You don't want to go for a pickup that would otherwise be, you know, more stable, more solid in that sense. And we start to feel the impact here. You definitely start to feel the impact here.
The downside is, well, not downside, but one criticism we had about Galio mid is that the damage isn't really there anymore. They nerfed a lot of the numbers coming in, so building full AP is not like, you know, Galio's gonna hit like a truck. Just, he will have some impact in the fights, but he won't just one-shot you when he's full AP. So he doesn't have that insane wave clear. A lot of it comes from his passive, so he will have to step up into the wave to auto if he wants to, you know, deal with the push coming in from Zed.
Zed has never been known as a champion of a lot of wave clear, so I could definitely see a lot of harass come through, and it's a little bit difficult to block the Renekton as well as the Wukong. It's so easy to jump you, get you a little bit of damage, all you have is that Living Shadow to get you out. You only have a short gap closer, and that is a long cooldown.
It is. You can reduce it by using the like Shadow Slash, but even then also it's still like on a 20-second cooldown.
I think level 1.
Yep.
It's pretty close to that, right? Yeah.
Minions have spawned.
So here we have it. It's the game number 2.
Oh, hold on.
Oh. Getting excited there.
Yep. Just gotta stand.
Get some energy in. Aphrodite versus Noblesse. Noblesse take that first win. Looking to close out in a 2-0. Here we go. Yeah, Kong's just gonna walk in. They have the Lucian. They have the Renekton. Clearing out that wave quickly. Okay, actually, it looks
It's
like
gonna be a mid Lucian into Zed.
Yeah,
and then they're playing
Galio
Galio Seraphine. Not a big fan of this because you can actually get punished by that Zed when he hits level 5, right? So you need to bully him early on and try to establish a HP advantage, otherwise you get one shot.
Could this be a case where they bring in the Galio Seraphine for now and they swap it back after?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I still think that Galio has the better matchup against the Zed. Like, he's gonna get bullied in right now. He's getting shot, and this bot wave is...
Unless they just make this happen, they find the Ignite damage down onto 700. He's looking pretty low here. One more tick should find it, but he gets healed up, tops up and survives. The last tick of the Ignite would not find the kill.
I mean, that is quite a unconventional lane, so they don't know the numbers. They get caught by the full combo of a Justice Punch into the Winds of War. But still, Kong is getting pressured out, and this is why I don't like the Lucian into Zed. You don't really have the best time early on, and at level 5 it gets worse. You need a lot of attention from your jungler.
I think the attention is theirs to get. You can see Noblesse. Honestly, both side lanes have so much control and are dealing with their opponents so well that they're willing to give this one, give Ares' attention over to Kong. Pariah will suffer a little bit to the Lucian there.
Gonna hit the snare again. And Wave is in an awkward position, so they can't really go for the all-in on this tier 1. This bot lane is all about harassing and converting on kills because neither of them scale very well. We talked about how AP Galio has kind of become a little weaker in the past couple of patches. Same thing for Seraphine, right?
Right.
So they don't really have this insane scaling on the Noblesse side, so they need to find kills and need to like kind of up the tempo of the game, essentially.
We've seen some instances before where you run the Soul and Seraphine and you get a lot of sustain, a lot of range, but then because of I think the adaptation now, you know, things are a little bit more dynamic, a little bit faster paced. If you want sustain, you look at things like Senna instead. So the Sona has kind of fallen out of popularity. We don't look at that so much anymore. But the thing with running the Seraphine is you also get to boost up and empower one of your champions, which I think is going to be really critical, especially when you take a look at Chingy. Chingy is likely going to be in a lot of these team fights with you, diving in and trying to take down your opponents. You know, that's a benefit that he has over Rossetti. Rossetti does not get that kind of impact from his team.
Doesn't have the mobility to get into the fight unless you buy Proto Belt.
Exactly, and so Fizzy Fish cannot really do that same effect. It is going to mainly be focusing back on the Corki. You know, it's very different.
A very good trade there for Chingy. He got level 6 off that wave as well, so as long as Rossetti was unable to collect the cannon wave, he's going to be down EXP, so he knows he can go in for the trade. Still, look at the itemization coming from the Darius. Full armor, health, and movement speed. I like this, you know, he's like saying, my job here is to soak the pressure from the Renekton. They know that this is a 60-40 matchup for the Renekton, so it's really tough to come out and hit unless the jungler pays a visit.
Yeah, I mean, he's not here to gamble or anything. He just wants to make sure that he can stay absolutely safe and topped up, holding his own against Renekton, while the rest of his team makes something happen, because Renekton, if he gets in on this team fights, it's going to be very difficult to deal with. Dragon will be spawning. It's the Cloud Drake. CC Noblesse hitting that first recall window. They're going to make a quick pit stop in base before making their way towards the Dragon. Everyone on the team rotating over. It will be Chingy joining the fight as well.
4-minute Rod of Ages completed for JW. Meanwhile, Blade of the Ring King done for the Renekton, like you said. Going to be joining in this fight. So this is a big power spike for the side of Noblesse, whereas Aphrodite, they have this garage sale, you know, sort of item set where nothing really complete.
Oh my goodness. Almost found a good taunt there to start things off. Going back in with the package is some nice damage. The upper hand locking down the Lucian. He dashes into his own death. You still see the fight happening with JW setting up a good position with his ultimate. But in the meantime, Helena has joined in with the Hextech ultimatum, locking them down. Shingy facing death. The last rocket will not connect from 700. It's a 1-to-1 exchange. But Noblesse lose Kong in that process.
That was not the best start to the fight for Noblesse, getting caught out and then instantly deleted. The mid lane Lucian is majority of your damage. Remember that JW and Dai, they don't provide that much. Apart from the certain amount of CC they bring to the table, after that they're just completely done. So Kong has to stay alive to contribute during these fights.
Doesn't seem to be all too bad for Noblesse though, you know. Even if they, while losing Kong, they do manage to take down Rossetti in the process, which should be quite nice for Chingy. Dealing in this matchup, he is going to actually... Oh, well, actually, Rossetti does manage to get that kill gold, so a little bit ahead now for the Deadman split.
It's a full defensive against Blade of the Ring King. Meanwhile, Aphrodite, they will get spotted out starting off this Cloud Dragon. Big Colleen coming across, splits up this fight, but getting chunked up. Oh, no!
Dies immediately gone. Haraya might follow soon after. The flash away. The auto attack cancelled by JW, and now jumping back in with a Hextech ultimatum. They set a great spot for them to be in. Rossetti coming in for the back. Renekton late to follow. Flash shade from the two-man apprehend. They find the last bits of damage to secure them the kill. Noblesse running for their lives, and this is the flaw of the composition they've drafted for. Their ultimate cooldowns are so long. Dai barely gets it back up after 2 rotations of a fight breaking out.
Completely different if you play Galio mid versus Lucian mid, right? I think the Galio mid just does not... the Lucian mid does not provide enough value to the team. He's getting zoned away from these fights as we see Chingy going in for the all-in. He should be able to get this with the counter meat here.
Yeah, still finds a little bit more damage. Rossetti getting away, and Chingy doesn't have the flash to stick on him. Darius will survive through all of that. But Haraya goes down somewhere else.
They use the Encore. I think they tried to go for a dive onto Dai, but he pops the Encore, and meanwhile they get the Rift Herald. Kung is not having the best time in these team fights, right? Every time he tries to walk in and tries to get some damage done, he's getting zoned away from the angles by Zed as well as Camille, and Darius as well. So it's tough for him to even engage.
It's very tough.
Needs to kind of wait this one out, right? He's looking for Blade of the Ring King next item before he can even contribute in. Gold is slightly ahead in favor of Noblesse, but
very small difference right now. Both sides are basically even.
they need to drop the Herald mid to open up the map, and maybe they can do something, because their composition, again, is very good at opening up the map and playing cross map, because you have what, 2 screens worth of crowd control in the form of Encore and Hero's Entrance. The map has to be wide for you to kind of make proactive plays and force Aphrodite to respond.
They have good team fighting, but the positioning has been pretty suspect. You know, Kong, you can see that he has been playing to these Gragas type mid laners, you know, and so now switching back into the Lucian, it feels awkward. He's been dashing into situations he shouldn't be in, a little bit too aggressive. Now they do see a bit of an engage coming through. JW looking for an angle to perhaps find something in the mid lane. They won't be able to get anything done. Shingy now dealing with a 2 versus 1, losing a lot of HP, jumps onto the honeyfruit, the damage will come through. They jump back in with a heroic entrance, some nice damage back onto Rossetti, even with the Winds of War cannot convert that into anything more. So Noblesse just lose their top lane in that process.
Miscommunication from JW. That fight started way before, and they take too long to rotate up, and now the Encore misses as well. They need to get the kill onto this Corki, otherwise it's just a complete whitewash here for Noblesse.
It's a huge loss. They've ended up spending so much. Rossetti in the maximize for way too long. Kong taking a lot of free damage, jumps back on the 700, gets hit by the hook shot, gets stunned up, and he's going down. Noblesse, the rest of the team looking to follow soon after. They're following after their mid laner. Renekton teleporting in, but gets hit by the bubble along with the Seraphine. They buy some time, but they're under turret now. Aphrodite will follow. They're going in with hot pursuit, chasing after these last kills. The Ignite will find them some solace. They return a little bit back, but for the most part, Aphrodite in full control.
7-4, they're able to clean up the fight and finally extend the goal to about 1,000. I think Noblesse, they're just overreaching again too much, and the start of it was miscommunication. JW on this Galio, traditionally, he's the ADC, right? Galio needs this level of global map awareness, and he was too late to rotate up. to come in with the hero's entrance, and by the time he came in, it's a wasted ultimate. There's no reason for you to use that after your top laner has died.
Very different dynamic. I have to wonder, why not just give the Lucian over to JW and have Kong play Galio, and if you wanted it, switch lanes. You know, that could have been a situation. Or maybe they were very careful about their team synergy.
He looks very uncertain on the Galio, I'll be honest. Like, a lot of the taunts, a lot of the combos have not been connecting well.
And it was so critical that Dai's Encore didn't connect with Corki because he had the package. I mean, that just cost them a lot here. They're going to pop the Herald early, try and set up for the Dragon. I'm not sure if this is going to convert into the full turret. I think it's going to leave it with just a little bit of HP left. So they still have 700 HP on that turret, and meanwhile the Dragon has just spawned, which means Aphrodite are in perfect position to respond to this. No culling available, then some damage away from Kong. He's been put behind this game, still trying to find his footing, scale back up. Chingy by the side is going to suffer the wrath of 3 from Aphrodite. They then for the engage. JW finally finds an angle to perhaps get in. It's still a little bit too late. They do open it up by taking down Haraya, and Noblesse chasing after the second
good
kill on the Felina. It's a beautiful encore. Rossetti looking low. Ares jumps back in with a Nimbus strike to get the hits off. Busy Fish looking to follow soon after. Chingy on to pursue with the last few auto attacks. Finally gets caught up by the bubble. Meanwhile, Helena is in. The taunt barely misses. Just needs a channel for half a second longer. Noblesse will just barely miss out those last 2 kills.
So the example I was giving about how JW is very uncomfortable on Galio, you could see that in the final play, right? But the ultimate in mid lane, simple no-brainer. The moment the Deathmark comes in and he's in range to hit the hero's entrance, you just call for that and he collapses with the play. So that is Aphrodite playing poorly. That is them being too greedy, trying to all in a Renekton under tier 1 with Dominus up.
In all honesty though, JW actually did not manage to hit anyway with the ult. Right, which is still a sign.
It's a no-brainer.
It's still a little bit late. Apprehend does manage to clip Kong, and so he has to flash out. Ares trying to run in. They're looking for the steal, but will still head over to Helena. Nice tidal web to set the fight, as it looks like the JW will go down. They cannot convert that into a second return kill back onto the Camille. Noblesse lose the Dragon and their their bot lane.
JW in the middle of the fight, not supported. He was stuck between 3. Needed the assistance from Ares, who was going to jump in here mid with the Cyclone.
First shot of the Cyclone used, the second one coming down as well. Good damage out. They do manage to hit the encore. Resets the distance as they find another mark. The death mark is also going to come down. Pariah walks forward, but I think that's just about it for him. He doesn't have much left in the tank.
Dai saved that fight. If he did not hit that 3-man encore, they just straight up lose that because they committed way too far forward. Ares already died to the Noxian Guillotine, right? It was only that encore that allowed them to salvage something from the end of it. Noblesse, they're playing with fire. This goalie jumping back and forth between Aphrodite and Noblesse as we see the Hextech Automatum come in. Chingy's under fire right now.
Yeah, Helena ain't happy about this. He doesn't want you to have it. Says, this is my blue buff. Get out of here.
To get you.
Forces the barrier out too from Chingy, so it was just ultimate for a barrier exchange, and I think that's going to be good for Aphrodite because Chingy is lacking 1 level of safety now.
And Kong has consistently been a target, easy for Aphrodite to find, and when he's been taken out, big chunk of their damage gone.
Yep.
They need to be very aware of this. Lucian cannot be positioning the way that he has been. The culling is a long-range, well, relatively long-range tool that you can pair together with the team. You know, it feels like they haven't been able to quite understand the idea behind their team, and it's costing them a lot of these fights. Look at the Lucian right now. He might have a lot of the gold, but he hasn't been able to really be involved as much as he would like to be.
As much as possible, he needs to get the Zhonya's enchant like online. If he bases and buys it now, I would say good job, because the only way Noblesse really like straight up gets smacked, there you go, is if Kung gets 1 shot, and the Zhonya's enchant stops that from happening. So he recognized that very quickly. In fact, based only to buy that because he knows he needs to fight. So that is the item that keeps him safe. That is the item that allows him to fight well. With Baron up, Noblesse will be looking to contest mid-prio first to get some vision. A lot of wards from Aphrodite around the Baron pit. Only 1 from Noblesse there.
Noblesse haven't been able to find their footing in this game, getting control around the map. Most of the time they've been reacting to Aphrodite, and you can see in the same kind of branch that their vision control has been lacking. You know, it kind of falls into the same place. But right now, the map is looking so barren. All the camps cleared out, minions, none of the waves are available. Everybody had taken everything. And so the pace of the game slows down to a crawl as everybody's looking to reset now.
Poke from 700 starting to stack up. Even though Dai does have some sustain, those missiles are starting to really hurt. Look at this. JW is actually shadowing Ares here, so he's looking to make a play onto the Z if he oversteps. Does the shadow out if he jukes back forward?
Unlikely. I mean, if this was the Kong, perhaps would have gone for something that, okay, Chingy watches as Helena has locked him down once again. The barrier is going to be used. Dominus comes through, flashes to the wall, but the flashback from the Camille ensures a killing spree. Meanwhile, Visibus should go down. The first use of the Cyclone, they jump back and forth. Oh my goodness! Secondary Cyclone gets some good damage onto the Zen. Not sure if they convert this into anything more. 700 looks to get caught by the Encore, and they jump back in. Ares still trying to make something happen, but the flashback from Rossetti should secure this kill. The Wukong will go down to the bleed or the crippling strike, whichever comes first. Meanwhile, Kong tries to kite away for the remaining members of Aphrodite, but the rest of his team gone and dead. Means he will be soon to follow.
I'm gonna ask you a question, like an honest one, Brandon. What do you think JW did in that fight? And the answer is absolutely nothing, right? This Galio ADC, quote-unquote, your marksman role just does not have any impact. The way that it played out in the early game hurt both him and Lucian, and now they're falling so far behind, they can't contribute anything to these fights.
I know you were asking me that as a rhetorical question, but I genuinely drew a blank.
Yep.
Oh,
It hasn't done anything.
I don't even know where he was, actually.
9.6k, like second lowest net worth, that has no impact on these fights. That was a really poor lane swap in my opinion. And yesterday when we were casting the Noblest games, this is one thing I had the most gripe with. Their draft always gave me one big question mark. Like, why do that? Like, there is no logic to it. It just seems as though, like, on a whim, they snap their fingers and they decide to do it.
Well, playing into what they are most comfortable with is part of the personality that's made them so enjoyable to watch, but at the same time it's so painful. On the other hand, you know, the same instance happened in their games yesterday. They decided to go and play any support,
And the Fizz mid too.
and the Fizz mid dropped the game.
Yeah, they're better picks for that. Why do you specifically have to play Fizz mid and any support?
Because of that, it's caused a little bit of a difficulty for this team to get ahead as much as they would like to be. You should see Horizon pretty tanky. The PS Light barely does anything to him.
He's gonna die.
Jumps onto Kong, he's looking for this first kill. He should be able to find it. Does manage to take down the Lucian at least. Jumps back in, delays a little bit from the enemy team. They do finally burn him down.
It's okay losing the Z for the Lucian because Lucian is, like I said, about 80% of their physical damage. Chingy is the other 20%. Maybe he can make something happen here.
Encore connects onto 700. He doesn't have his flash. That's going to be the Exalt. JW joining in. They get the lockdown. They finally find the kill to take down the Corgi, but cannot respond to the enemy team. Still, you see Rossetti moving forward, and you have to respect that. Darius, you back off.
And lose the bot and hit, and now Aphrodite are just going to reset knowing that they can come back in with this TP on the Camille. Good bubble up, actually holds him in place. Ares might just go down here.
That's the Aqua Prison securing the kill for the team. Teleport in from Helena. They're walking into the base. The Nexus is open, and so is the game. Noblesse going to drop the second one as Aphrodite make it 1-1.
They have this bad habit, Brandon. In Game 2, they like to draft like very strange kind of compositions.
It's always the Game 2.
Yeah, it's always Game 2 where they feel like they want a hit and they're like, okay, you know what would make us really special? If we put Lucian mid instead of Galio and then we just try to like mess with them by playing Galio Seraphine. It never works out. Like, there's a reason it's Lucian ADC and Galio mid, because then from the mid lane you can also impact the side lanes with your hero's entrance. JW had like minimal impact in Game 2, 5, and 4. If you ask me, he was probably like the lowest contributor to the overall performance of the team.
And they made it so that JW had to play a mage, a pseudo-mage, tanky kind of character instead of giving him another marksman to work with. You know, if it was as simple as Kong switching on the Galio and JW going to the mid lane, sure, by all means, at least they're more comfortable with their roles. Instead, they insist on this adaptation, and it feels awkward on both sides. Kong
for sure
didn't seem to know how to position as the Lucian, got caught out by the upper hand on so many instances, and JW the same.
I think that was just a big a lot of question marks for me from Noblest. And you look at their direct competitors who've already found a spot in the playoffs, right? Renatus. They don't do any of this like questionable, like weird drafts. They execute the game to the best of their ability. They're always learning from their mistakes. This is concerning to me because if Noblest are unable to take the same approach as Renatus, they're not going to improve at their kind of capacity and the level, right? Because Renatus from game to game, from tournament to tournament, from like qualifier to qualifier, has shown so much improvement. Noblest has more or less been at the same level since we first saw them.
It's a very recurring trend, right? A lot of teams that are now starting to pop off a lot have been coming in stronger than before and understanding the game better. You know, there have been certain adaptations that Noblest have made. You can see their early game, their mid control is on point. They do know what to do, but that's about it. It feels like that is the extent of their knowledge gained to the game, as opposed to when they first started. So I definitely have to agree with you there, Hungry. It does become a problem for them, I think, as they as they go deeper into the competition. I'm a little bit curious, and I'm going to take a quick look at this. What was their route into the competition? Okay, so they played against a team that we have not seen, and then played against Team Pepega.
2-1, and then now they're probably going to go 2-1 again, depending on which way.
Yeah, well, I mean, it definitely will be 2-1 if you're going in that sense. Interesting development, you know. So this is a big test for them going up against Aphrodite, and even if they do end up dropping this game, they will be playing up against To The Moon. I think this is another big challenge that they have to overcome.
Even tougher for them, I think. I just feel really upset when I see the draft because I know that like Game 1 their draft is exactly what you expect, and then in Game 2 they just pull all these like very hilarious kind of memey lane swaps, and like if you want to play standard, if you want to clean up your play, that is what you should be doing, right? To achieve your highest potential, as opposed to like kind of just, you know, swap things up for the heck of it. And when you go up into the playoffs, say hypothetically they qualify for the playoffs and they go up against the like of Alliance, and they're down 1 game, they're down 2 games. What is your solution then? Do we dig deep, or we just try to do this meme lane swap thing again? Like,
oh man, yeah, that's
where does the constant improvement come from?
Oh my goodness, you're kind of right. You know, this is always something that I've kind of struggled with internally as well. You know, I kind of want to see teams innovate, bring in something different. You know, cheese a little bit where they have to, but then that is not a solution. That is a band-aid fix to a problem, which is you just frankly don't have the understanding of the mechanics to execute. And you need to refresh that when you go into the off-season. When you take some time off, you have to go and figure out what you need to do to get better. And frankly speaking, Wild Rift solo queue is a far cry from the actual competitive scene, you know.
For sure. Look at the difference between solo queue and like Summer Super Cup. It's like heaven, well, not night and day rather. Let's use the analogy. Players should be loading into Game 3, picks and bans soon. For me personally, I just want to see the changes coming in for the pick priority. I don't think that Renekton or Galio should be left all the way to 3rd and 4th, and I even more so don't think that you should just play Galio Mage in the bot lane.
They somehow got...
Support Galio is probably ideal.
They somehow got Lucian, Renekton, Galio.
Yep.
And
yikes.
Still fell short.
Yeah.
So maybe they were right to let it fall, slip through the cracks. You know?
No mess my tier list, man. I think if you really wanted to be like innovative with that, you could have just played Galio support Seraphine AP carry. She would have scaled even better than like at the end of the game. Galio had 3 core items. He was doing absolutely nothing. There's no damage on his end. Yeah. So I think that's a big oof for me.
Slight misstep for this team. Noblest definitely want to refresh that a little bit as they get back in. Should be moving into picks and bans. Noblest back on the blue side this time around. Feels like blue side is doing a little bit better in this BO3.
Maybe, I don't know, man. I'm just looking at this, hoping that they change it up. Aphrodite, they have a second chance now, right? Like, that's not to say they didn't fight for that Game 2 victory. They played exactly as they were expected to, with the Zed able to delete the Lucian, who was the primary damage source in every fight, and they were able to control the pace with the pickoffs. Game 3, don't know if that will happen again.
Zed, very interesting payoff for them. Suppose it was the Lucian partly falling off in damage and wasn't able to respond to him, but even when the Zed was going for these 1v1 trades, and well, not even 1v1, he was diving in, you saw towards the Baron lane where the Zed had dove in to kill the Lucian.
He died as well, right?
Yeah, it's better off for them. they were able to convert something into mid lane, was able to do quite well for them. I'm curious if that's going to be a repeat or if they're just going to go back to standard at this point. For now, we do see the Orianna being banned out. It is the Senna banned by Aphrodite on this side.
Camille being removed here for Noblesse. Should see Gragas on the response here for Aphrodite if they ban the Camille. And then at some point, Ziggs is going to be removed as well.
Ziggs has been quite a big pick for Kong. We talked a little bit about if TF was going to be an option for Noblesse. You mentioned you didn't want to see it in the composition they were already running. You already had the Galio. There wasn't a need for that. I feel like if they could draft for the TF this time around, go up into that as the direction.
I don't want to sound like a bad guy, but I don't think Crownix is comfortable playing Twisted Fate in the mid lane.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to hurt their performance if he first time picks Twisted Fate.
Well, if it's first time,
yeah.
for sure.
Because he's never played it competitively.
Okay, but there has been some space.
Yeah, maybe.
There's been some space between them. This could be a new adaptation. And looking to see if there's actually going to be the Ziggs ban this on the first rotation.
Could be Gragas here, then opponent Ziggs, or it depends on what you want to first pick, right? So if you want to first pick Ziggs, you don't ban it here. You force Aphrodite to ban it. Otherwise, it's left open. So they instead opt to ban out the Z.
Okay, ban away the Z, and so we've now come to a point where both sides have banned away a pseudo comfort pick. Something we haven't really seen. One Z for Noblesse, one Riven for Aphrodite. Interesting way this game has devolved.
Yeah. Devolved? Is that the word we're using?
It's not evolved, it's devolved.
Where we're just target banning Riven Z, okay.
Yes, that's right. Mechanically, they work out well. We saw how much impact they could have, but then if you're relying on these individual champions to make play, this is also why when you take a look at One Tricks going into pro, we discussed a little bit about how we saw guys like Adrian play or Broken Blade play Riven. It's very easy to counter that after a while.
Gragas is going to be removed from the pool. Aphrodite here, they have the choice. Renekton, Ziggs, Galio, Lucian. 4 of them are really good right now. I would go Lucian, Galio, or Renekton, Ziggs, and not mix them up. These are probably the 2 best openings.
Okay, Ziggs will rear its head around. First pick for Aphrodite. I do like this addition. Gives them a lot of wave clear, a lot of damage. They can siege up turrets very well. Headed up with maybe a solid Baron laner for now. Which is an option.
They're going for Corki, very high priority instead. It's been a pick that's been working out for them, and I could see the synergy here with the Corki. Like they value it very highly because 700 low lane Corki, and also you have very good siege with the Ziggs. So it's not the worst thing in the world. It's just a comfort thing and an adaptation in their draft.
He dodged very well away from Die in the last game as well, being able to dodge out those encores. Critically, they did manage to hit a few at the end there, but for the most part, that dodging away from some big ones.
This one is this Renekton pick here. Ah man, the Wukong again. Teams are over-prioritizing this jungler. I think there's so many better junglers in the game right now than Wukong.
Still trying to make it happen.
Late game, he just becomes too squishy. He gets one shot, especially against like Darius and AoE damage from Ziggs.
But allows the Darius to the other side. One of the issues that Jing had to deal with the last time around was the Hextech ultimate locking him down, and so he was stuck in that cage, couldn't get out, and was forced to deal with the dual threat. This time, perhaps being allowed to escape might be the difference that it makes. Curious to see what the jungler is going to be, because it definitely needs a lot of lockdown to hold the
Jarvan is good here. If you can get Jarvan, Vi is also great, yeah. So whoever you decide to use the Assault and Battery on is whoever the Mega Inferno Bomb is going to land onto.
Now for Noblesse, they want to respond to this. They still have yet to show their Baron lane, and I'm going to make a wild guess.
It's going to be Renekton, right?
Oh, sorry, their Dragon lane.
Oh, right.
The Dragon lane duo. Gonna make a wild guess. They're probably gonna end up playing something wild here.
Lucian Braum here is pretty safe, I think.
What are the odds you think they're gonna play something solid, something staple, and versus something wild?
I don't know, man.
It's a 50-50,
It is a 50-50, yeah. In the truest sense of the word.
Could be anything.
Chaos theory.
Noblesse's pick bans.
Yeah.
It's like they're going to play something crazy until they don't. I mean, they even made the Blitzcrank work with dying.
Not in this composition, I think.
Yeah,
if you pull in Vi or Darius here, you kind of did. The Fizz again. Okay.
Alright, so might see Gragas.
They're going to play double Bruiser bot lane.
Okay.
Very greedy, but it probably is going to cost them a lot.
So, this is interesting.
Yeah.
we have now. Okay, now
If they get yeah. So
it's not probably not Fiora. Looks like it's Illusion
Right.
instead. That definitely gives me a lot more certainty, a lot more relief.
then again, you know what the problem is here? It feels like Kung has too small of a champion pool, right? If you notice his past couple of games, it's been like Fizz, Gragas, and Lucian, right? Whereas like the tier ones right now are Twisted Fate, Orianna, and to a certain extent like Gragas, yes, but like the inability to play that really hurts Noblesse in terms of their draft.
It does feel that way. It definitely does feel that way when you only have X number that you're willing to play against. That hasn't been able to really develop Noblesse very much there, and I feel like maybe the same could be said for Ares if he is prioritizing the Wukong so much.
Yeah, it could be a champion pool issue.
It might be a champion pool issue where you're not really comfortable on the others.
Because take a look at this draft, right? Lee Sin was left open, and it wasn't picked. And I remember like thinking, why Wukong over Lee Sin? But now you bring that up, I'm like, okay. They could have just went for instant Lee Sin, and it just feels like Ares might not have a strong enough champion pool.
You know, because if you were looking at the strongest teams right now, if Lee Sin is left open, it's
like
instant pick.
B2, B3.
Right, and you could make an argument for something like a Rengar or Kha'Zix every once in a while, depending on the way your composition is playing. For the most part, when you're playing a standard comp, it's going to be Lee Sin. So the fact that they're not and they're still prioritizing the Wukong, I have to wonder, is it not just a misread, but rather you're not comfortable with the mechanics? Because it can be more mechanically demanding than Wukong. Right.
I think Wukong is a very one-dimensional jungler, right? Even if you get a hit, you don't like snowball the game for a team. You're not just like running around killing everyone.
Right.
You're still, at the end of the day, a CC bot in team fights. So I feel like the value of the pick is not really that high. You use it as a setup tool for something like a Yasuo composition. Maybe if you want to set up for a wombo combo composition, yeah. But for it to be valued early on alone is just it's not the right call.
Doesn't feel good at all. But that being said, though, it is going to be something Noblesse are comfortable with. They're going to play back to their comfort and try and take this win 2-1. Pick down Aphrodite, bring them down to the lower brackets.
We talked a lot about the Noblesse draft. I think Aphrodite actually have the winning draft this time. Between the Corki Nami, which is quite a good lane bully combo, and having the Ziggs just stall the game out, I feel like there's very little margin for error, right? Even if you lose the early game, you can still just keep tossing bombs to the point where Ziggs just gets enough AP to one-shot the squishy. So I think it's a very strong... Like, this is why it's been permanent banned, but also because it's so frustrating to deal with. There's no one on the side of Noblesse that can really isolate and kill off the Ziggs alone. Like, there's no, like, snap, you're dead Ziggs, you know, kind of thing. Unlike a Zed or Ari where you can find those picks. So I think this is a big issue. Even if you are playing Fizz, it's still very predictable. When you want to go for the all-in, you have to land the Charm the Waters first.
Let's see how things go as we jump into the game. It is, once again, Noblesse vs Aphrodite 1-1. It's match point now. Very important how this mid lane matchup goes because Ziggs versus Fizz, of course Fizz is going to have a bit of kill potential, play similar to as an assassin, but you know, you don't have a way to respond to these waves coming into you, crashing into you. You can only really use the play for Trickster, whereas the Ziggs has so many ways and opportunities to just get out, push the pressure away.
Slane is really good at bullying out the Lucian just because you have the range poke from the Nami and the ebb and flow as well. So, or Tycaller's Blessing rather. So the slow plus the heal is quite obnoxious to deal with.
You see the Darius versus Renekton matchup, and this is something that's done decently for Darius before. Rossetti coming back into this. Chingy has had some good performance on the Renekton, but a little bit inconsistent at times. Nice just trading for the Darius. I mean, it's kind of what we're expecting to see. This is what we want to see, especially from the Darius coming out. Helena will be playing towards the top side. Wukong coming in as well. Ares gets spotted out, looks like. We'll have to see if they can make something happen. The Wukong over at the other end. They first get the knockback. Force the flash away from the Wukong. Quickly taken away as Summoner Spell, and now they're back onto the Skull Crab. Should collect this one easily. Instead, Kong not willing to make that so easy. Satchel Charge comes through, lots of damage on the Rossetti. The Ignite picking down its first blood over to the enemy team. Aphrodite losing 2, and now looking like a third. Chomp the Water comes up for Kong. He hits a Miracle level 5. Chingy in on the action too, and they end his life. They take 3. Meanwhile, JW and the bot side continues to get some control. They're now onto the Skull Crab. We look back onto why Kong enjoys playing this Fizz. You have to agree, have to understand why. Now looking at about 1,500 gold lead. The gold mostly finds its place on the Fizz. Some heads over to the Renekton as well, so a little bit extra damage. It's going to help him a lot in this matchup against Darius. Darius not really looking to build defensively too early on. Instead, we'll go for the Drum's Fist. So Renekton's choice, the Vamp Scepter plus Recurve Bow, will actually pay off quite a decent amount here. Very good dueling pressure, especially in this situation. Both summoners expanded by Rossetti and Chingy. So neither side, I don't really expect the solo kill coming through yet. Well, for the next couple minutes. Taking a bit of time to get some control as Ares makes his way towards the Baron lane. They set up for this dive to get the first use of the Cyclone. The second charge would not even be necessary. They take him down and Chingy burning to the bleed, but still survives through it all. Tough to siege, but very easy for them to kill them. Noblesse have taken, you can see, 4-1 right now. They've got a lot of tempo. Were able to get a huge fight in the river while they're fighting for that Scuttle Crab. Now let's see if they can turn something around again. Go back towards this Cloud Drake and make something happen, because Dai has the Gragas. It's a good team fighting tool. They do have to be aware of this package coming in from 700 though. Okay, the Satchel Charge will displace Kong. He barely survives, doesn't have anything else. Great block from Dai to prevent anything more. Dodges away the playful Trickster. Helena has to feel the pain with that. Ares looking a little bit low here, but it doesn't really matter. They can reset back off, come back in after. Aphrodite. JW is culling in the retreat. He has to get away from 700. It burns the flashes while the Phosphorus Bomb will find its mark, dealing damage to the Lucian. He's going to go down. The flashback from Dai looks to join back in. Almost takes them down, but great shots coming through from the Conky means they're going to go down. Ares comes out, but Haraya lying in the flanks, waiting for this opportunity to jump back in. Visit Fish. It's fish on fish action, but he's going to lose out. Kong finally takes damage. The Charm the Waters is back. They get the knockup on the Helena. One more auto attack will mean he goes down, but Ares follows soon after. And what a close fight, winning on a razor thin edge.
JW first by chasing down the Lucian, and then they turn in. It's a game of millimeters here. Multiple members of Noblesse and Aphrodite barely surviving. In that isolated island of honor, the two Baron laners will just duel it out with no interference now.
Yes. Nobody touched my lane. This is our lane.
Yes.
No, this is the island.
If you interfere, you have dishonored the Baron lane tradition.
Yes. Well, Dai is going to position back towards the Dragon. Dragon has not been taken yet, and so both sides still perhaps looking for a chance to get back on this. Rossetti will make his way over to the Baron, to the Dragon Pit to try and delay Noblesse and take it away from themselves. They do get to chop the water onto the Vibe. Not sure what this is going to spell for them. It does spell one kill at the start, but it's going to be Kong going down soon after. And so they turn their attention back onto Araya. Lots of damage out from Chingy, burning down the Ziggs. It's a culling to find maximum effect to shred the Darius, the piercing light, confirming the kill. They're moving on to Fizzy Fish now. Dai gets the slow off. JW a little bit too far away to continue chasing. They put their attention back onto the Dragon instead.
A 4-for-1 trade. Aphrodite lose a lot there. And the start of the fight from the Chum the Waters immediately eviscerates Helena, unable to really get into the thick of things, uses the assault and battery on the way out. Noblest, JW looks a lot better on Lucian, I have to say, compared to the Gallery. We're just able to position properly and clean up these fights. 2-1 and 0, moving towards the Blade of the Ranking again.
This is what I was getting at. You swap your players back to the original roles. They understand how to play the ones that they wanted.
Looks a lot better, right?
Exactly. JW understands how to position around and find maximum value with the culling, and Kong looks so much more comfortable, you know, a fish in water for this fish.
Herald is spawned. You can see the full rotation coming up from Aphrodite towards the top side. Package is available. Quite curious that they decided not to take it and use it in this fight. It's a big power boost, so leaving it up is questionable. Here comes the Chum the Waters.
Make a repeat, sets up the fight with the Ziggs ultimate. It's lots of damage as Noblesse are looking pretty low, but a maximum effect calling will send that one packing. BDG 700, he's gone too. They're still chasing after Hiraya, but Hiraya will manage to escape. Sets up the minefield, deters them from chasing on the turret. But like you said, have to wonder about that package. Where was it in this fight? They decide to hold on to it, instead they lose their lives.
Just committing to that, knowing that no one picked up the package. Noblesse pull the trigger with the Chum the Waters, and in that weird tri-burst choke, Chum the Waters actually caught 2 members there, so it's decent value from that one ultimate on Fizz. 13-5 the kill score, 6k gold lead for Noblesse. We have to see the items come in. Die moving into AP. Kung already completing that death cap in addition to the Lich Bane. So I think he wants the Liandry's here for the Dragons.
Doesn't have the Hourglass though. Most on the side of Noblesse have opted not to go for the boost upgrades just yet, still holding on to that, instead trying to complete the rest of their main build. But once they do, it's going to be difficult to deal with. Renekton with the Rocket Belt means you jump in, you're so much closer, it's easier to hit, and you're stunned. Fizz, get that Hourglass, there's no way you're killing him. And he has such an interesting mechanic because he can dodge away from the Vi ultimate.
Yep.
You know, he can get past a lot of the CC that you would otherwise have, and so Fizz is already annoying as is. You add in the Hourglass to boot, Aphrodite are going to get a migraine off this. Ignite just dropped on the Hiraya. He's gone right away, and they come in for good measure, but honestly, barely have to expend anything. Dine does use his flash, doesn't want to risk anything. First use of the Cyclone, they find some decent damage off. They get Chop the Water onto Helena. He tries to jump back in with the Vi ult, but will go down even before it finally connects. Escorting the Rift Herald into the mid lane. They find a second charge to bring it down to 1,500. Now they're just finally going to back up, but Noblesse already up 9,000.
What Noblesse are doing very well at the start of these fights is isolating the Ziggs and killing him before he gets any damage off, right? The problem comes when the Ziggs is left alone and tosses 2, 3 bouncing bombs in addition to the Mega Inferno Bomb. But because Kung is always on these off angles, able to just one-shot the Ziggs, becomes a non-factor. You don't have this anti-siege. You don't have this consistent magic damage coming through. So as long as he's able to keep finding the pick on the Ziggs, they should be able to continue sieging, control the momentum of the game. There will come a point though where Hiraya gets a Zhonya's. Right now he has one already, and he will be able to pick up, you know, a level of safety in addition to everything that's being thrown onto him to keep alive. And maybe that's when Aphrodite have a window. But for now, Noblesse are in full control of the game.
The problem is, even when he does get the Hourglass, there's still other targets to go for. Like, you look at Kong there, almost takes down Fizzyfish right before the dragon spawns. If he did, that was going to be an ultimate gone, and it cost Fizzyfish the flash, makes her a much more vulnerable target in the next fight. So now Noblesse, to get some control around the dragon, and they should be able to take this one. I don't see Aphrodite really trying to contest this. She walks back in. I have to question what the decision was. Steps back in. I mean, at that point, you were ready to give that up. That quadrant of your map is gone. Just take it away, cover it up. You don't see it anymore.
And it was very cheap too. They didn't have to expend any summer spells for that. Purely a Righteous Glory into a body slam. So Noblesse, they find the pick, convert it into this Mountain Dragon, the second of the game for them. Now turning their attention towards the Baron, or at least controlling the vision around this. You can see what Kung is trying to do. Basically lie in wait. If he sees Vi or Ziggs or Corki walk past, chum the waters into instant deletion with the Ignite, and Electrocute should be enough.
They look to try and reset and get back in a little bit stronger. You know, they already have quite a bit of gold in their pocket. They've been able to farm for quite a while. They've been counter jungling. You can see that Aphrodite have lost their bottom side of the map, and even the top side, you know, suffered a similar fate Kong's just gonna walk towards 700. Valkyrie over the wall, gets the safety. They get some control towards the Baron side, like you mentioned, but the difference is now being...
There you go.
Oh my goodness, this looks like the end of the story for 700. He does have the hourglass to get him alive, though. Ryan keeps chasing, and well, this is starting to look like a bit of an issue for them. Ashidati have to prioritize the defensive items to survive.
The cooldown of the Chum the Waters is significantly lower than Zhonya's, so Kong can actually just rinse and repeat, right? There is about a 40-second window where he can find a pick onto someone who's recently used their Zhonya's.
Right, but getting back to the point I was making, yes, you know, it's a similar position, but this time around the difference is Chingy has now gotten strong enough to deal with Rossetti alone and being able to fight against your counterpart. He gets some good control around Darius. Darius has ignored armor damage items, has focused exclusively on
He's literally
armor.
tank.
Full
Literally
tank Darius. And this is kind of detracting away from the idea of Darius, if you ask me. Because
He needs to be a bruiser.
He needs to do some damage. If he's no threat to your backline, they can ignore him, continue to kill your own team, and you're the only one left alive. And at that point, they can just clean you up. Meanwhile, they do put some attention onto JW, but he goes into an hourglass on his own. This time, like you said, they do not have the hourglass for Forky. This dude loses the flash away from die. He gets back into the pin, chasing after Rossetti being the one to collect the kill. But meanwhile, they've already taken down 700. It will be headed over to the Fizz. They're moving on to Fizzy Fish now. Hiraya finally finds revenge for his marksman, for his band later. But JW with the damage out for the Lucian means they do clean out 4. Noblesse lose 2 in that process. They're now moving up to the Baron.
I don't know if they can do this. Eris is tanky with the decoy, yes. But so is Helena alive. And I think if he comes in with the Vault Breaker, he might just be able to steal this. Noblesse are not doing this quick enough. There's a window here for Aphrodite to come in with the steal if he's quick enough.
Okay, he's actually moving in, he's charging it up, he's diving in, he does not steal the Baron. Helena tries to get something done, but the sole efforts of Aphrodite will not pay off. They will give up the Baron, and Noblesse now, I think that's most of the team actually getting it. Might be the entire team getting it after that respawn.
That was a really touch and go for a second. They kind of just prayed that he wouldn't get the steal there, and they were able to just collapse on top of the Vi after Baron was taken. Explosive cast to hopefully catch Fizzy Fish roaming out. Eris is 6'2" and 11. He's actually pretty big, right? And a lot of this came from the early game Scuttle like you mentioned. Control allowing him to snowball and moving into this mid to late game state.
He's trying to posture towards the mid side. It's a pretty easy siege for Noblesse. Aphrodite have to find some way to get back in, and Dragon coming up is just going to make things easy for Noblesse. Once the Baron is over, they can go back, grab that, and then come back in, increasing their siege potential a little bit more sustained. I mean, one of the biggest issues for Kong so far has been running out of mana, and honestly, if he doesn't have to worry about that, then it's so much easier. As they're now maybe looking towards Hiraya. You do see the culling come out, he thins out the wave, and they're moving on to the turret.
Baron buff is a instant hard counter to the Ziggs wave clear, like we talked about. When the minions are baroned up, they're very resistant to magic damage. So the wave clear, even a Mega Inferno Bomb does nothing to the cannon wave, and they're going to continue sieging down. Good explosive cast!
Yeah, no point see what Rusty wants to get done there. Looking very low. Lina running for his life too, and Noblesse breaking open the base, opening things up, gives them a very good spot to work with. Because does not have the Baron, so it's a little bit difficult to escort the wave in. Chingy on the back, down in the Dragon Lane, takes another turret of his own as well.
Third Dragon of the game should go over to Noblesse without any contest here. Aphrodite are just holding on to the fragments of their base that are left. Top inhibitors like at half health, bottom inhibitor still pretty full. Cracking bot inhibitor is going to allow Noblesse to just play control around the next Baron, so Baron is the win condition for Noblesse. Just the problem is they can't siege, right? They either need to clean a 5v5 or get Baron buff to push.
And Noblesse can play out for a very slow game, you know. It doesn't really matter for them which objective they get at the end of this. They can just take it very slow and start to build up a lead. One of the few players who does not have an hourglass will actually see Kong walking up. It's a little bit too aggressive. He still has the play for Trickster coming back up offline. They force the issue, jump on him, he's dead.
But look at the base, they're pushing towards the Baron lane now. Trying to get an inhibitor down. The wave is going to be collapsing. Eris is playing point guard. A good explosive cast to stop them from arriving in to get the bot inhibitor and just back out.
Well, Rossi actually looking pretty low. I'm not sure if Shinai want to keep chasing. Don't think they necessarily want to take that fight. Okay, Baron's coming up in 20 seconds. Kong is coming up in 30, so the guys are going to make a quick reset and head back over.
This is what I mean by getting bot inhibitor gives them Baron control, because their wave is always going to be pushed in. Someone from Aphrodite is going to have to deal with that as it collapses, and Noblest have free play, free range around this Baron hit.
Nashor has
They're going to put down vision, control the chokes, allow for Kung to hit Chum the Waters on a prime target. He's going to be up in 7 seconds, moving towards that GA.
8 turrets from Noblest to none of Aphrodite. So you can see they haven't been able to siege. They're trying to stall, they're trying to delay, but it hasn't been able to pan out well for them. Not even sure if Darius really wants to go for an engage there. They do accidentally start up the Baron, I do think.
I think you sit in the pit as Noblest here and then just throw a Chum the Waters over the wall, hopefully onto Corki, right? You can see that Kong is setting up for this right now, gets the Chum the Waters.
And exactly as you said, just what the doctor ordered. They're moving on to 700. He should go down. He tries to flash, but it won't give him much space. He's still dead. Hiraya soon to follow as the rest of his team is dead very quickly soon after. Noblest with a great angle to finish things off. Rossetti all by himself cannot prevent this engage, this dive, this game-winning push from Noblest. He's watching in dismay as the game will get closed out. Noblest with a 2-1.
Congratulations to Noblest, the second team to qualify for our playoffs, and I have to admit, Game 2 did not impress me, but Game 3, when they're all back on their specific roles, you can see they feel a lot more comfortable. The way they execute is a lot more determined. They are all on the same page when it comes down to playing these baits, these team fights. It looks like just a better shade for them.
What do you do when you're Noblest and you're playing a BO3? You give Game 2 to increase the stakes. They don't play good until they get the pressure on them. You have to go to the full game distance.
Yes, that is true. This is a team that has gone all 3 games so far, and well, at least they find a spot in the playoffs, and now they can rest easy for today.
Alright, let's take a look back on this game, this BO3 between Noblest and Aphrodite before we go into a break. We have Papega and Banana coming after as we jump into the highlights for this game. Does manage to find the hook onto the Janna to get the silence off, but the Blitzcrank is down. And Kalina tries to jump back in with a flash kick, knocks back Kong, but it doesn't mean all too much because he's going to go down, flash away from Chingy. He's looking pretty low now. They try to find a re-engage, but Fizzfish face tanks into the opponent. Ares with plenty of damage, and they move back onto the last remaining member alive. And as Chingy jumps in, it's a 3-man knockout, finds a bit of the Exile second charge. They're moving on to the Raya now. The Kaisa will jump to the back, trains back for 1. But I don't see much more that there is to be done there. It's a triple kill for the Ribbon. A great teleport in to set up that fight. Anything more, 700 looks to get caught by the encore. And they jump back in. Ares still trying to make something happen. But the flashback from Rossetti should secure this kill. The Wukong will go down to the bleed or the crippling strike, whichever comes first. Meanwhile, Kong tries to kite away for the remaining members of Aphrodite, but the rest of his team gone and dead. Means he will be soon to follow.
I'm gonna ask this. Lucian is, like I said, about 80% of their physical damage. Chingy is the other 20%. Maybe he can make something happen here.
Encore connects on to 700. He doesn't have his flash. That's going to be the X on JW joining in. They get the lockdown. They finally find the kill to take down the Corki, but cannot respond to the enemy team. Still, you see Rossetti moving forward, and you have to respond. It's going to be Kong going down soon after. And so they turn their attention back onto Araya. Lots of damage out from Chingy, burning down the Ziggs. It's a culling to find maximum effect to shred the Darius, the piercing light, confirming the kill. They're moving on to Fizzfish now. Dai gets the slow off JW a little bit too far away to continue. Chingy sets up the fight with the Ziggs ultimate. It's lots of damage as Noblest are looking pretty low, but a maximum effect calling will send that one packing. BDG 700, he's gone too. They're still chasing after Hiraya, but Hiraya will now as for Corki. Reducing the flash away from Dai. He gets back into the pit, chasing after Rossetti being the one to collect the kill. But meanwhile, they've already taken down 700. It will be headed over to the Fizz. They're moving on to Fizzy Fish now. Hiraya finally finds revenge for his marksman, for his bandlaner, but JW with the damage out for the Lucian means they do clean out 4. Just what the doctor ordered. They're moving on to 700. He should go down. He tries to flash, but it won't give him much space. He's still dead. Hiraya soon to follow as the rest of his team is dead very quickly soon after. A nice little win there for Noblesse to take that 2-1 and make their way into the playoffs, which will happen at the end of August. Aphrodite might be down to the lower brackets, but they still have one more shot and they will be playing to the moon later in the day. Coming up next is going to be Team Paprika versus Banana in the lower brackets, as these teams try to make their way to the playoffs as well. If they don't get it, they have to play in qualifiers too if they still want to stand a chance to get into the playoffs. With that being said, guys, we are going to do a quick little break before we jump back in with the last 2 BO1s of the night. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty!
Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
This is the Wild Rift C Icon Series Singapore Fall Qualifier 1 with your host, Game and and Daryl. I always want to try that. Makes me feel like I am
Well, you're the power, you're the host.
and we have an exciting set of games for you guys. 2 more BO1s to wrap up the day. And the people that made all this possible, the things that made all this possible, we have First 100 Plus, our official beverage sponsor. You know, when you are exhausted and you need a little top up, you know, cars have gas, planes have jet fuel, humans have
100 plus. I love it. I love it, Greta. You just keep coming up with these singers, you know. God bless you.
And
God bless you.
And as I'm rocking back and forth in my chair, in
Not looking like 60, by the way, just like that. You know?
in hilarious laughter, you know, you have to wonder what these chairs are. They are the old gen Secretlab chairs, but they have released their new Evo 2022 line
This is true.
in 3 different sizes, SR and XL.
Yes.
You know, I always was a little bit interested by when I first saw this, right? Because SR and XL, I've still yet to get the trial of them. I am quite curious which one would be the best fit for me, but they come in sizes for any person, any type of person, and they just released their new line. There was now a believer because I told him about the Viego one, and he was like, "Yeah, this is pretty good."
I saw it yesterday. It was actually pretty snappy.
Yeah, you know, I'm not a big fan of the MF one because of the back design.
Yep.
Right, it's like a wisp and there's a heart. Right?
The Pike and the Viego one, like top 2.
But the Pike and the Viego were like great.
I get what you mean by like the color looks like glows in the dark. It's like the shade, the hue of green, right? Yeah.
It's Ruination Green.
Although if it did glow in the dark, that might be a bit freaky for me because I sleep next to my gaming chair. Like my bed is right next to my gaming chair.
You know, you don't need a nightlight anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
For people that don't need
assuming I need a nightlight,
Oh my
like
goodness,
what am I, 7?
am I going to have to do this now?
Are you a nightlight kind of
I'm
person?
now going to have to. No, I'm not a nightlight
Okay.
person, but I'm now going to have to pitch another idea.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Your gaming chair is now your new lamp.
Your new lamp.
Yes, your room is now going to get lit up by your gaming chair. You're going to strip RGB to the back of the chair.
Okay.
And it's going to like shine up and light up the entire room. And so you're going to have like RGB designs at the back and you're going to plug it in.
Actually, not bad.
Right?
Yeah.
And so now you're going to have like your room light up. There we go. Steal my idea. It's okay. I don't want anything for it.
More Shark Tank adventures.
Maybe give me that chair.
Small royalty fee. Small
royalty fee. Just that one chair. I'll take it in our.
I think that's actually a decent idea. The fact of the matter is I haven't seen many like gaming chairs with like RGB strips.
Well, just slap on the extra price tag. Anything's good with RGB, right? You know? I'm not gonna lie, when I bought my computer, I had to slap on the RGB too.
Of course.
Of course.
It would not be a computer without the fully lit RGB.
For sure. Huge trend. Let's take a look back at our upper brackets and take a look at which teams have already made their way into the final. The final top 2. As we get ready for our next set. The first one should be Papega and Team Banana. Two teams that have quite big personalities. Let's quickly just mention this as well. So, lower brackets first. Banana and Team Papega.
Next match to go up.
Teams with big personalities. And To the Moon versus Aphrodite. 2 teams that we've seen come a long way, that have come from the previous summer qualifiers as well.
Out of these 4, 2 will make it through, and unfortunately the other 2 is gonna go home, you know, kind of unhappy, but with some experience and with some lessons to learn, maybe coming back for qualifiers too. You know, losing here is not necessarily the worst thing in the world. At least you get some experience and try to improve your play, and then maybe come back stronger in qualifiers too.
So let's see what they can get done, you know, making use of this information, this knowledge. And I have to give a huge shout out to some of these teams. Teams like To the Moon and Aphrodite have grown so much from the last iteration that we've seen them. They're coming back stronger, and they're looking more and more like a big cohesive unit.
Yes, I think the synergy has been built throughout the 2-3 qualifiers. The understanding of the game has improved a lot too when it comes down to draft. It's just, you know, the minor things that they have to work on, and with more games, with more experience comes the improvement. Taking a look at the upper brackets, we can congratulate the teams that have made it all the way into the playoffs. It's going to be Renatus as well as Novelist Gaming. They will find themselves the first 2 spots in playoffs, which will be happening at the end of August.
Yeah, I think that's 21st and 22nd, if I'm not mistaken. It's and for those teams, they'll be playing for that big prize pool at the end. It's $20,000, and the lion's share goes to the winner. It's $12,000 the first place, plus 5 secret gaming shares. It's $8,000 the second, $2,000 the third place. That actually means that it's more than a $20,000 prize pool.
Yep.
It's like $22,000.
Yes.
Gotta get
the math. Get
it right.
Yeah.
You know, and plenty of 100 plus as well.
Plenty of 100 plus.
Plenty of
3
100
months
pluses.
worth for all top 3 podium finishers. What more can you ask for?
It's actually really nice for the summer winners because you have it right during these heat waves.
This is true. Yes.
Right, am I right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah.
right during the heat wave. For fall, you get to keep it. You know, Singapore, we have the hot season again soon
Ideally,
after.
you win it in summer, and then you're about to finish right now,
Yeah,
and then
You
you
win
win
again in fall.
and then you restock during fall, right?
perfect timing.
Yeah, perfect timing.
Perfect timing. So,
I mean, it's technically 3 months, so if you finished it before fall, it just means that you are a huge consumer of 100 plus, and no one can blame you.
well, no one can blame you. Yeah, I'm just gonna,
Yeah.
I'm gonna, I'm
No
gonna
one
stop
can blame
there.
you,
I'm
right?
gonna stop there. I was trying to think of something witty.
Yeah.
I think that's enough.
Yep.
I think that's enough. You know, let's take a quick look back into how Team Pepega and Banana had kind of got here. Banana were expected to be a big component. They were supposed to be
It's supposed to be super dominant, right?
Exactly. Supposed to be the super dominant team. Team Pepega, led by large
Leroy,
personality, right? Had a bit of a rough start, but have been very strong in the lower brackets coming in here. As we jump into the picks and bans, this is pretty much okay. So I think it is going to be Pepega on the left side.
Yes, and Banana on the right side. So
Yes.
just the overlays a bit off. You can tell it's a Pepega because of Revelia. So we talked about big personalities.
That's all you care about.
Yeah,
It's
essentially Leroy, right? 'Cause he's
Revelia
streaming-
plus 4.
It's Revelia and the Boys. That's what we call it, right? It's the band name, Revelia and the Boys. He's been streaming his matches. He's been streaming his comms with his team, and I
Yeah.
think it's been very interesting for anyone that wants to get into pro play. So there's something there that it comes from, you know, watching how people conduct themselves in a game and how communication should effectively work.
Being able to learn from that, gaining some insight into how teams are communicating, and it's also very good recording that because then you get to understand where your communication broke down.
Yes.
You know, you can go back and say, hey, at this point you should have been talking about this, told me information a bit about this, because it's a lot about timers.
Yep.
When you mentioned this before. For example, in the last game we saw, Chop the Water is a much shorter cooldown than the Hourglass. If you notice, you have this information in your mind, you can say, Corki no Hourglass, let's take the Corki down first.
One thing I noticed in SSC is the fact that all the best supports track timers down to 5 seconds, right? I think there's plus minus 5 seconds, but they're usually pretty accurate with the timers, and they exploit champions with high cooldowns because they know the timer. So the two examples would be Galio and Akali. They have very significant cooldown timers, which you can exploit. There are windows where without those ultimates, they feel like half a champion, so you fight during those periods. And speaking of Galio, he has been removed from the pool. Gragas and Fiora banned out as well by Banana, and now the Akali too from Pepega with the Ziggs and the Camille. Instant Renekton lock-in. This is what I like to see, ladies and gents.
This is a very quick ban phase. You know, starting out, Banana have immediately set the tone as well with the Renekton. Get a very strong Baron laner. Pepega should respond to this, likely with the Darius after this as well, because Gragas is already gone. Instead, they will prioritize getting the Corki and the Braum instead.
You could play Lucian here if you lock in Braum, like R3, R4 Lucian, play double ADC with Braum. It's a good way to peel the Renekton off and still bring a lot of mid-game damage. Your power spikes are insane at the same time because you normally want to build Mana Immune together, and then Triforce and Blade of the Ring can come online at the same time too. Twisted Fate Renekton, I've been talking about this the whole day today and yesterday. One of the strongest solo lane combinations because TF can just snowball the Renekton, and also once Renekton gets fed, he's going to be split pushing alone, and TF will always make it a 2v1 situation.
Makes it a very worthwhile pickup for this team. And so with this duel here, having the Twisted Fate means that the response from Pepega makes it a little bit less valuable to have the Corki. You know, Corki will generally get outranged with some parts. Can only really rely on his ultimate to find some damage back on the TF.
You see the Xayah lock-in, that might be a bit of a question mark. The logic here is instead of playing Lucian mid, they want to play Corki mid because there's a bit more mixed damage. Against TF2, it's not the worst matchup. When the gold card comes out, you instantly just Valkyrie away and it disengages from the fight, right? So you have Xayah Braum here in the Dragon lane. Response from Banana is going to be the Kai'Sa Rakan. It's also likely that Pepega took the Xayah away to deny Xayah Rakan combination. So I understand that both teams are just kind of counter-drafting each other. I can see what they're trying to do here. The Kha'Zix last pick is very good from Banana because you know that between the TF and the Renekton, you have very strong like solo laners. And the Kha'Zix just enables that, right? Anytime you find yourself in a 2v2, Kha'Zix plus one of them, it's a guaranteed win.
Does feel a little bit difficult to match up against Olaf, though. Olaf does feel like a champion that can respond very well to the Kha'Zix. So
Pre-5 you still win. Pre-5 you still win.
Pre-5 still wins, and so you can still get some pretty good angles to get some catch off, because for the most part, Pepega running relatively squishy champions. Yeah, Kha'Zix damage can be a surprising amount and help them set up. But otherwise, you take a look back to Pepega now, finishing off the comp. They're going to round it off with the Riven. Very interesting choice, and depending on how this one pans out, you know, the Renekton and the Riven could both single-handedly turn the tides of the game.
Early game lane prio does go the way of the Renekton though, based on my understanding. Like, he doesn't win the trades, he's just able to shove the wave because of Call the Meek. So we talked about this 2v2 a lot, right? If it's TF Kha'Zix versus Corki Olaf, TF Kha'Zix wins. But if you add Riven to the mix in that 3v3, I feel like Pepega have a very good chance of just kind of controlling the area in this skirmish style. When we observe overall win conditions, Banana wants to play towards the Renekton. They don't really want to send the TF bot lane all too much, because Kai'Sa Rakan is just fine on their own. They just want to scale, hit their own power spikes, especially for Kai'Sa. Levels don't help, gold does, right? And even if you snowball her, she does need some time to come online. Her kind of like breaking points for items are very specific, and they don't kind of curve as well anymore.
Renekton versus Riven is a bit of an annoying matchup, because the Renekton can jump, dash in, stun you, get a couple hits off, and then dash back out. And then Riven can do the same, and so both sides are in this bit of a stalemate, and it's a little bit annoying for the Riven, where otherwise Riven has a very simple, straightforward idea, right? Either you have a good lane matchup and so you find him, or you don't have a good lane matchup, then you wait until you scale up. So this could actually be a situation where, like you said, Kha'Zix pre-5 being the winning matchup, the winning jungler, is also important, because it can take the tempo away from the Olaf and the Riven and put it on the Renekton instead.
Another big thing to look out for is going to be the keystones coming in, as well as the summer spells.
Yeah,
I think Renekton would be pretty okay with going Grasp of the Undying here and just kind of going even in lane. He doesn't have to bully out the Riven, whereas Riven will be, I think, leaning towards the Conqueror a bit more, right? So she's going to want Conqueror and maybe Ignite if she feels confident in this matchup. Leroy, if he feels like he could solo kill the Renekton, goes for Conqueror and Ignite, whereas Renekton will want Grasp of the Undying and Barrier, I think.
Could you actually see Fleet footwork in some of these Renekton situations?
Fleet also is okay, but it doesn't give you any combat power.
Yeah, it doesn't help you scale up and grow, but it does give you a bit better sustain. And so if your idea is you're really just going for these short exchanges, short trades, maybe that's what the Renekton wants to do.
You already have a lot of inbuilt sustain with like Call the Meek though, so Fleet footwork is just like a drop in the bucket. I always like either Grasp or Conqueror, just to either play like for scaling late game teamfights or just straight up lane dominance.
Okay, and also, I think we should mention very quickly, you know, there was a Kai'Sa pickup. I think it's Kai'Sa and Rakan. Kai'Sa and Rakan has been interesting. We've seen some level of gameplay with that. You know, it's mostly guys like Losty that have been wanting to play the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa falling off a little bit in relevance as we start to see new AD carries, new marksmen become much more popular.
Her power curve right now is a bit too late. She does have a smooth one, so in terms of like what your first power spike is, it's going to be the Q evolve, right? When you pick up Gear Sword, Executioner's Calling, and like a longsword. That's your first power spike when Icatian Rain is evolved. Concurrently, your opponent is probably going to buy Mana Mune at that point and start scaling up when you hit your first power spike. So all they have to do is just not fight you when you have your first power spike. When they hit the second one and Mana Mune is evolved and they have their second item, Kai'Sa still feels worse, right? Because she needs a bit, like, essentially she needs 2.5 items to feel like she has QE evolved and be at her strongest point.
Right.
Whereas Corki, and in this case Xayah, are okay just fighting with 1.5 items. Yeah. Xayah usually goes for early static shift into Infinity Edge. Corki just can go Triforce alone if he wants to.
Here we have it. We're moving into game. It's Banana on the blue side, back on the red as they try to get some early control. We do see, well, if we're kind of getting used to, right, the pressure coming out from both the top laner, the Baron laner, as well as the mid laner trying to clear out mid wave.
Red card came in to shove the wave out, and that's the value of the Twisted Fate. So it seems like it's going to be Conqueror with Barrier here for Watermelon, and the response is correct from Revelia. He goes Conqueror Ignite. So both of these Baron laners fancy themselves better, right? This is like the ego check saying, like, I think I can solo kill you.
This desire to be the best Baron laner you can be. Trade's actually going to be pretty even for now. do think Renekton is slightly better sustain. You can see that he can sustain back off the minions without having to rely on the honey fruit at all.
Good double knockup.
This is what we kind of expect for the Rakan, and Braum, while it can be somewhat of a response, the Rakan doesn't do as well as what we've seen from the Galio and the Alistar. You know, when he jumps in, you can only do so much to prevent the damage. Only drop the Unbreakable to block the enemy marksman for a little while.
Soul has to be careful when he takes these trades, right? Standing directly in front of the Gatling gun and taking a Foster's Bomb is not how you come out ahead. Ideally, you hit him with just a gold card and then just wild cards and walk away.
Both sides will trade for the Scuttle Crab. It does seem like the Kazakhs moving towards the top side is a little bit more precarious for the River. You can see Revelia actually takes a back step, walks away. Gets a lot of free space. The Renekton Watermelon gets free farm on the top side.
The pathing from Vendetta here is actually pretty interesting. He completely skips over his blue and his Gromp. Elects to take the opponent's Krugs, and that's a big gamble because you don't know if Olaf started topside to clear Krugs. You're just basically taking a 50-50 hoping that you can steal a camp away, otherwise drop back into your own jungle. But now they have pressure, now they can go for this ult because he's isolated.
They're looking for the dive, that is the Dominus pop. Watermelon still on the chase, looking to try and convert this into the first blood kill. They're diving in deep, Ragnarok procced by the Olaf, but the heal coming through is going to be enough to keep Watermelon topped up and alive. They're trying to trade back now. Vendetta runs into the brush where he has his TF waiting in store, dishing out damage back onto Manila. It's difficult for them to find anything else, but they will convert it into the last kill because Manila sticks around a little too long.
A bit late on the rotation there was both the jungler and the mid laner for Pepega. So coming in after the Riven dies is just no point, right? You're just walking one-on-one, one by one rather, and feeding kills over to the enemies. 2-1-0, Renekton instantly basing and picking up that Blade of the Ruin King.
Yikes!
Revelius is going to be so upset about this matchup now. He had to come back in with the Executioners. Meanwhile, he was popped at the bot side by Scarlet Petal. Too over-aggressive with the Grand Entrance, almost going down there.
But that's the bot side will get out with only having to burn a heal, but top side cannot say the same. It's very painful for Revelia now. Such a huge item discrepancy. You can only see him go for the Executioner's Calling, trying to prevent a bit of this healing. But it doesn't do very much here.
I'm surprised he actually didn't stack up the wave, because this is a cannon wave, right? If he let it push towards him and then counter pushed it, he could have forced another dive in with the Twisted Fate teleport as well as Vendetta hovering around the top side. So electing not to punish Revelia the second time, instead just holding on to his individual lead, pushing the lane, and then trying to expand that lead to his team around the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is that they have this dragon coming up, might want to save their destiny as well as put Vendetta towards the dragon for now instead. And they can always punish the Riven later because of how well they've been able to build up a lead. They do pick up the package, but it's a little bit too late, so the dragon's already going to go down. This is the benefit of having this Kha'Zix. Neutral objectives go down so quickly.
The idea is there are two kind of paths you could take, right? You could just gimp the Riven and don't let her play Wild Rift, or you could spread the lead over to the rest of your team and give them a dragon. In this case, Ocean Dragon benefits everyone. It's a really good overall buff to have. Now you can go back to top side, freeze this wave in, and we can just take a look at the Renekton. He's going to be able to hold this wave towards the river, and they have to be very careful about how they rotate in. Pepega elect to send Revelia to the bottom side and send the support AD carry duo up. Package being used though.
He just gets it and decides to use it to dish a bit of damage off. They will do a bit of a lane swap and reassign players. Nice decision out from Pepega to make this change early to try and contest the Rift Herald once it comes up.
With the bot side pushed up, this is a window here for Scarlet Petal and Vendetta to start moving into the jungle to put vision down. If you see anyone isolated, jump them with the Twisted Fate ultimate and then hope to find a pick before this Rift Herald. It's going to be up in 45 seconds.
Very different champion choice for Austin as well. You know, we've seen him play the Jarvan before, you know, these initiators. It's not the bot side. Revelia suffers at the hands of Watermelon and loses almost all his HP in one fell swoop. One more auto attack from Watermelon could have probably found it. I'm quite surprised he held on and didn't over-aggress. I like that call actually because his flash is worth so much more in that situation, but pretty impressive that he held on so well.
Well, I mean, if you went for the dive, you probably lose a lot of health and you don't get this chip damage on the tier 1 because you're too busy kind of killing the champion, right? So he elects to take the environmental goal instead and put pressure on the map is. A jump in comes from Scarlet Petal, chooses to disengage after from the grand entrance. Now you can push the wave out again as Renekton and just rotate up to mid.
A little awkward for Banana to push into that tri-brush, so they back off. But Papega trying to respond by moving up towards the top side. They will be looking for this engage, but Chu flashes in and then he just stops on the spot. Doesn't seem to have much more as they find the re-engage back on the enemy team, but Pega losing health very quickly with the stun card coming through. They get the lockdown, the Ragnarok from the Olaf, as well as the Gargoyle Stoneplay gives him some HP. Over on the side, Riven's dead, and this gives Renekton space to farm.
Yeah, coast to coast, Banana just get all the kills that they need. They should be able to pick up this tier 1 with gold card, or rather blue cards loaded, and 4 members pushing in. The one shot onto Manila coming in from Vendetta. He flashed in to finish off that kill. Isolated as well. Banana get everything on the map, including the Rift Herald and the tier 1s on top and bot.
Austin trying to put the pain to Scarlet Petal, but I don't quite see it happening. They smite it, they take down the Rift Herald. Banana in a very comfortable spot right now.
What they can do now is just drop this Herald mid, open up mid tier 1. And imagine you're Papega right now, right? You're behind. You know, you lost a couple of your outer turrets. You have to play against a Kha'Zix Twisted Fate with no outer turrets and very little vision. Like, I do not want to be in this game.
You know, games are always pretty tough when you see you have more K gold, more thousands of gold than you have minutes in the game.
Exactly. I think it's always going to be tough when your opponents are like getting more than 1k a minute. And the items coming in right now, double Black Cleaver. Blade of the Ruin King was the first purchase for Renekton. And Kai'Sa hitting this very nice spoof. Well, I said her power spikes tend to be a bit delayed when your team is dominating like this. She's already at her second power spike.
Yeah, accelerated incredibly. But you wouldn't expect this in most situations. If she were at an equal point, you know, the Xayah is expected to be able to do more damage, especially with the static shift, being able to hit multiple targets and all that. They do see Scarlet Petal clip QYS. Papega do back off. A little bit difficult to find anything else there. The dragon spawns up. They should be the ones that started up. The Skull Crab gives a little bit of vision for Papega, so they're kind of playing front to back. You have to be aware of the Renekton coming in soon as well. Redemption is going to be used. Tops them up a little bit more. They jump in with the package. Here we go. Gold card gets the start of the Manila. They're still looking for the re-engage back. The quick thing is going to be used. They do secure the dragon. Still trying to jump in. Watermelon will set up a huge fight with the dominance in between everyone on Papega. They're running low. They're going to die one at a time. And in fact, all at once, Papega all go down and Banana get a huge fight to sweep up an ace.
It's not often you see the Kai'Sa flying in first, but when you have a Renekton, Twisted Fate, and Kha'Zix just backing you up, you should be the one to jump in. Start things up. Put this little bullseye on top of your head so that Papega are baited into taking the fight. And the rest of Banana collapse and pick up everything from the dragon to the tier 1 and possibly the tier 2 as well.
So little committed to get all that as well, and now they find a potential re-engage. Vendetta tries to jump back in, but it's a little bit too difficult. Watermelon loses a lot of HP. Austin a little bit too far forward. Manila nearly goes down, so Papega up not to continue this chase. Vendetta still looking for some extra gold on the exit. Takes that one away. Rivella nearby, but you just have to jump to get him out. I think that is an evolved jump as well as his Q.
It's the right play to make. Like, you don't need the evolved W because you already have wild cards, right? It's just like doubling down on poke damage. Instead, you want the ability to clean up. You want the reset on the kill. So the evolved wings is the best bet. Together with Kai'Sa, you're going to be flying to the backline and picking up the squishies. It's double ADC too from Papega, so if you kill any one of them, the second one is going to die with the resets.
But now a good pace in this game. The Baron is going to come up pretty soon. We've seen how well and how quickly they can shred the objectives. Helps as well that double-bladed Rune King on Banana's build pass.
And Kha'Zix with blue buff, so isolated Baron, they do that very quickly. 10 minutes in, they probably shred it in like less than a minute.
See Banana taking full control of the enemy jungle. Papega cannot really step in. Even when they do, you see they are very cautious about their approach. They don't have enough information on where the enemy are.
This is good by QYS to start sweeping vision out so that his team can walk past the tier 2s. Otherwise, you're subject to getting caught by Destiny and the Kha'Zix just roaming in. Still, they could get caught here.
They're looking for an engage. They force the Feather Storm. The Destiny will come in as well. So a little bit too far forward. They do take down Revella first to start the fight. And now with the Redemption coming in, they give a little bit more HP to jump back on. They've taken down the Olaf and maybe might find more. So loses a lot of HP back for the Blade Caller. So they just have to stop there. But Pepega still looking for a little bit more damage on the Watermelon. I'm not sure you want to step this far forward because you run the risk of stepping into the Renekton. He gets the stun.
Reset.
And the flash coming in from Taylor gets a double kill, sweeping up Pepega's 4 members, and it's only down to the Sirius to make something happen. But in-hit broken in 11 minutes. They can take their focus back towards the Baron because they take it down so quickly.
There's also a Honey Fruit just outside the Baron pit, so they can walk over and take this if they want, but instead, they're making the safe play to just recall and spend their gold. So right now, with a Rapid Fire Cannon, instant buy, Runan's Hurricane, and the Teleport Enchant for Watermelon. So this should be the next objective, right? Move towards the Baron, burst it down, and then close out the game. Mid-inhibitor open means that there's always going to be a wave shoving in, and you can see where Pega are at all times because they have to deal with the wave coming in.
There's an Infernal Drake as well. Banana could just take that if they want to. Will just help them secure the game. You know, you don't want to run any risk of dropping one, especially when you just have to get this next win to qualify yourself. Taylor is pretty close to exactly where they want to be. He talked about power spikes for the Kai'Sa. Has already hit the second one a long time ago. Now he's looking at the third and looking to be about as strong as the Kai'Sa should expect to be.
With the Runans completed, that's your final power spike, right?
Right.
The only thing missing now is an Infinity Edge, and even then that is debatable whether it just helps at all.
Improves your power, but relative to what you have, you know, it's as strong as you're going to get. So they start up the Inferno. They will be looking to try and play this one a little bit more safe. Take every objective that they can before they make their way back towards the side lanes, towards the Baron, set up for some control there. You know, they've lost a little bit of lane control because they had to make a reset, but Pepega kind of in a tough spot. They cannot really stall the game as well. They don't have something like a Zace. The Corki can do some of that, but it doesn't really stop the Baron wave, and so they can really only hold on so well. Alright, I don't think that's exactly the right move. The quickling will come in, and the damage from the Renekton means the Corki goes down. He didn't realize there could have been a Rakan waiting in the brush and making sure Revelia feels the pain as well. The Destiny coming through means they don't quite see a way out, and Scarlet Petal with the style points to get the W, knock back up the kill, steals away the Baron, but Vendetta, he's coming back in. He still is looking for this revenge. He might have lost the Baron, but he's looking to take their lives in exchange. But Pepega, they hold on. They make sure that that doesn't happen. Meanwhile, down to the bot side, Renekton starts breaking open the inhib. They come back just in time to stop this.
Losing the Baron is actually a big problem because Banana now can't really push in to clear the waves out. Sure, they can tunnel and focus down onto this top inhibitor, but it's going to stall the game out for Pepega here. They just need to escort the waves in and hold on. Look at how difficult it was as they flash in here.
They want to pull the trigger. Vendetta jumps in, but he's stuck between 4. He does go invisible, but has no mana left for this fight. Teleport out for Watermelon. But the rest of his team has decided to back off, teleport just to make sure they get to safety.
You can see how powerful this Baron is, right? They are 20k behind, and even taking the inhibitor almost cost Banana their life. So it's really a big issue for them to lose the Baron there. It allows Pepega to stall the game out. Still, Banana have the overall goal lead, even though Pepega have control of the game right now in terms of momentum with the Baron buff. All they have to do is just kind of turtle up inside the base and make use of the Baron to push out the waves.
This is really important because, like I was saying earlier, they don't have something that can deal with the Baron that ways. But if they have the Baron, then suddenly they do have
the game out.
Yeah, they do have a way to start the game. Unfortunately, this does mean that they are dealing with double lane super minions, and with the Elder Drake spawning up soon and Banana already having 3 Drakes, this is actually going to be a little bit difficult to defend against. They have to make some kind of play around that. Don't want to give up the Elder Drake so easily. But for the most part now, Pepega, you can see they can clear out waves, they can finally walk back into their own jungle. They are having to move together as a big 5-man unit though, so that is going to cost them a little bit.
This slight lull in the game because of the Baron buff, Banana is going to be able to just kind of back off and just push the waves out, wait this Baron buff out, and then look to make the play with the Destiny, right? The key motivator, the key, kind of catalyst to action has been the Destiny so far from Seoul. Once this Baron buff wears off, that's when they're looking to tunnel in onto the base and close this game out.
Red team lost a turret.
Final inhibitor down, no more Baron buff, and here comes the final push from Banana.
This should be just about it, Hungry. I don't see a way for Pepega to really defend against this with the Baron running out, and they only have the little gold in the bank pocket. It's a huge gold discrepancy. That should be what they're looking for. They pull the trigger. Manila dashes in, but has to flash out, and I don't see a way for them to deal with the damage source. Vendetta finds the first kill to start off the fight, looking for a potential second. The Destiny will come through, buys a little bit of space. They get back into their base. They find some distance, and looks like they're holding on. Taylor has to be the damage source that they need since TM is dead. It's a double kill for the Corki. He's trying to kite away, gets stunned up. Revelia holds on. Watermelon taking damage to the Nexus. He's running for his life, but the flash forward from the Olaf. He tries to make a captain's play, gets the stun off. The last auto attack for the Ribbon finds it, and Pepega hold on.
They dove too deep into the fountain, and now they're clearing out the waves. I'm not sure Banana make the right play there. Super greedy trying to farm KDA, and Pepega have a window back in by taking this Elder Cloud Dragon.
I mean, they effectively got 87 there.
Yep. Yep.
Just don't have...
Lucky.
If they had extended the fight by another second and a half, could have very well seen the minions die.
Yeah.
Or would have seen the minions take down the Nexus, and so you can see this is
why you don't dive with Thompson.
a game of seconds. If the Rakan was alive a little longer or whatsoever, you know. And now Elder Drake will head over to Pepega. It is very good that they've been able to deny this. Now they have to quickly reset, head over to the Baron, because if Banana grab this, they are going to get overrun by minions, and the teleports coming through indicate exactly this.
Immediately melting because of the Kha'Zix. It's going to be Baron picked up by Banana. Now 3 waves of super minions coming in, and the Baron buff to kind of taxi the wave into base. This should just be game here, Brandon. Barring another disastrous like fountain dive, I think Banana have this one in the bag.
I mean, they have an overwhelming gold lead. You don't get to see this very often, right? Not being able to close out a game here does
Almost
seem
20k.
like a huge mistake.
Almost 20k.
Again, more gold than you have minutes. 4,000 gold than you have limits. Oh my goodness, you can't do that, Scarlet Petal. He finds an amazing grand entrance to close it all out, but honestly, did they even have to do that? Just hitting them with the style points closes out this win, and Team Banana will take it. They're going to be your 3rd team to qualify for the playoffs.
Yeah, you know, Pepega, I like the storyline. I was a big fan of this, you know, anime protagonist kind of thing where Leroy captains this team, tries to bring it into the playoffs, but in this final game, we saw the strategy coming in from Banana in the early game, which was to really put pressure on the Riven lane. The early roams up from the Kha'Zix and Twisted Fate just kept Revelia out of this game. He was never able to really hold his own against Watermelon, and that's the big issue, right? We talked about this time and time again. There are only a couple of champions that can go well against the Renekton, but when you add in the pressure from mid, from jungle, the matchup changes.
And the way they've been able to play and respond to that was honestly incredible. And while Pepega will see the run end here, would love to see them come again in the next split.
Qualifier 2, boys.
Qualifier 2, you know, there's so many opportunities to get in. Let's take a look back at the highlights between this game between Banana and Pepega, and how Banana got this win to be the 3rd team to qualify for playoffs. They will be looking for this engage, but Chu flashes in and then he just stops on the spot. Doesn't seem to have much more as they find the re-engage back on the enemy team, but Pega losing health very quickly with the stun card coming through. They get the lockdown, the Ragnarok from the Olaf, as well as the Gargoyle Stoneplay gives go. Golkan gets the stun of the Manila. They're still looking for the re-engage back. The quick link is going to be used. They do secure the dragon, still trying to jump in. Watermelon will set up a huge fight with the dominance in between everyone on Pepega. They're running low, they're going to die one at a time, and in fact, all at once, Pepega all go down, and Banana get a huge fight to sweep up an ace. It's still looking for a little bit more damage on the Watermelon. I'm not sure you want to step this far forward because you run the risk of stepping into the Renekton. He gets the stun. Reset. And the flash coming in for Taylor. Gets a double kill, sweeping up Pepega's 4 members, and it's only down some distance, and looks like they're holding on. Taylor has to be the damage source that they need since TM is dead. It's a double kill for the Corki. He's trying to kite away, gets stunned up. Revelia holds on. Watermelon taking damage to the Nexus. He's running for his life, but the flash forward from the Olaf. He tries to make a captain's play, gets the stun off. The last auto attack for the Riven. Then you have limits. Oh my goodness, you can't do that, Scarlet Petal. He finds an amazing grand entrance to close it all out, but that's about it. Team Pepega will not be able to continue. It will be Team Banana that make their way into the playoffs. But like you said, Q2, join us again. We'll be more than happy to see you guys play.
Happy to see him next week, right? Just use the same name, same team, so we don't get confused. Just see you guys next week. Unfortunately, there are some lessons to be learned from this game. And I think one is like when you play into a Renekton as a Riven, you do need that jungle support.
Absolutely. You do need jungle support, and I mean, Olaf is not a bad early game jungler.
Yeah.
You know, he has decent dueling potential, but against the Kazakhs, you know, he just got too much tempo, was able to get too much done. You saw that early game dive.
I personally think that the jungler did miss path. Like the Kazakhs with the red start into top was probably the right move to make, whereas Olaf doing a full clear and then moving bottom side is probably the mistake, because that leaves your Riven exposed. So again, there's some strategy there that can be like fixed, altered, you know.
It's like you said, right? Because they came in late, so Olaf came one at a time, and then Manila came in a bit late after as well, right? So you had Revelia, Austin, and Manila come in at different times, and they were feeding into the kills for Team Banana, and ultimately that's what I think cost them that early game, and then from there on it was a snowball. It led on to become a huge lead for Banana to get the win.
So commiserations to Pepega, but hopefully we'll see them next week. You know, Leroy, keep your head up. There's still another qualifier to go. Meanwhile, our final best of one for today is going to be To The Moon versus Aphrodite. Loser is not going to make it through, whereas the winner of this is going to secure the final spot in playoffs for qualifiers 1.
Going to be interesting, regardless of which team wins, because To The Moon and Aphrodite have both played in the summer qualifiers, albeit under different names. But coming back in, they've grown and improved a lot, and only one can make it into the playoffs, but the other can still try and get in Q2. And that's why I really have to admire is that we're seeing new influx of talent that have been able to showcase something pretty impressive, because even as we're taking a look back towards Renatus, Renatus were very strong and showed us a level of play that we were very surprised to see. You know, To The Moon and Aphrodite, to both their credits, have also shown us a lot of growth and showed us a lot of power. To The Moon did drop their games to Banana, and I still have to give them credit for that. But Banana is a strong team. You saw their game against Pepega, right? So no surprise there. Aphrodite, I have to take a look back to how they dropped this. Because
Dropped
they
the
went
game to Novelist, I believe.
1 against Novelist. And so very, very close. I think Aphrodite definitely have something to prove. They might have to go play one extra game, but I think they're okay with that.
Yeah. Again, a loss is not a loss, it's just a lesson learned in terms of like what you can do to improve your overall gameplay. And one thing we've seen from Banana today is that they've, after dropping their games early into the low bracket, they kind of realized the power of this Twisted Fate Renekton. After you get slammed once or twice by that, you're like, okay, that's kind of OP.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. You realize that, okay, Renekton is too good. TF has no good response because he's so far away. He has the same effect as Asana, but he scales it a little bit earlier. Yeah. So you honestly have to really respect this pickup. I think banning it is a great choice. I think Ziggs is fine as a response as well. But
Ziggs is okay.
It's okay, but then again, TF, very difficult to deal with, and it's been costing teams a lot because of it. To The Moon and Aphrodite, this matchup, I think, should be pretty close. We haven't seen any clear signs or indications that one is significantly stronger than the other.
We haven't seen either of them play each other, right? Because they were on the opposite side of the bracket. So there wasn't like, oh, I knocked you down and here you are. You know, we go for another rematch kind of situation.
Yeah. We haven't even got to see the teams that they lost to play against each other, right?
True.
So that's even more information that we're kind of lacking here. We can't really draw the full picture. This is now starting to kind of link back in. This BO1 will give us some indication to where... Because I wouldn't say that these guys are on the lower end. I'd say they're on the mid-upper end of the 16 teams that we've seen, because they made it all the way to right before qualifiers for the playoffs. With this game, I think we get some very clear indication of where the benchmark kind of is.
That is true. That is true.
For the game.
Usually, I can judge like the overall quality of playoffs just by like the teams that qualify through the lower bracket in both qualifiers to give me a general example of the skill level. So hopefully we don't have to wait too long, because I'm itching to jump into the draft between To The Moon and Aphrodite. Both of these teams, like you said, bring out very improved kind of performances from the times they played in summer all the way until now. Aphrodite, also known as BDG Reforged, and To The Moon, previously, the combined forces of TLJ as well as $1 Lighter. So I have my eyes on certain players. I think for To The Moon, my eye is always going to be on Sabo. His Renekton has been very scary, and To The Moon is one of the teams that understand Renekton Twisted Fate power. They know how to fully utilize the value of snowballing Sabo's Renekton and just getting the game open from there. Aphrodite, however, is still a bit tricky. I think they struggle with their bot lane. Fizzy Fish has a very limited champion pool, even though it is an enchanter support meta. They haven't found their footing just yet.
I also want to put a little bit of attention to Chasubao because he has been one of the players that has been able to make good use of the Xin Zhao, whereas everyone else has been putting their focus back to the Wukong.
Yeah.
He has been ahead of the curve, making good use of Xin Zhao, and this has actually assisted them a lot because you talk about Sabo being a strong Baron laner. This is also partly because his jungler is there to support him and assist him, where other junglers are kind of falling flat. Because when you look at Wukong, his goal in life basically is to jump in and cause some chaos, get some crowd control.
That is correct, yeah.
Right?
Very thematic.
Exactly. Whereas when you have the Xin Zhao, you can do so much more. You can set up, you can be the initiator, but you can also be a very good duelist, and so you can pair that together with a strong Baron laner to get to much greater effect.
So what you're saying is Xin Zhao's goal in life is to make a man out of his teammates.
Oh my goodness, are we doing this? I feel like we'll get copyrighted if we go too far. But you know, you have to be as strong as a raging fire.
Something along those lines, right? Hopefully not too close.
Quick as a great monsoon. See, I'm switching it up.
Actually, you're right. The only team to actually utilize the Xin Zhao very well. It's surprised that not many teams have caught on to this just yet. Like, eventually, we're starting to see the teams understand the value of certain picks, but still keeping towards what they're comfortable with, keeping towards what they think they play best with, as opposed to the meta. It tends to be this way in like local qualifiers, like especially when we're doing the Singapore Icon Series fall qualifier.
Yeah.
Compared to when we go to playoffs, then we'll see the meta broaden a little bit more. And then we go to the next international tournament, like we did in Super Summer Cup. It was completely different too, right?
Right, absolutely. It grew a lot, changed a lot, and this is as a result of inviting and bringing in new talent and ideas that are available as well. Like to see more of this happen as we get more games into the qualifiers, and with the the playoffs being at the end of August, you do have a little bit of buffer time again to get ready and prepare for the competition. So that's something that you can take note of.
I think that buffer is important too because it gives you an opportunity to like scrim international players or international teams, purely off the virtue that like assuming your qualifiers stack up with like PH or MY or ID, you could still play their qualifying teams and still get a decent idea of like the power levels.
Before we jump in, let's talk very quickly once again about our sponsors, 100+ and Secretlab, for making all this possible. You know, while we are waiting for this final game, you know, if you haven't had your dinner yet, you want to get something to quench your thirst while you're having dinner. It's a nice neutral tone. It's a new way to describe it.
Yeah.
Like I told you, I've been watching a lot of wine videos. I'm not a connoisseur of wine or sommelier or anything of that sort, but you know, they make it very entertaining and they have such great descriptors. You know, I feel like I could do a little thing of my own here, right?
Drinking some 100+, giving me that sommelier.
So first I gotta
swirl it.
I gotta aerate the drink. I gotta aerate the drink, then get like a sniff.
Okay. Look at this guy.
Yeah, so I get some notes of 100+. Maybe a little. Yeah, definitely some notes of 100+ there. Yeah, very. Okay, get a little.
Get a
sip,
whiff
right?
of the isotonics.
Very good. I can quite clearly.
What's the
taste
palate? What's the finish, man?
The citric acid.
Oh, there you go. Granted with his sommelier's take on 100+. There you go. Thank you so much. And finally we're into draft. Aphrodite versus To The Moon. Aphrodite on the blue side, To The Moon on the red side. We'll see the Ziggs and the Camille being banned out.
Yeah, gets rid of the Ziggs very early on and does still leave open the TF, which we've kind of explored before. And Liz has roughly shown that he might play TF, but again, I don't really have my hopes banked on that. Maybe see something else, but the main priorities that I'm looking for in this game are definitely going to be how the top lane pans out. Because Sabo, if he gets his Renekton or gets his Gragas, it's very easy for him.
I think To The Moon need to ban Orianna here. Like sometime during R2 or R3, they need to ban Ori out. Otherwise, Aphrodite is probably going to pick up an early Orianna in like the second rotation. Yep, there you go. Instantly banned out. They know that it's Haraya's probably like most comfortable pick and best mid lane champion. Fiora banned out here against Sabo. completely understandable. And the final ban being Zed. No more shenanigans here, Haraya. We know your secrets.
700 has shown a clear affinity to the Corki.
Yep.
Could become a bit of a obvious pickup, and I think that for To The Moon, giving that up is actually a very nice thing for them. You know, they don't really have to be too concerned about the Corki. It's quite simple to play around.
It's not first pick worthy though.
Yes.
I don't think it's first pick worthy. You know what is first pick worthy right now? Gragas. Just lock in the Gragas here if you're Aphrodite, and then go like 2-3 Corki Braum or something like that. You could even forsake the Braum and just play Gragas support with Corki. There you go.
Yeah. Easy pickup. The Gragas will start things off for Aphrodite. To The Moon now have a few responses.
Renekton, of course.
Will go for the Renekton for Sabo. That's exactly what he's been lining up for. There are a few responses for Aphrodite here. They can still go for things like the Darius. But we've seen how that works out. They will also go for the Rakan, and that's kind of pushing Aphrodite to respond by taking away the Zai. You don't really want to give away that power pick duo. But we're okay. They're okay with that. You know, they seem pretty okay with that.
I think showing the Rakan here is like a challenge to Aphrodite. It's saying like, you've been playing Corki the whole tournament.
Yeah.
Are you willing to pick up the Xayah to deny Xayah Rakan? Otherwise, we'll just get a very free, very strong bot lane.
Yeah.
And then, you know, kind of build the composition around that. Xayah Rakan, again, like I talked about, one of the more bully Dragon lanes, but also because Rakan has very reliable engage, it partners with Renekton very well.
They will go for the Janna, and like we've mentioned before, Fizzlefish in an era of enchanters and a meta of enchanters has found herself spot for choice, but even then, slightly restricted by her champion pool.
There you go. Yeah, the Corki and the Janna. Absolutely no synergy in this two, like falling picks if you ask me. They don't inherently like excel at dominating the lane. They're just very safe, and they scale to a mid-game point very well. You could have swapped Janna with anything else and it would have been fine, but I do get the value of the Janna being there for the reset in case Rakan Renekton decides to jump the backline. So you do have that Monsoon to kind of blow everyone away and reset the fight. The choice here should be simple. I think you do either Xayah or Twisted Fate, or both of them if you really wanted to, and just finish off the composition with
Are you reading them?
Yep. I guess you can finish off with like Xin Zhao Vi and you'll still be fine.
Are you sending them information? You've literally picked the
It's the
entire
5G.
composition
It's the
5G. Well, 700 now, he's already got his Corki, so now they kind of want to play around that a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, he is a bit of a playmaker.
Aurelion Sol.
I suppose that is a way to play around it.
Well, Aurelion Sol is actually like an interesting response to Twisted Fate because you roam as well as he does. The problem being, you don't have like that snappy CC, right? Gold card flash is a lot better than like the
Building up the
stun.
cosmic.
Yeah, building up the cosmic stun, right?
Yeah.
The meteor in itself is just too much work to reliably execute.
It's too much work having to walk around and hit the...
Yeah.
You know, let's very quickly talk about his Kha'Zix, because Kha'Zix, for me, Helena has been one of the junglers that doesn't excel well aggressively.
Yeah.
Plays much better as a team player, being able to set up for the rest of the team. This seems exploitable. Hengster loves going aggressive.
Jungle Fizz.
And I think even on a Jungle Fizz could make something really astounding happen.
Jungle Fizz goes like really well with Twisted Fate because we talked about how with the Renekton you always want to be diving the opponent top laner, opponent Baron laner rather. Fizz with the evasion is super annoying with that, and because you can hit level 5 very quickly as a Jungle Fizz as compared to like mid lane Fizz, a full clear gives you level 5 by the way. So I could see how they utilize this Fizz to consistently dive the Gragas together with the Twisted Fate.
Make something happen, bring the team together, respond, and force Aphrodite to find a way to deal with To The Moon's composition, because looking at it right now, it feels like To The Moon have gone for something that is much easier to execute. The idea is that the aggression is definitely there, and now it's down to Aphrodite. They have a little bit more nuance to their comp. Definitely need to look at how to play it out. There's a bit more subtlety to it. They have to find ways to make the Aurelion Sol come to play where they don't have a lot of flat magic damage.
The Aurelion Sol, generally you want to build like Rod of Ages and just sit in the center of the fights and try to use your like comments to kind of deal as much damage as possible, right? So your second skill widens the comments and does like bonus damage.
Yeah.
Against Twisted Fate, who was for a long period of time considered the hard counter to Aurelion Sol, is because the moment you stun him with the gold card, the comments go back in and it goes back on the cooldown. So I've played this matchup quite a few times. Every time Aurelion Sol tries to step up, you just load up gold card, run towards him, stun him and walk away. and the Aurelion Soul is unable to shove the wave out there, you trade with wild cards. It's a lot better for Twisted Fate. But if you get jungle support, Twisted Fate is not able to walk up and go card you. So that's the good thing.
So that's the problem. Is he going to get the jungle support? Because Fizz versus Kha'Zix, you know, the Kha'Zix might have a little bit of a window pre-5.
Right.
Once you get that Charm the Water, it becomes so easy to pair up. Like you said, the gold card into the Charm the Water is easily a flash expended by whoever the targeted focus is going to be.
Yep.
You layer that on top of the fact that you have a Renekton who is likely going to desire to roam because his lane matchup is incredibly boring. Right.
And if you crowd control up the Aurelion Soul, he has no response, right? He's one of the few mages that is very good at peeling for the team, but hates getting caught, right? There are some mages that are like, or some you know, mid lane champs that are okay getting caught, like Fizz.
Yeah.
If you want to jump me, it's fine. I'm going to play full trickster away. Aurelion Soul, once he gets, you know, caught and crowd controlled up,
that's it.
He's dead, right?
Yeah.
But if his teammates get caught, his ultimate allows him to create space. So that's the upside, right? You always want to be playing from the back, never in the center of the fight. The onus is now on the Rakan to just punish him with the quickness and the grand entrance. I'm thinking of like what the ideal angle is roaming up mid lane, because they're on red side. You could come from like Raptors and just come from behind and punish him too.
Yeah, that's true. You can just walk around from the back, get him before he's even aware. Xayah Rakan is also another very powerful combo, and it is a big initiator. The Rakan has very often been one of the tools that has been able to change some of these fights. We saw in the previous game, one of the Rakan, which one was that? The Rakan jumps into the Pixel Brush?
Yeah, I think that was the one where
Minions have spawned.
it was the game against Banana. I think it was Renatus. Yeah,
Yes,
Renatus was
they
able
took
to punish
that game
yeah.
away. So the playmaking potential on the Rakan can be game changing. So let's see what they have in store for us here as we jump into the game.
Also, do you want to point out Aurelion Soul cannot gank the Xayah lane, because just walking in with the Comet, you get rooted by the feathers, immediately closes the Comets, right? So when he tries to roam down with the Meteor, it's just not possible for him to do to get in range.
Yeah, very counterintuitive if he were to actually go in there.
What's the name of that skill? Meteor of Legend? It's some like ridiculously corny name.
I
Yeah.
don't know, man.
It's the one where he ignores terrain and just flies past.
Aurelion Soul players are like
Like Ivan players.
Diamond a dozen. Well, Ivan players are just one, you know, it's one big commune. Aurelion Soul players are like... Well, when they first released...
On release, he was really broken.
Released news about Outshit, that was really interesting. And they never really amounted to very much.
Aurelion Soul on release in Wild Rift was extremely broken because of his numbers, right? He would just sit mid, press W, and like push the first 3 waves out. And then he just roamed to the sidelines.
But now we've found some nice ways to respond to it as well, especially in professional play. They do manage to find some good ways to respond to the Aurelion Soul. I think that has become one of the prime reasons why Aurelion Soul is not so relevant here.
See what Twisted Fate is doing here? He's just staying on the edge, and every time Aurelion Soul like expands the Comet, he walks out and waits for the gold card to be up, right? He never wants to directly engage the Aurelion Soul when the Comets are expanded.
You see how much Haraya has to use just to get some space and clear out the wave, goes straight for the honey fruit, running out of gold and, well, mana especially. Forces the flash away from 700. They're still trying to go in for his engage. Barely miss out, and Ludai does put his flash as well to try and commit to it.
2 summer spells for 2 summer spells, I think that's okay. It's just that without the flash, Ludai will be less able to find the jumps when there's a window of opportunity. Because normally you want that flash for level 5 to start something around the dragon.
You want to have that flash, you also want to have the flash on your Twisted Fate.
This is true.
The gold card is a huge initiator, or a huge catch tool. And during this time, because of this rotation, he's actually given a little bit of space back to Haraya. You can see he's able to respond to it quite well either way. Now for now, this Fizz is going to back off, so they traded signs of control. But while that was happening, they actually didn't make a play towards the top side.
I was about to say, this top wave is pushing. There's level 5 on Fizz and Twisted Fate right now. They should be making the move up once Rossetti appears back in lane. They need to rotate up right now if they want to catch him.
You can start to see some inclination that the Fizz is going to make his way over, but TF doesn't want to do so. Still has to worry about his own wave and actually just going to play it safe, not trying to make anything happen at all.
They should have punished right there, because if you got the kill there, you can immediately base and then recall and start to reset for the dragon. So I think that's a wasted opportunity from Through the Moon.
You can see, especially with Kha'Zix on the other side of the map, this is a good time to start expanding the Destiny to get some information back. I understand wanting to use this around the Dragon during the Dragon fight, but honestly, you can build a pretty sizable advantage for yourself if you just expand it early.
I need to correct you on that. I think using Destiny during a Dragon fight is actually kind of meh. Using it to get a pick before the Dragon fight is the best thing to do.
Death time is still pretty low, so I think they won't be too concerned even if someone dies right before it. I mean, at this point for sure.
Yep.
You know, if they
like
push
right now, if you find a pick
Yes.
right now, Destiny is ideal. Right? You
Exactly.
never want to use it when the Dragon fight is happening because it's just kind of awkward.
But the Kha'Zix is back and it's the Ocean Drake, so they want to try and get this. Rod of Ages available for the Aurelion Soul as well as the Twisted Fate.
No flash on Twisted Fate, so they can't do a forced engage here. They're going to have to pull this Ocean Dragon out and kind of bait Aphrodite to come into this fight. Load up the gold card first, and then just sit on the wings, wait for someone to walk in.
He's knocked up. They don't really want to go for the Dragons first. The Aurelion Soul does get a great stun, kick things off. The Kha'Zix steals away the Ocean Drake into the moon, faced at a bad spot. Ludai and Hengster both down. Sam will try to keep Chashibao alive, but their multiple members already dead. Destiny proc, but they still have to worry about the Kha'Zix dealing damage in the back. Renekton finds a great angle to flash and double dash over the wall to get away, but 4 have already gone down. They barely trade back for 2.
And they lose the Dragon as well. And not a really good example, but you know what I mean by using Destiny during a Dragon fight is kind of meh, right? Just like that. Like, there's nothing much you can really do because ideally you want to use it for a pick-off before, and the start of the fight coming in from Aphrodite was a huge package into the backline to stop Pinkster from getting the Featherstorm off and put him in an awkward position, combined with the explosive cast as well. They reset the position of the fight, allowing Helena to clean up.
Chashibao walks forward, doesn't have to chomp the water, so it's going to be a little bit too difficult to force. They should be aiming to get the Rift Herald here. There's a bit of a response back. They might have lost the Dragon, but Rift Herald would be a nice pickup to kind of tide their loss.
To the Moon haven't been playing to their win condition so far, which is snowballing the Renekton. I think this is kind of disappointing. I was hoping they would play TF Fizz into snowballing the Renekton, but they missed the window twice, right? So now they're in this awkward spot where they are behind in gold. Their composition cannot fight when they're this far behind, and Fizz going for the early death cap is very, very greedy. I normally prefer the Lich Bane because that allows you to skirmish. You get more charges, you get more procs of the Lich Bane off compared to a death cap, which is like once you throw Chum the Waters and your whole skill set is done, you can't contribute to the fight anymore.
It's basically flat burst hoping to take down either Helena or 700, right? If you
Maybe
don't
Haraya
get,
too.
Yeah, maybe Haraya to some extent, but I mean at this point the Aurelion Soul is getting a bit tanky with the Rod of Ages scaling up. But it's basically just banking all your chances on getting a single pickoff. And Rossetti has been so tanky in the front as well. You know, that was really how they managed to set themselves up for such a good fight around the Dragon Pit. They do seem to be the ones to start up the Rift Herald once again. It's going to be the ones to try and stop the objective, and it's down to Aphrodite to try and find some kind of response. Blue guys zoning them out. They get a nice 3-man knockup, but the re-engage is going to be a little bit too late. Busy Fish does manage to find them once soon to push them away. But in the meantime, 700 going to be the target of focus. They take down Rossetti in the back first. Their priorities are set straight. Take down the Gragas in your lines and then go for the enemy. But either way, they get to Rift Herald during this time.
During that period, though, Aphrodite was able to pick up the mid-tier 1 because Fizzy Fish was kind of just slowing them down from taking the Herald. So, all in all, it's a net positive trade for Aphrodite, who pick up that one outer structure, forcing the rotation from 2 to 3 now to move towards the top side. Helena's here. We will see her jump in, or him jump in.
No ultimate for Desire. They force the jump away. Destiny going to be popped. Joining the bot side, yeah, looking to see what they can get done to take down the Aurelion Soul. Perhaps they do manage to find the laser, push them back. The gold card will come back up. They get the stun off on the Aurelion Soul. But that's just going to be about it. They're going to reset, get ready for Dragon, rinse and repeat. This sounds like that's the game.
Now focus onto Sabo. He's going to have to flash away. Helena with the aggressive collapse into the Renekton. Looking for round 2 here. They do have Chum the Waters and the flash from Chashibao, so if they can cut off Haraya, that might be good, but the movement speed from the passive from Haraya gets him into the brush. They know he's there. You can see the comets while you're recalling, by the way.
Trying to time the Chum the Water, but it's too late. You don't wait that long, man. And even if you get the Chomp the Water, it doesn't immediately stop the recall, man. big mistake there. Big mistake. You can see Aurelion so charges up the stun. He's coming back in. Almost clips the fist. Takes away the play for Trickster. So that's a lot of damage gone. Sabo joins back in. He's looking for the stun. Finds it on the A. So you still see the teleport back from the blue side. Aphrodite with Rossetti joining in. Means they have a great team fighting presence. They do take down the Aurelion. So it's a big damage dealt by Hangster. Trying to trade back with the feathers. Both have taken 2. And both marksmen so pivotal in this fight. Helena still trying to get something done here though.
Looking for Exodus here. Flashes forward with the last taste of fear and gets it. And now he could actually turn onto Desire, who has to pop the Featherstorm. The evasion keeps her alive, and now diving in is going to be 700 with the autos. The misplaced, the jukes. Hangster lives and gets away from the tier 1. Oh my goodness. What a sequence of events.
That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. The Aurelion still comes in and it's teleport after teleport. I mean, we don't really get to see this all too often. We're talking about cross-map plays. Both teams are making peak usage of that.
Destiny out. They're looking for a pick or just to relocate over to this dragon. It is going towards the moon.
They know they're not here. They're not in position to try and stop this. So they're just going to try and rush it down. They're actually taking a little bit longer than they would like, I'm sure. Rossetti will be there. You can still see it's not gone yet, so Helena walks nearby.
That one Void Spike almost stolen away. Now moving towards the Lich Bane is this Fizz, and second item Lich Bane for the TF2.
Blue team lost a turn.
Already completed. Still not moving towards the Rapid Fire Cannon. This is my main gripe with Twisted Fate players. Third item has to be Rapid Fire Cannon to create some space for your team, right? It's not the gold card, it's the threat of the gold card that makes it scary.
You have to be super far ahead to go for grab guns first.
Yep.
You know, and you are not. In this case, To The Moon is in a tight game against Aphrodite. They want to play it much safer, for sure, in this situation. Go for the rapid fire cannon first.
Red team lost a turn.
Might just be that they were maybe not enough. Well, I'm not going to make excuses for them. Chasu Bao goes down to Helena and advantage Aphrodite 8-6 with 3 turrets. They're building up a 3,000 gold lead and making it more pretty soon, it looks like.
I think anyone on, well, the only person on To The Moon's roster that can deal with Helena in a side lane now is going to be Sabo, right? So anyone walking up to contest the Fizz alone, the Kha'Zix alone is going to die.
Somehow, Aphrodite have been able to make the Aurelion Soul work pretty well. It's been very interesting.
Again, he's not the one that has been caught. It's his teammates that have been taking the bare brunt of the focus. You can look at, in terms of the KDAs, it's been Rossetti that's been engaging for his team, right? So,
and he's been doing very well with the engages.
Here you go again.
Look like they want to get an engage back on the enemy team, and here we go. XOS, he's joining in with a gold card, but there are too many on their side, and I have to wonder. They had Destiny Vision, full knowledge of where they are, and they still somehow came to the conclusion they wanted to go for that fight. Hiraya should go down though. He pops the hourglass, I think that's a little bit too late. Flashes away, he hits the wrong target, and the Ignite will not see Helena go down. It is 2 kills, a missed opportunity for To The Moon.
I don't know why he prepped the playful tricks in there. All you had to do is just wait for him to come out of stasis and hit him with Urchin Strike, and then follow up with the playful trickster to maybe kill the Kha'Zix. To The Moon crumbling under the pressure of this game. Slightly less than 4k is the goal lead now for Aphrodite, and they are in position to kind of close this one out with the momentum that they have and the goal lead that they have, because it's starting to become a bit insurmountable, right? Barely living through these massive botch fights.
And you have to give credit to 700. 4-0-3, he's been a big part of this game and been able to do so much work for his team. And you know, we talked about how he's been becoming a big proponent of the Corki in the Baron lane, or in the Dragon lane, and he's making it work. He's showing us exactly why that is the case. And look at this. The amount of effort they've expended to get the Rift Herald has been
completely nullified. There is no value from this Rift Herald whatsoever.
In fact, it gives negative value. It gives 25 gold to the enemy.
Unfortunate that To The Moon were unable to fully utilize that from a macro sense. 700 has the package now. They could set up a play with the Aurelion, so if Hiraya gets a big enough star, start setting it up so that they can launch the package together and get a good AoE team fight, I think. That's how they just wipe To The Moon. Alternatively, they don't really have to pull the trigger because they are in this lead.
Dokkan is here. Ludai's grand entrance will get denied as the rest of his team sees Sabo go down.
This is the problem when you don't have the rapid fire cannon. You lock in the gold card, but you're never in range to use it, right? And I think this is the big problem. Teams and players need to understand the value of rushing that rapid fire cannon. Maybe even second item if you want to play more aggressive. TP in, they have the man advantage. They saw 3 members on the bot side. They're trying to take this one out. It's been spotted by Exilus, who's popped the Destiny.
The responder with the Destiny, and so they get some good vision and information. Let's see the Chop the Waters finally come through. They jump back in. They steal away the Baron. That could be the fight they were looking for. Aphrodite forced to reroute. You see the stun cut come through. Janna's going to go down as well. But Kalina in the back looking to potentially take down the Xayah. They do trade back a little bit more. Uriah goes to survive. Some nice damage. They have to remove gold card. They have to remove the isolate, and they jump back in with the gold card. The final dash from the Fizz takes him down. It's folded on the side of Aphrodite to the moon. Get a miraculous win.
Fizz giveth and Fizz taketh. My goodness, he just stole that away from under their noses and was able to set the fight up with the gold cards. A big star in is avoided. To the moon now. They can regroup with this Baron buff and just push the waves out. Aurelion hates clearing Baron up waves. You can see how much trouble he's having trying to clean out this cannon wave. Chashup out there with the miracle play to steal away the Baron and give To the moon a second breath of life.
Takes so long for them to clear the wave. To the moon have already made their way over to the dragon. Rossetti trying to perhaps get a steal here, but Chasubao has held true to his smite so far. Make sure they keep use of it. Okay, down to the moon, get some good, nice control around the jungle of Aphrodite. This is something that we have not seen from this team. They've been able to take control finally after 15 minutes in the game. With the Baron, they've been empowered up. The waves are finally crashing in their favor. They now can take some control. But this still doesn't resolve the issue that we previously seen before. Helena and Rossetti are a powerful duo and a combo that can potentially take them down. We do see the Destiny proc running forward with the stun cut. Will get stopped in his tracks by the Aurelion Soul.
All this is to buy time for Sabo to continue pushing towards the bottom side. They're splitting this up 2-2-1 to make sure that they can get at least one of the outers. And with the Lich Bane, it should be simple for Exilus to just pick this one up. Now moving towards the mid, also done. They're focusing on the Sabo. They're trying to kill him off. Isolation is there. He pops the Dominus.
This is what I was talking about. Once again, you see the same scenario. The Baron does not save that for the problem, where Helena as well as Rossetti can take down Sabo. Sabo can still not go and split push effectively, so the Baron really does not do very much to them. In the side lane, they have to group up, and I feel like they misread that situation by sending Sabo apart.
Well, in my opinion, I think that's a success, because even though you do lose Sabo, you still take 2 of the inner turrets down. So it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah,
they got the mid 2 and top 2.
Oh, okay, fine.
So overall, they managed to get mid tier 2 and top tier 2. So it's decent value coming in. But the Baron buff is over. It's back to status quo here. They've managed to pull forward in terms of gold, slightly less than 1,000. To the moon, like you said, they are still faced with problems, right? Helena is still massive at this point on this Kha'Zix, and there's a lot of setup from Aphrodite to keep members of To the Moon low. Between the giant star coming in from Haraya as well as the poke coming in from 700, Helena can pick and choose who he wants to execute and be very, kind of free to move around the battlefield.
It's been difficult for Hangster to survive the initial onslaught as well as the Kha'Zix coming for him afterwards. He's kind of had to play for both sides, so was hoping to see some different itemization, maybe get a defensive item to stay alive. You can see the rapid fire cannon from Hangster is some inclination to that, it's some safety there, but honestly, I would have preferred a full-on defensive item.
Go straight GA.
Yeah, either GA or Hourglass, something that could keep him alive, so at least if he were to go down in the initial burst or to the Kha'Zix, he can still get back in with the rest of his team.
Exilus also completed his rapid fire cannon, and with the flash up, this is when you start looking for gold card engagements, right? Anyone that walks up a bit too far, just flash gold card them, and then allow your team to collapse, because there's a lot of follow-up CC between the quickness, Grand Entrance, and Chum the Waters. Whoever is caught by the gold card is going to die, and ideally you can pick and choose. 700, Fizzy Fish, Haraya, or Helena. Either one of these 4 getting caught by a gold card and getting bursted down is a win condition for To the Moon.
This gold card right now is like, when you're waiting, when you're right around the corner and then somebody dashes out and then they put past you some promotional material and you're like, dang, I just want to go, I don't want this,
Yep.
but they're like, no, please just hear me out.
Can
for
I have a moment of your time?
Just 1 minute, right? The stun card is right there.
Yep.
And so every time they walk around a corner, they walk into a different space, they have to be on alert against this guy. So that's kind of the threat that's kind of developed for the TF. It's very good for them. 20 more seconds until the Elder Inferno, and that's a big one. Whichever team gets this seems to be in prime position to close out the game, provided they don't get swept along with it.
This is what Exilus needs to do. Anytime the wave is pushed up, just roam around with a gold card ready and be like on guard to threaten someone with a stun.
It's going down fast. Sabo's going to make a quick stop back in base before he teleports in. It looks like they do get the stun card off to start things away. Teleport coming in from the back, but it's pretty far away from the fight. Means things are looking bad for To The Moon for a second. Astrodati find great angles to lower them down. Chasubao does manage to execute them in the back. 700, losing health fast. He flashes away from the Renekton. Busy Fish moves in position to provide some support. They come back in with the Destiny. The Janna will go down. It's 4 dead. But a triple kill coming in from Helena barely keeps their hopes alive. This is a big trade. Both sides give away their backline.
Yeah, completely sacrificing their backline, but it's the Fizz and the Renekton that come out big because of the amount of health they have and the evasion that they have, which allows them to push down Lichbane and Blue of the Ruin King. This inhibitor falls so quickly and they get stunned, forcing the jump away from Helena, almost dying there if the Jump the Waters was timed perfectly. Opening up the mid and hit means that they get prio. Now they can move over to the Baron, popping the ultimate. He's looking for a bit more.
Should be backing away now. They do manage to get a little bit more damage off the side. Oh my goodness. You just got to start there, Daryl.
He just exploded. This is Baron now coming in for To The Moon. They're all coming up 4 seconds on Exilus. He should be able to run over, claim this objective, or even the Elder Inferno Dragon. To The Moon, they just increased their win percentage by a significant amount based on that misplay coming in from Helena.
700 picks up the package, looking to make the moves to keep this team's hope alive. But it's not going to be an easy one.
Maybe a big star from Haraya that could help them control this fight. He needs to charge up a massive one here.
Resisting, see things started up. That's going to be the Destiny to get the double knockoff off. 700 finds some decent damage. To The Moon, they get the Elder Inferno Dragon, and with that, 700 goes full kamikaze. Walks straight in, but it's a triple kill for Chasubao. They're still going in for a little bit more, but they've already taken everything. And with the death timers at 40 seconds, To The Moon are on this big victory march.
Yep, there's nothing that Astrodati can do here, even jumping in for more. Chasubao has to be careful with the gold card out, and the Blade Caller just for added effect to TP in from the support. This is gonna be it, ladies and gentlemen. Wall cards to the end. Can I have a moment of your time? Asks Exilus as he tosses out another one. And To The Moon, they will make it to the playoffs.
A great set coming in is To The Moon. Managed to take the win away from Astrodati. Both sides very strong teams, and it could have gone either way. It looked good for Astrodati for a moment, but Chasubao made a miracle play happen, stole away the Baron, and kept them in.
It's the reverse Cassius curse, right? We're like calling him out, oh, he misplayed in the mid-fight, he let 2 people go, and then he comes in, steals the Baron away, makes an insane outplay towards the last Inferno Dragon as well.
Right.
That was the most 50-50 I've seen. Yes, granted they didn't have Helena, but it's a really tough fight because they were starting it up on like an uneven footing with no vision.
So let's take a look back at some of the plays that this Fizz made, the rest of the team made, that make this win possible. As we called him out at the start, you can hear us call him out at the start, and then he makes a miracle play happen later. Damage gone. Sabo joins back in. He's looking for the stun, finds it on the A, so you still see a teleport back from the blue side. Astrodati with Rossetti joining in means they have a great team fighting presence. They do take down the Berlin, so it's a big damage dealt by Hangster trying to trade back with the feathers. Both have taken 2. And both marksmen so pivotal in this fight. Jump back in. They steal away the Baron. That could be the fight they were looking for. Astrodati forced to reroute. You see the stun card come through. Janna's going to go down as well. But Kalina in the back looking to potentially take down the Xayah. They do trade back a little bit more. Hiraya going to survive. Some nice damage. They have to remove gold card. They have to remove the isolate, and they jump back in with the gold card. The final a second. Astrodati find great angles to lower them down. Chasubao does manage to execute them in the back. 700 losing health fast. He flashes away from the Renekton. Busy Fish moves in position to provide some support. They come back in with the Destiny. The Janna will go down. It's 4 dead, but a triple kill coming in for 100. Find some decent damage to the moon. They get the Inferno Dragon, and with that 700 goes full kamikaze. Walks straight in, but it's a triple kill for Cha Siu Pao. There's still
Extra that he can do here, even jumping in for more. Cha Siu Pao has to be careful with the gold card out, and the Blade Caller just for added effect to TP in from the support. This is gonna be it, ladies and gentlemen. Wall cards to the end. Can I have a moment of your time? Ask Exilus as he tosses out another one.
a nice win coming through for To The Moon, bringing their stonks all the way to the moon.
All the way to the moon.
I think this should be, at the very least, 2 million blue motes.
Yep.
Right? Top teams
That's big value.
going into playoffs. You know, we were told earlier there was a team that didn't have the champion that they wanted. Now they can buy every champion that they
No
want.
more excuses. You own every champion from now until the end of time with 2 million blue motes, right?
You can split 5 ways.
You can split 5 ways.
Yeah,
So,
you
okay,
still
maybe
have.
not to the end of time. Maybe until like season 20 or something like
Yeah,
that.
for sure. All right, let's take a quick recap and look at our upper brackets again to see where things have kind of found its place after 2 days of qualifiers. These teams, the top 4, will make their way into the playoffs at the end of August. So, Renedas and Noblesse Gaming's, the teams to qualify into playoffs where they'll be waiting up against the final raid boss.
Yep. Alliance is ready there, lying in wait. And meanwhile, from the lower bracket, we have Banana as well as To The Moon. The Stocks making it all the way into playoffs as well. So 4 teams have qualified. We'll be looking for another 4 more teams next week. The journey does not end today, ladies and gentlemen. This is merely half of our qualifiers as we proceed on next week with the Singapore Icon Series Fall Season Qualifiers 2.
You tell them, Daryl. This is half our qualifiers. We still have another half the qualifiers next week. That's qualifiers 1 this week, qualifiers 2 next week, and we still have playoffs.
Yeah, a lot of good Wild Rift action up. It's waiting to be watched.
Yeah, good chances for all these teams coming in here to make their way deeper into the competition and very quickly. I've talked about this a couple of times before, but for the last time for the night, the winning team of the Singapore Icon Series Fall Season walks away with the lion's share of a $22,000 prize, $12,000 for first place, 5 Secretlab chairs. Second place gets $8,000. Third place gets 2, and the top 3 teams all get 3 months of 100+.
What's not to love?
It's more than this fridge, that's for sure.
Probably right. What's not to love, right? And once again, shout out to our sponsors for making all of that happen, especially during this trying time of COVID where everyone should be getting their vaccination and practicing social distancing. I feel for a lot of the F&B people, I really do,
Yeah.
It's been a tough time for them opening, closing, and my heart goes out to them.
So, big props to our sponsors for making all of this possible. 100+, the official big drink beverage of choice for the Sea Icon series, as well as Secretlab, the official chair partner, as well as the organizing party, Elephant, and of course to Riot Games for making the game.
Yep.
And making it all possible for us, giving a lot of support to the teams and players to make their way into the Icon series.
Yeah, and I believe that wraps it up from us here at the Casting Desk on behalf of the production team, the players, everyone organizing the tournament, our sponsors. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you here next week on Saturday at the same time, 1 p.m. as we go live with our second set of qualifiers. But for now, I've been HungryCast. Alongside me has been Gaminism. Have a great Sunday evening. Take care and goodbye.
Come on, you! Let's dance!
I'm on it, Black Shoe!
Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.